Today's episode is brought to you by Coal Creek Equine, makers of the best equine spa in the industry. If you want your horses to be world champions, you better put them in a Coal Creek. Okay, we've got Andrea Fappani here on the Uncut Real Raw podcast. Great to have you here, mate.
Thank you. It's been a while. We've been talking about it for a while.
We certainly have, mate. We certainly have. Well, listen, mate, I've been really looking forward to basically just interviewing you. You know, I know a lot about your life, but there's a lot of things I don't know as well. We've been friends now for probably over 20 years now. What year did I meet you when you were at Todd Bergen's? Was that 1998?
That was 1999, I believe.
99, yeah, probably
99.
would have been, yeah, because
Bergen
Bergen won the futurity in 98.
It was the year after Hagen Sugarman. I had that gray horse. Remember when you stepped down to that arena?
The play gun, yeah. 1998, was it?
Yeah.
That's it.
99.
99.
Yeah.
So we've known each other a long time, mutual respect for each other, different industries, but we've crossed paths a lot and hung out a lot and so forth. So I'm really looking forward to this. You know, the first thing that, I'm going to go into your whole life, but the first thing I want to ask you right now is, how the hell are you keeping up with this? Because everywhere I see you, you're at a different horse show. You just got done with the Run for $1 Million. Mm-hmm. Now you're here. Now you get another futurity. What is the Tulsa? What do they call it now?
Yeah, I'm moving in tonight in Tulsa.
What do they call the Tulsa show?
The 100X.
100X. Like you're, it's almost like you're never home anymore. Like you're going from horse show to horse show to horse show. Are you struggling to keep up with this? Is it hard? Is it easy? Is it got harder over the years? Like, or do you think you're more busier now going to horse show to horse show and horse show than what it was years ago?
I'm definitely more busy.
Yeah.
I don't struggle to keep up because I've got very strong motivation and I'm prepared for it.
Yep.
I don't let anything kind of jump at me. I'm like, oh, son of a gun, I got to go to another horse show. I know 3 months ahead to prepare myself mentally, physically, to have those stretches. Like this is probably the longest stretch we've had. I went to the Waco show about 3 weeks ago. I was home for not even a week, then went to Vegas for a week, home for a day. Now I'm gone for 2 weeks. The struggle is what's happening at home because I'm already thinking about 2026. How am I going to get those horses broken off being gone this much in order to be successful next year? So every time I'm home, that's where the struggle is. It's not so much being on the road. Is when I'm home, I'm full going. There's no days off. I'm riding my 2-year-olds. You know, we're talking this year. I've been riding on average 20 to 25 horses a day, and that's, for a guy that's pushing closer to his 50s, that's a lot on your body.
That is a lot.
Mentally and physically.
How are you? Do you and Tish sit down and have like weekly meetings about the schedule? How do you, like, you know, when I had down on the horsemanship rock and roll and I had 40 employees, I'd have, you know, weekly meetings with the managers, what we're all doing, etc. How do you and Tish talk about the schedule? Because I know she's a huge part of making all this work behind the scenes. Do you meet weekly with her, daily with her and the team?
She would love to, but I always squeeze out of it. I mean, it's horses, so you don't know. You know, like she's always bugging me. You got to get in the office. We got to look at the schedule. I got to do the entries for this one. We have a ballpark idea. We know where we're going because we are making the decision early on where we're going. But as far as the horses, especially now that I'm showing a lot of 3-year-olds, I don't know how they're going to feel in 3 weeks. I don't know if they're going to be ready for that pre-futurity, which one's going to be ready. So for me, I'd love to be last minute. She'd love to be 3 months ahead. We meet somewhere in the middle. But we do meet, and she'll bug me enough in the arena, say, okay, you got to get your ass in here. And we do, as much as I hate it. I mean, at least once a week we're looking
That's
down.
how I feel about signing checks every week and doing billing. I hate
billing.
She keeps calling.
I ignore it as much as I can, and then she comes to the arena and says, you need to get your ass.
That's exactly right. Yeah. Well, good deal. Well, listen, let's back up a little bit, mate. Let's go back to the beginning. First of all, how old are you?
I'm 48 this year.
48, okay. I'll be 50 next month, a couple of years older. Let's go back to the very beginning. Where were you born in Italy?
I was born in a very, very small town, northern Italy, called Antagnate, which is in the province of Bergamo, very big farming town, and I was born in a big, very successful dairy farm, and 5th generation.
Oh, truly, I was going to ask that. How many generations?
Yeah, very, very long time. My grandparents, I was fortunate enough to meet them early on, and they died when I was still pretty little, but they ran it more traditionally, and then my dad took it to the next level. He really grew the business to where by the time I was 6-7 years old, we were milking about 1,400 cows 3 times a day. So it was a big, successful business. So I was definitely born into, you know, still the thought of the old farmer, meaning that he grew up working his ass off and working hard, but also smart enough to where he knew that just putting hours into it wasn't going to grow the business. He had to outsmart everybody else. So he basically started traveling early on, went to Israel because that was the high technology for dairy farms, came to the States, tried to learn all the top from the top farmers what was going on, and took it to Europe and became one of the most successful farmers in Europe as far as dairy farm and production of milk. So I was really around, hardworking, and trying to really think about what's the next big thing that
So he had
stay
a lot
ahead
of
of the
vision.
game.
He had a lot of vision for where this
vision.
thing's going to go.
A lot of farmers, especially back in the days, they're just tunnel vision.
Yeah.
You get up at 3 o'clock in the morning, you work your ass off, but they never really moved out of where they were at. And that's what he always told me, is like, I watched my grandpa, I watched my dad working their asses off, but they never really made it that big because they just never innovated themselves. They never looked for the next big thing, so they just put hours into it. So he's like always learned that, yeah, hours will get you ahead, but also you got to be sharp enough to where if you want to stay on top, you've got to change things all the time and look at what's doing better for you, because there's always somebody doing something better, so we got to learn from that.
So you'd say that, correct me if I'm wrong, but your dad, some of the skills you got from him and biggest life, is your dad still alive?
Yeah.
Would be innovation, looking ahead for the future. What are some of the other great lessons you think your dad taught you in those early years that you can remember that you took with you for the rest of your life?
My dad always hired people that he thought in whatever department they were specialized in, they were smarter than him. And that's what he told me. He's like, the reason why I'm successful is because I can filter what these 4 or 5 main employees I have to tell me, and then I'll make the decisions. But they're smarter than me in the section that I'm putting them in. And that's the way he thought that he got ahead, is like by surrounding himself with smarter people. There was one that was, just as far as the genetics and what semen needed to be brought in from the States to cross on his cows to produce more milk. And there's the other one on technology that always looked for the next carousel or whatever, however you can improve production. There's one more as far as the feed, as far we had a lot of land, so obviously developing new feed, new forage, and all that. So basically surrounding yourself with smarter people than you are, and then making the decision based on what they bring to you.
Yeah, they give you information, you have the final say. I had a saying in my business to all the managers in our weekly meeting, you will always get your say, but you may not get your way. You all get to say what you think needs to be done, but my name's on the front of the check, so I'll ultimately make the end decision.
Yeah, and in the business where I'm at, it's not really like that anymore, because I can't have, it's not about so much being smart, it's about what I feel with my horse. And for me, it's always been about training horses. I know a lot of guys have shifted through the years in their career to breeding, to sales. For me, it's always about training. Yeah, I may have a little bit breeding. We have one stud now that we own. We have a few little brood mares, but my main focus still at 48 after 20 plus years is still training and try to go and be as competitive as I am in the show pen. So that makes it a little bit trickier, because you're not going to have a whole lot of feedback. I've got young guys that come in, they want to learn from me, so I'm teaching them how to train. And through the years I've had guys that I've learned from, and that's the part that I think I picked up from my dad. There's a few that stand out. I remember when Arno Onstetter worked for me for years. There's Marco Ricotta, Luke Gagnon. There's been a lot of people that always taught me something, and that's what I always tell young kids, is that a lot of young kids, they always have the vision to learn from the best, but you learn from everybody that you've got around you. Just because he's not the best or he's not winning, it doesn't mean that he doesn't have something great to teach you.
Every trainer's got that one special thing, don't they? Whether you like them or not, they do one thing that's kind of better than everybody else, isn't it?
It may be just taping the shoes,
Yes.
or it may be how he takes care of scratches, or it may be how he starts that first day in the round pen, that 2-year-old. Yeah. They are really good at that one thing, and that's where I think I've always learned and I stayed ahead, because I always watch everybody and I try to pick that one thing that they're good at. Just like our friend Brett Stone, you've had him on the podcast. I've had Mike Flaird. I've got so many people that I flew in to help me. Maybe their whole program, I didn't think it was going to be better than mine, but they're really good at either running down the pen, or they're really good at circling, or they're really good at something that I wanted to incorporate in my program. So I always think that you're going to learn from everybody you're around most of the times.
I love that. I don't know if you ever remember telling me this. You told me this years ago, and I thought it was pretty clever what your dad said. I'll repeat what you said to me. Your dad told you when you were first leasing stalls or renting, when you and Tish got married, went out on your own, your dad told you to get into debt. And I said, why did he tell you that? And he said, and your words were, I'm paraphrasing, but basically your dad said, get into debt so you're motivated to get your ass out of bed every day. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah,
that
for
type
sure.
of thing? Because I thought that was great advice. It was sound. It kept, there's nothing like poverty to motivate you. So go on with that a little bit.
Yeah, my dad, obviously I was raised in a successful family to where money wasn't a problem.
Yep.
And so my dad early on supported me with whatever I wanted to do. Like he loved the horses. He started me on it. He was very competitive himself. So we started showing right away, and it was all about winning. And it was stressful because my dad was black and white. I mean, you either win, or if I was second, he wouldn't even talk to me for 3 days. There were some hard times in there where people think that I'm hard. My dad was really hard as far as like, we put this time into it, we put this much money into that horse, he needs to win. Or if we're going to the horse show, he needs to win. If not, let's get rid of him and get the new one. So it was pretty black and white. And he supported me throughout my whole career as a youth rider, as a non-pro rider. He sent me here to the States. He paid for me to stay with Tim McQuaid, Craig Johnson, you name it. Whoever I wanted to go to learn from, he would do it. But the minute I decided to be my business and I wanted to turn professional, he just said, now you're on your own. And that was his way, the way he explained it later. He said, I didn't want to be hard on you, but you can have my help and be successful. He's like, once you start something on your own, you got to make it on your own. That's the bottom line. If you wanted to be a non-pro, wanted to go to college, continue the family business, I would help you out. I'll buy you a horse. That's no problem. But if you're going to make it your own career and your own life, you got to figure out how to make it work yourself.
Do you specifically remember him talking about where he told you, go get some debt? Because you asked him, I think it was about, should I keep renting or leasing?
Well, it was later
Do you remember
on.
that?
Yeah, it
that
was later on because I was leasing stalls for the first few years when I went out on my own when I left Todd. And I was stressed out because I'm like, man, I'm throwing money away. And he said, at the beginning, he always said, I think it's good because you don't have to concentrate on anything else. All you're doing is just working your own horses. And then I wanted to buy my own ranch. Buy my own house and all that, and I was scared of the death because in the States, it's a little bit different than Europe. In Europe, back in the days at least, you accumulate as much money as you can to buy what you want. And here in the States, you can put just a little bit of money, or you used to be able to put just a little bit of money and buy a $200,000 house with hardly any money up front, but your payment is big, and that scared the crap out of me, and I used to talk to him about that kind of stuff, or buying a truck. I wasn't used to making payments. All of a sudden here with my own business, I've got 4 or 5 payments a month, and I'm scared to death because I'm like, I wonder if this is going to work. I didn't know I was going to be successful at the time. And I always say, that's good. That's good that you've got that. That's good. And I say, why is it good? It's so stressful. He's like, well, if you're not stressed, you're not going to work your ass off. If you're not stressed, if you're not scared of not making that payment, that's what's going to push you to be successful or to push you to try as hard as you can. Then success came later, but... And I
think that's very true.
And I kept that in the back of my mind because I've always, through my career, I mean, I drove my wife crazy because I always wanted the next thing. If this barn is not big enough, we're moving over there. And then if that's not good enough, I'm going to go buy that ranch. And if that's not good enough, I'm going to invest into that. And she's like, are you not tired of always putting herself in debt and putting herself into situation to where it has to work? And I think, even today, that's what motivates me to make it work. Because I think if I just sit back and I'm successful, I've got the house paid off, I've got that paid off, I don't know that I would be as sharp as I am now. Still.
I'm a little bit embarrassed to admit this, but it's the truth. That we're going to have a real fucking conversation, but I feel that. When I retired, I don't have the fucking eye of the tiger like I did before Andrea. You know what I mean? I don't feel that pressure. You know what I mean? Yeah. I get to the barn at 7:30. You get to the barn at 4:30. Yeah. You get what I'm trying to say? So yeah, I think that's why most rich kids don't succeed very well, because they don't have that pressure. That they know they've got inheritance there. They know they've got family backing. But when it's all fucking you, and you have to make this work, that's some pressure there.
Yeah, it's pressure and it's stress. I mean, we've talked about it a long time. I mean, there's people handle it different ways. For me, I deal with stress with even more work, and I know that it's not for everybody. A lot of people, enough is enough, and they either go to drinking or go to women or whatever it is just to kind of get themselves out of reality for a little bit. For me, I've always been able to challenge that pressure and push myself to do even better. I've talked to very few people that are like that, and a lot of people in the reining business, they ask me, they're like, man, you could be so much more stress-free if you only had 15, 20 horses in training. You pick the clients that you want to work for. You just decide what you want to do. You don't have to do what you're doing. Why are you riding 20 horses a day? And for me, at this point, I'm almost scared not to do it because I've been doing it my whole life and I've been successful and I'm still successful. And in the back of my mind is like, is it gonna work if I don't put myself in that situation? Obviously, maybe I will know the time to where I'm gonna have to back off because too much is too much. I'm not quite there yet, I don't think.
That's okay with that.
Hi, my name is Melanie Smith with Solo Select Horses. We have been a part of the ICSI process for several years with Gene Tech with exceptional results, and we continue to work with them every day to improve the technology and improve the results for our customers. Gene Tech has really transformed the industry and allowed us to transform our business. I feel like they want to take the research that they get within the lab, the information we give to them, and really, once again, maximize the results that we can get for all of our customers. Because if our customers win, we win and Gene Tech wins. For more information on advanced equine reproductive services, please visit genetechvet.com.
I've been doing business now at DT Horses for probably almost 10 years now. And one of the things I really appreciate about doing business with them is they're horsemen first. They care about who buys their horses, where their horses go, and ultimately they want the horse to excel at whatever event it has the most natural disposition and talent to do. Sure, they raise world champion cow horses, reining horses, cutting horses, and rope horse futurity horses, but in reality, Dean Tufton is fanatical about letting that horse tell you what event it's going to excel at. Sure, we might buy a cow horse, but it may be suited better for the rope horse futurity prospects, might be suited better for a cutter. You don't often get breeders that are absolutely fanatical about making sure those horses get the best start possible and ultimately excel in the event that they're going to do the best at. They have the most natural talent, disposition, and they enjoy that particular event. Like I said, been doing business with DT Horses now for a little over 10 years and absolutely enjoy it. One of the best places I've got to buy my horses.
For information about the athletes available, please contact the DT Horses office at 480-471-4348.
Well, let's back up a little bit here. How did your dad have a dairy farm and have horses? Make that connection. Did he always like horses? How did the horses come into a dairy farm? Because typically dairy farm people hate horses because they just eat hay and they're just a hay burner type of deal. You know what I mean? So how did a dairy farmer get into the horse business?
Well, he always loved horses because he was around horses. His grandpa and his dad had horses to work in the fields back when he was a kid. So I used to tell me stories of them on Saturday. Whenever they were down working, they would just settle up these horses without their parents knowing, running to the bar or whatever and coming back. And he was always around horses. But his dad always told him, those are work animals. They bring in the money. They're not for fun. They're there to work because we can't afford a tractor yet. And that's pretty much where it got left. My mom loved horses early on. She started jumping some horses when she was young. Then when she had kids, kind of gave it up. So the two of them together, I was my first one in my family. I have a two-year-old younger sister. So when I came to age to where I was about 6, 7 years old, I tried a little bit of the soccer, a little bit of the other sports. I wasn't very good at anything. And I remember going to a friend's house and they had a couple of horses. And I asked my dad if we could maybe try that because I wasn't having much fun doing anything else. I was a really shy kid. I hated being in a team because if I wasn't good, I hated people making fun of me. I wasn't very confrontational. I always stood off to myself. A lot of kids made fun of me.
Yep.
I never had a connection with people of my age. I always hung out with older people and people that I thought they were smarter than me, so I could learn something from them. I learned experiences, but just hanging out with kids wasn't my deal. And maybe it's because I was very unsecure of myself because I wasn't very successful in anything I was doing at the time. Even if I was young enough, I had a pretty good understanding that I'm not going to be a soccer player. I'm not going to do what these popular kids are doing, so I got to figure something out. And the minute my dad said yes and started doing some lessons with horses, I just felt that connection with horses. So I was the one that asked my dad to bring him and see if you can buy one or two. We started with a jumping pony and moved on. But it was my connection to feel that I had a little bit of a purpose because I felt that I could connect to that animal. It was always easy for me, even if I didn't know what I was doing. If I was even just going on trail rides, it was a lot easier for me to find a challenge to either jump a ditch on a horse that didn't want to jump the ditch and figure out a way to make him think that that was the right thing to do. it was so much easier for me to connect with him than connecting with any other people. So it was something that I started, but then...
But your dad was very positive
about it, because I think that he could sense that it was a good thing for me. And then he got into it himself. Like, as long as I stayed in Italy, we rode together. He showed a little bit himself. He did a lot of the training.
Back up just a little bit. So you're getting, kind of backyard pets, trail horses kind of deal. How did you get from there to Reining? How did Reining even come into the picture?
Yeah, Reining was really small in Europe at the time. It was more
what
English
years
riding.
Would this have been, mate?
Well, I was seven when I first rode my serious Rainer, 8. So I was born in 77, so 85, 84, something like that. So Reining was really, really small, so I started with English. We had a very successful jumping farm right next door to us with a famous trainer, so my dad started me off. Ponies, jumping ponies. I started jumping to where about this high. Once again, I was very timid, and I was little and skinny, and they told me, okay, it's time to jump on the big ones now and get going. And I was always scared of those big horses. I got on it, and I did it, but I was scared of those real powerful horses. And then a family friend of ours started doing some reining at a local farm there, and convinced my dad to take me, because he's like, that kid's going to love these quarter horses a lot more. They're smaller, they're quieter. I can tell he's not doing it. He's doing it to make you happy now, because you want him to keep going and jumping higher and higher, but he's scared of doing it. So that's kind of when I started reining. I think I was 7, and I went and took my first lesson on a reining horse and loved it. Loved the fact that I could pitch him the reins. He wasn't taking off anywhere. He gave me that confidence that he was always focused on me. He wasn't focused on the next jump, trying to hold him back. It just gave me that confidence that I needed. I loved horses in the first place, but I was getting scared of them.
It was the control thing that bothered you.
The control thing. I had
lack
to
of control.
Lack of control. Yeah. And that reining horse gave me the confidence to keep going. Then later on, I just kept building. My dad, like I said, if we did something, we did it for real. So he's like,
so when you went home and said, Dad, I like this reining,
I like this way
better. It wasn't
better.
A hard sell. He was like, okay, son, we're going to go this way.
We're going to go that way. And within 6 months, we were at the Reining Futurity buying the first horse. We
you
were
shitting me.
No, I bought my first horse from Jim Morgan. He was second at the non-pro Futurity, and my dad bought me a 3-year-old that was second at the Futurity as my first real reining horse after taking a few lessons. Ran off everywhere. I asked Jim later on, I said, what did you have into that mare? Because every time we showed her, we couldn't even finish a pattern. Oh, I wish I could tell you.
Let's fuck the Italian.
That's pretty much it. And then we became friends. He had no idea who we were, so he's like, well, whatever.
And back in those days,
there was no testing. There was nothing. It was free for all. I mean, you just use whatever you wanted. So.
Back in those days, would you guys have been kind of one of the first Italians to come over and buy horses? Because there was a lot of Italians, a lot of horses were shipped there when Loomis was big in the 80s and early 90s. Were you kind of one of the first ones to
We weren't the first ones, but we were in that era. I remember Loomis coming over and showing a lot of horses for Mr. Accesi already. Yeah. Dean Latimer had just moved to Italy to work for Mr. Accesi at his ranch. Dwayne Latimer, about 3-4 years later, came over and worked for another big farm over there. Tom McCutcheon was there at the time. So I grew up in Italy learning to do reining and starting to show around these, what I thought, which I still think today, they're great influence for me, all these trainers. It was great here in Italy because these guys were young guys that weren't making much money as assistant trainers here, and all these Italians were hiring them, paying them $100,000 a year to come be main trainers there. So Don Boyd, Jim Kaiser, like I say, Dwayne Latimer, Dean Latimer, David Hanson, they're all around when I was showing.
So were they around your area? How did you get to
Yeah, it was pretty small because it was all in northern Italy. Most of the reining training centers were all up in northern Italy.
And that's where you lived?
And that's where I lived.
So would your dad haul you over there for lessons, or how
all the time? I was only a half hour from one of the first guys that brought horses.
Well, who was the first trainer that you really worked with, actual reining trainer, that you kind of went and tried to learn their program or learn horsemanship from? Do you know the first guy?
There was a bunch of them, but Mike Davis, that's out in here in the Midwest, was working for a guy that was only 30 minutes from me. So every weekend I used to go spend time with Mike, and he taught me probably the most, and it taught me the most about showing and getting a horse ready. But then later on, I spent time. I was lucky. I mean, my dad would haul me over for the weekend.
Let's back up a little. Let's go back to Mike Davis. What do you think the biggest horsemanship lessons or reining lessons that Mike taught you? All these years later, what do you remember made a big impact on you? We were talking about, every trainer has one or two things that they really do better than everybody else. What could you say you took from Mike?
Early on, like I am today, I'm always battling this. I was a perfectionist. If it didn't feel perfect or if it didn't feel good, I didn't think I could show that horse. And Mike always told me that what the judges see and what you feel is something completely different. So he's like, as long as you can sell it, and I'll be able to tell you when I see it if it's sellable or not, you can go show it. Which is something that I had to learn because even back in the days, I wanted to train. And I think even today, the best trainers, their biggest challenge is showing because
and
of
the best showman usually struggle with the training.
And that's where he struggled. He could show a horse, but he wasn't very detailed as far as training because, well, this is good enough. You know, we can go show it. Well, it's good enough to a certain point.
Wouldn't you agree that a showman, a true showman, is there to win and get the trophy and get the woman, okay? And the trainer, they both are conflicting people. They both don't care about each other. The showman wants to fucking win, get the champagne, and get the girl. He don't give a fuck about what's best for the horse long term. Is it going to run off next time you show him? And the trainer's worried about 10 years from now. How do I keep this horse sound, happy, and doing his job? They're very conflicting skill sets. Would you agree or disagree?
Yeah, I totally agree. Mike Flair that told me that, and he said there's actually three people. You've got the vet that's never going to let you the horse show because he's a little sore here, a little bit sore there, and he's going to keep it at home all the time because he's not right, and you need to back off of him. You've got the trainer that's probably not going to show that horse until he's completely ready, and he's probably never going to be ready in his opinion because and then you've got the showman that doesn't give a shit if that horse only lasts that one run. And he said the best of the best, they can combine all three and find a happy medium somewhere in there. You got to have a horse that's sound enough to go perform at its best. You've got a horse that's trained enough before you go show it. And you got a showman that the minute that gate opens doesn't give a shit about anything else. So finding that is always something that I'm striving for because I always have to remind myself, what would the other guy do? What the other guy do? What do I want to do now? And see if I can find somewhere in the middle.
I used to think the best broke horse won the horse show. I don't believe that anymore. No. I believe the guy that can show the judge what he wants to see wins. Because I've seen too much shit in the warm-up pen of fucking horses rearing up and doing some fucked up shit that you're like, there's no way this son of a bitch is going to pull this off. He'll go in there, pitch his hand down, run the wheels off it, and mark a big score, and I'm like, okay, now I know it's not the brokest horse at all that wins. It's the one that shows the judge what he wants to see.
And it's amazing to me, like even lately I've gotten some horses from other programs, and I ask myself, how did they go in and show a horse like this? I would need another 6 months at least of training. But they went and made major finals, done really good, won maybe 200,000 on that horse. I would have never even taken it to the show pen the way he felt. So,
How do you think that made you a better horseman, worse horseman? How did that change you having to go show some of these horses? Because in the early years, you never showed anything unless you trained it. It's really been maybe the last 10 years or whatever that you've started to do more of showing horses that were maybe trained by other people. What do you think that did for your horsemanship program? Did it help it? Did it hurt it? Made no difference at all? You know, talk about that a little bit.
Well, I think it helped it in the fact that it opened my eyes that my way is not the only way. Obviously, there's a lot of different ways, and you can be successful on horses that maybe don't feel the way I think they should be feeling. So it made me a better horseman in that respect, but also I think it confirmed that a broke horse will last a lot longer and will perform better as far as consistency all the time. Because I've noticed that those horses may have a great run, but then they struggle for 5, 6, 7 runs, and then they put together another great run, and then they struggle again. To me, if I look back at my career, I've been the most successful because I've been banging it at the door all the time with no matter what kind of horse I had. It may not win it, but I'm always there.
You're always second, third, fourth.
Always there. And
always
I think
there,
the consistency comes from having those broke horses to where no matter how talented they are, they will give you what you need that night because they're broke. And I think that a lot of other guys depend on that great talented horse, and then when they don't have that one, you don't even see them in the final.
So basically, the more talented they are, pure natural talent, the less broke they have to be to look good. The more untalented they are, the better broke they have to be.
For sure.
Would you agree or disagree with that?
I agree with that. I've had a couple trainers that have won everything here lately, and their question to me, they said, Andrea, I'm really proud of this one that wins everything, but I'm embarrassed to send this one home coming out of my program because he's not doing anything. And I said, well, it's because of the way you train him. You train him to succeed, but you're only basing it on that pure talent. 95% of them don't have that talent. There's only that 1% that has that kind of talent. I develop a training program that I couldn't do that. I couldn't send a horse home that I feel that can mark a 71 and it's marking a 65. I got to send a horse home that if you're able to mark a 72, that horse is a 72 type of horse. So I had to develop a program very much like yours to where it's systematic, to where every person that works for me is going to follow those steps and get that horse broke. It's different personalities, you know. There's a lot of guys that can concentrate on that top horse and don't even see what's going on in the arena. I've got eyes in the back of my head. If I see something
you
in
have
that
a fucking
corner,
unique talent for it. You're a freak of nature. I always said to your kids, I would hate to, I've told people publicly this, I would have hated to be one of your kids growing up because you're the dad that knew fucking everything. And you do have eyes in the back of your head because I've been fencing the opposite direction from you. You've passed me at a gallop going this way, and you'll, without turning your head, because I've had people watch you and I'll miss a stop and you'll fucking know. Have you always had that sick ability? Because I'm very much the opposite. I am tunnel vision. When I'm on a horse, a nuclear weapon could go off and I would not even know it. Honestly, it's not that I'm trying to be a dick, but I do
know,
this.
You're the worst guy to have in your
You know what I
ride.
mean? So where do you always have that ability to be so aware of your surroundings?
I always have been that way. Whenever I'm in the arena, I know what's going on everywhere in the arena. And I think it's sound, a lot of it. Like if a horse missing a stop, I could tell from the sound of that stop. Or, you know, sound of, you slapped that ERS pretty hard that time. So you about came up. I bet you came out that high.
My balls are taking a pounding.
I heard that. So I was like, well, you missed that one.
I love it.
But no, I kind of know what's going on. And that's where I think that it, like a lot of people, they hate working for me because I'm always there and I'm always in the arena with them. But the way I look at it, like the ones that made it through the programs, like there's a bunch of them. Like at the Run for the Million, I had 4 guys that worked with me, and they're all 4 in the Run for the Million in the top 15. So if you're in the top 15 of the world and there's 5 guys out of one program, something right came out of that program.
Very much so, yeah.
But it's a tough program to come through because I'm watching it, and I'll let you make mistakes if I can feel that you're coming out of it. But if it doesn't look right, I know all the time what's happening. So I'm constantly on those kids to get better, and it can be stressful, and it's not for everybody. We talked about that a long time ago. But I've always been to where I'm pretty aware of what's going on, and I think that that's why I'm also successful at training, because I've kind of know where each horse is. I don't have a problem having 100 horses in training and kind of keep a track on each horse. That's one thing that I think that gives me a little bit of an advantage. If any customers, anybody comes in the barn and asks me anything about my 2-year-olds, even if I've been gone for 3 weeks, I can tell you what that 2-year-old, what his problem is, where left lead, counter cantering, he's pushing through that kid's leg and all that. I'm very, very aware of everything that's going on.
It's a very unique skill set. So let's back up a little bit. So Mike Davis taught you kind of the importance of riding through some shit that maybe doesn't feel that good, but go show, okay? Yeah. Who was the next main trainer, whether it was Italy or where, in the horsemanship journey that really influenced you in your horsemanship / reining career? Who was the next guy?
That was when I was still in Italy.
How old are you then? How old are you when you
Then I was still probably like 10 years old, 11 years old. But then later on, I started traveling. And the first guy that I came to the States, we went to Guy Gutierrez, which now passed away in Canada. He was one of the most successful in the 80s. Then his brother, Gaetan, was left to kind of run the business. He was never a good showman, but we always had a lot of people saying he's a great trainer. He would teach your kids. He comes from a good family. So my dad was confident taking me and dropping me off at his place.
And he was in Italy too?
No, he was in the States. That's when I started coming to...
How old would you be when you started coming to the States?
13, 14.
Oh, truly that young?
Yeah.
So your dad would drop your ass off in a foreign country at 13 years old?
Yeah, I mean, he did his homework. He paid him good money, I think. I lived in the house with them. With him at the time, he was married to Kathy in Whitesboro.
Yeah.
My dad came and checked it out before.
Okay.
So he did his homework, but then he turned me loose. For the summer times when I wasn't in school, I would spend it here in the States.
Okay.
And
I didn't know you came over that early. I knew you came over, but I was thinking 16, 17. I didn't know it was that early.
Between 13 and 17, I would come every summer.
Every summer.
To different trainers.
So
and when he decided for me to go to Gaetan, I didn't want it because he wasn't a successful trainer. I wanted to go to the guy that was winning.
Fair enough.
And at the time, there was Loomis, there was Tim McQuaid, there was all those guys. I'm like, why in the heck am I going to this guy? I know that he trained a lot of the horses that Guy was successful on, but I think he's past his time. He's a little bit older guy.
Were you right or wrong?
Completely wrong.
In
the meaning that he was the biggest influence still today, probably in my training career, because he taught me how a horse thinks. I knew the mechanics of it. I knew how to teach a horse to turn. I knew how to change leads. But he basically told me within a week I didn't know anything because I didn't know how to get into a horse's brain. He's like, you're making him do it, and you do it. You're talented enough to where you can make him do it, but it's not the horse's decision to submit and say, yes, this is what I want.
So he was the first guy that kind of got you into psychology of horsemanship.
Big time psychology.
Was that a big eye opener for you? Did it kind of open up a big door for you?
Big time. And he was sitting right next to Tim McQuay, and Tim used to send him all the crazy Hollywood Jack mares because he used to spend the time on them. We didn't even have an arena. Whenever he wanted to stop, we go to Tim and stop. But we trained in a field next to it. And I was like, how are we training a reining horse in the field? And he was like, well, with a lot of time and all that. And basically what he would do is just a lot of steering, a lot of, I mean, those mares were crazy. A lot of those Hollywood Dunnet mares and the Hollywood Jack mares, they're talented, hot mares. And you couldn't contain them. So if you tried to bridle them up too much, they just wanted out of it. So the only way to get to them was just by making it their idea to do some stuff. And I mean, there was like hours in the fields of loping, steering. They drop their head, you let them rest. Then you go long trot again. Then you do a little bit of a turn. You get them hot again. Then you go get to the right reverse psychology. I mean, all the stuff that I still use today, as far as pressure release, came a lot from him. And when I went later on to Todd Bergen and John Slack, they're like, who taught you all this stuff? Because I went to them thinking they're going to change everything for me. And they said that everything that I knew from him, I knew it came from him. At the time, I didn't tell him that I learned it from him. But all that stuff was already implemented in me. And it pushed me so much further than the other assistants that came because I knew how to get into a horse's mind. And all they had to do is polish things up and teach me how to progress.
What was his name again?
Gaetan Gauthier.
Okay, right.
He was second at the Futurity on Jacarima one year. Mm-hmm. He did some Open Futurity finals, like the mother of Mr. Boomerjack, Boogie's last Jack. He showed her. He was fifth at the Futurity Honor. So he had a little window there where he decided to show, and he was doing okay. Yep. But it wasn't his thing. He went back to Canada. Did he not like
showing? Did it make him nervous? What did he not like about it?
He was a great trainer. He was a great horseman, and hated showing. Like putting himself in. He didn't want
uncomfortable. Made him feel uncomfortable.
Made him feel. Yeah. I could tell because I used to help him a little bit at some of the shows, and that wasn't his thing. Yeah. I mean, he'd stay up all night and train on those horses, but going under the lights, he would change the color of his face. He was uncomfortable. He was shy. So he went back to training and doing a lot of clinics. He's back in Canada now. I talk to him all the time. I sent him a video of my Futurity horse last year to get his feedback.
That's awesome. I did not know that. All these years we've known each other, I had no idea that he was that big influence.
He had a huge impact on me, and he really taught me that it's 90% mental and then physical. You know, the physical part of it, he said a lot of people can put on, but if you can get into a horse's mind and get him broke mentally, you're going to be so far ahead of it. So.
Okay, did you only stay the one summer there?
No, I went 2-3 summers in a row.
Okay, so 13, 14, 15, somewhere in those?
Yeah. And then I came back the one
So you're
year,
in high school at this point in Italy?
High school.
High is very similar to American high
just
schools?
Like it.
Everything's
just
the same?
like it. Same.
After school, you're going and riding your horse? What are you doing?
Yeah, I started riding my horses pretty much. I did everything. I cleaned my horses' stalls before I went to school, came back, took care of my horses, did homework at night, and starting at 13, 12, 13, 14, I fed all my own horses.
Yeah.
So my dad made me pretty accountable because he wanted to know that there was nobody else to be blamed for. If a horse was sore and it wasn't taken care of, if a horse didn't have the right feed, I was in charge of everything. I was scheduling the horseshoers, I was scheduling the vets. So early on, he put me in charge of everything, kept an eye on it, but I was in charge of everything because once again, he wanted me to give all the right meds if a horse was sick. He taught me how to do shots in vein by the time I was 12. I mean, he wanted me to stay on top of it and learn the whole thing. So I think that played another big part because I think it taught me to be a horseman early on, not just about riding. I see so many guys nowadays, even successful riders, all they can do is ride a horse. They can't rep a leg. They can't, you know.
Yes.
I flinch when I see stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know, I want to know that I can take care of that horse 24 hours a day, but...
Okay, so you go to him 3 summers in a row.
Yeah, and then I felt that I needed to go to the successful guy because I've learned, and I've learned how to. What I thought was okay. I've learned everything I need to learn from him. You know, I'm 15. I know everything now.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
So now I've got Craig Johnson that's winning everything. That was the year that he had.
What years would this have been then?
95, I believe.
So that's Smart Ciccolina years?
He had Lena's Gyrator, he had the Hot Jewel, and then he had Frosty's Ciccolina, Martha's Mega Jack as 3-year-olds the summer I went.
Yep.
It was a great experience in the fact that I was surrounded by such a much higher quality of horses. I mean, I couldn't even comprehend how good those horses were.
So you went from last 3 summers dealing with
kind of rejects a little bit,
to
where they maybe had a potential, but we're trying to make something work out of nothing here, and which is good. And now I'm going to the opposite. I've got a guy that's barely riding him 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and he's marking 76s when he goes and shows them.
Yeah, these horses are very talented.
So now I'm trying to figure out how can this guy do so little at home and mark this high. So this is the other extreme. He's probably a little bit of the Casey Derry of the time to where he has so much talent that he doesn't need to ride them that much. They don't need to be that broke. All he's doing is putting the final little touches. Like he's the first one that taught those horses to squeeze the legs, sitting in the center of the arena. The horse would drop his neck. He got it from a very successful pleasure trainer right next door to him. All these little tricks with his legs. And he told me, he's like, as long as I can keep my hand on the neck, the judges are at this point, they're used to people with their legs way out there. They're not even noticing I'm doing stuff with my legs. So he's like, I'm selling the judges a horse that's super low-headed everywhere it goes, and I'm telling that horse to do it, but they don't even see it. So he was the first one.
You think he was the first one in Reining, or one of the beginning ones that really engaged legs lifting a horse's back up?
Yeah.
You know, even though it wasn't a boomer neck collected look, but it was.
It wasn't.
It was still lifting a back up. Where the old Reining videos where legs were stuck out like that, knees were straight. You think back in those days,
he was the first one that taught those horses to round their back.
Yeah.
And if you watch some of I remember seeing the pictures of Martha's Megajack and those horses, even in the summer, the 3-year-old deer, they had side shots, and those horses were folding their back. And that was kind of the first one, because even himself admitted that till a couple of years ago, my horses stopped.
Yeah, they were still the old style, NRHA trophy, nose stuck out.
Same thing. So he was the first one that started doing a little bit of that round look. It wasn't to the extreme as the West Coast, because they didn't have face, but they already had their body.
Did Craig ever admit to you how he got that started, or who showed it to him, or how that?
He spent time with pleasure trainers. He was a really good friend with, I don't remember his name now, but he was introduced to the legs from them.
Okay.
The legs to slow a horse down, the legs to lift the back up to get better movement. So he was the one that started incorporating that. The one thing that I didn't like there, that he was, to me, in my eyes, he was really lazy, to where he come out and only worked 2-3 hours a day.
Yeah.
He could get a lot done, but then we were stuck there kind of trying to figure out on our own.
Yeah.
So I could tell.
So he didn't really teach you anything. He didn't sit
I had
down,
to watch.
and
he was good to me. I mean, he could figure out pretty quick that I could ride a horse, so he let me ride all those nice horses, because, I mean, he barely rode them 2-3 days a week. I don't know how he got it done. I mean, he just wouldn't ride them, and somehow he got it done. So that was my first taste of like, okay, there's different ways of doing this. There's the guys that are riding them 3 times a day and are getting them as broke as they can. But there's also the guy that's using all the talent of the horse and all the talent of himself and can still get it done.
Yes.
So we got to figure out where I'm going to fit in somewhere here.
That's a great example. 2 either extremes there.
So I like that I was exposed to the 2 extremes right away, and I was aware that I was like, okay, all right. So now I got to figure out where to go.
What did you notice about the horse flesh? What did the horse flesh teach you that summer when you got to ride that level of horse? What did that open up for your brain? As far as like, holy shit, these horses, it's so much easier when you've got a... I remember the first horse I ever rode that had talent, and I'm like, holy shit, this doesn't have to be that fucking hard. Like, this is like not easy, but wow, this is different compared to trying to get one that doesn't want to stop. You first one that actually wants to break its hind legs off on the ground. Until you felt that, it's like, holy shit, they can all feel like that. What do you think? And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm getting the impression the level of horse flesh that you got to ride that summer was way better than anything you've had. Just talk about that.
Well, just like you said, the first time I ran down Martha's Megajack, it was in a grazer with a straight bar. I mean, he had 3-year-old summer, July maybe, right before he showed him. I think he showed him at I think it was in Minnesota during the Derby at the time. They still had it in Minnesota. But anyway, in St. Paul. But I ran him down. I'm like, well, I've never felt anything like it. This is a 3-year-old in July, and he's going 30 feet. I never had to pick my hand up. His neck is down. The head is perpendicular, and it's all natural. And I asked Craig, I said, how'd you get this? He's like, he knows how to do it. I just had to show him a couple things, but that's all natural. So I knew right away, I'm like, I'm going to have to surround myself with these type of horses if I want to win, because there's no way that Gaetan, with those type of horses, is going to compete with this guy. Even if you may be a better trainer as far as getting into a horse's mind, you can't compete unless you have these type of horses.
Have you ever wondered what Gaetan could have done with a horse of that talent? With his horsemanship ability and psychology, if he would have got the opportunity to ride horses that truly had that talent, it could have been something special.
Yeah, but he couldn't show him.
Yeah.
I did. As much as I love him, and he admits it himself, he's like, I'm not even close to what those guys can show.
Fair enough.
And that's where Craig was good at. And I
think he could do both. He could show one and train one.
And he knew what he needed on the horse to go show it. And then he's just cold-blooded. Like, not much emotions, kind of a I never got much out of him because I'm the opposite. I'm all emotions. So give me something.
Yeah.
And he was just as cold as he could be. But when he went and showed him, he was a very good showman because of that. Because he never let anything get to him. And
nothing rattled him.
Nothing rattled him,
So one summer there?
I only did one summer because I could tell that wasn't for me. I needed more.
What was your big takeaway lesson from that summer that you wanted to either duplicate or copy or do better than? What was your one takeaway?
I always rode horses that were flat and they were the East Coast style, and that was my first introduction that a round horse will work better. So I got to figure out.
Round from back to nose, rather than before that it was neck up a lot higher.
And I didn't even know at the time that they could be soft in the mouth because these horses were kind of stiff in the mouth, but they were really, like if you picked them up with your hands, you felt them in your hands, but if you squeeze your legs, everything would come up. And that was the first time
everything is in back and withers came up, not neck.
Yeah. So neck would go down. He told me it's like a ball. If the neck goes down and the hips get underneath, then the back has to come up, the belly comes up. That was my first introduction, and I wanted more of it. So now we're in 95. I go back to Italy. I'm about 96. I'm turning 17, and my dad is like, okay, you're going to be done with high school. What are we doing here? We had talked about all the time me continuing the family business. There was nobody else. He had a brother. I had 2 daughters. My other sibling was a daughter. So really I was the only one that could keep the family business going. So I felt that pressure a little bit. I never voiced it out because I didn't want to disappoint anybody. But that was kind of what I was supposed to do. It's a successful business. It's stupid to let it go to nothing. You're going to continue this, do the reining on the side. At the time, there was a lot of non-pro here in the States that were winning non-pro futurities. He was using it as an example. You can be a guy making money in the business.
So there was a little
fun.
pressure from him.
A lot of pressure.
Okay, a lot of
pressure.
Not
a little bit.
A lot.
A lot of
fair
pressure.
Enough.
I didn't voice it out, so I entered college in vet school because he suggested to do vet school, so it would help me with the business. So I did that, and I only did 3 months, and then I had enough of it. I had
school wasn't for you? No.
Well, I just wanted to be a horse trainer.
Yeah. That's all you thought about.
In the back of my mind, all I thought about was horses. And I had the taste to come to the States and see what it could be. So when I was around Craig Johnson, I was around a little bit Tim McQuay, I'm like, if I have a chance, which I don't know if I do or not, if I'm talented enough, but that's who I want to be. I want to be the guy that wins everything. I want to be the guy that has the best horses. I want to be that guy. So I voiced it out to my dad. There was a lot of going back and forth.
Was he resistant initially about you becoming a horse trainer?
Very big time.
Okay, right.
He basically went down to tell me I didn't have what it needed to be done. He's like, you're thinking just because I paid for you to go to all these guys and they got money and they put you on nice horses, now you think you can do what they can do.
Right.
He made it pretty miserable for a while to where I was like...
And you stood your ground?
I stood my ground.
Yeah.
I said, I don't need your help. If you don't feel that I've got what it takes, I'll just go on my own and I'll make something work.
Valley Equine Reproduction is a premier equine breeding facility located in Stephenville, Texas. I've worked with the team there multiple times and had nothing but great experiences. Formerly known as the Brazos Valley Stallion Station, they offer everything. They manage over 45 stallions, including some of the most renowned in the industry. They offer mare care and breeding services, foaling out services, a recent mare program, sales fitting, and rehabilitation services. Plus, their Super Stallion Incentive Program has awarded substantial payouts. In 2024, the program paid out $1.4 million across the NCHA and NRCHA. If you're in the breeding business, you have to check out Valley Equine Reproduction. Visit them online at valleyequinerepro.com or give them a call at 254-485-8280.
How do you know what it takes to become successful? Talk to someone who's done it. Clinton Anderson became a multi-millionaire by leveraging his passion for horse training into a global brand and media empire, starting with nothing but the change in his pocket and the will to succeed. In doing so, he revolutionized an industry and became a celebrity. Now, you can put his experience and advice to work for your business. With Clinton Anderson's business consultancy, you can tap into Clinton's unique perspective, hear his straight talk, and get his no-nonsense advice. Just imagine yourself armed with Clinton's hard-earned knowledge and entrepreneurial spirit. So whether you own a ranch or any sort of business at all, we invite you to discover the transformative power of Clinton Anderson's leadership and innovation in your business. Call 1-888-287-7432 to take your business to the next level today.
This episode is brought to you in part by Breaking Bad, the hottest new NCHA futurity sire. So, Andrea, we're back after the break, mate. So you basically, to recap, you've told your dad you want to be a horse trainer. He doesn't take it real well.
The family's split in half now. The mom is crying because she said be nice to him. The dad is like, no, he's got to keep doing what we're doing. This is not going to work. So now we split up the family.
Yeah, you're like a therapist fucking golden client right now, okay? So you fucked the family heritage up, okay? Family tree,
Pretty
5
much.
generations of dairy farmers.
No, we cut all the branches off. Yeah. Done.
I love it. So at that point, your dad's not real happy. You stand your ground. You're out of high school now?
No, because I entered college. I did 3 months of college. So I'm out of high
now
school.
You say, I want to make the move.
Yeah.
Where's the next move? Where's the next chapter?
Well, the last futurity I saw was the one that Brett Stone won before that.
1992.
1992.
Booming.
Actually, no. It wasn't the last one because then Avila came the year after.
Yeah,
so Avila
won
right
93,
on.
didn't he?
Lena's right on.
Yes.
So we're talking 94 now that I'm making this decision. 94 going into 95. So that opened my eyes. When Brett Stone came over, and I talked about it when I did my speech in Oklahoma last year for the Hall of Fame, that changed everything for me because I had no idea that horses could travel that way as the way Boomernick did it. I had no idea that horses could carry themselves, go show that well. I mean, I was like, okay, I want to learn from this guy at some point.
It took that roundness that Craig Johnson showed you to a whole other level.
I mean, completely other level. I mean, the back was round, but the whole horse, I mean, never touched the bridle. I mean, I was like, holy cow. And it didn't look, now when we watch it, it looked intimidated. But at the time, it didn't. It was just cool, you know. I was like, son of a gun, this is something completely different. Then the next year, Avila shows up, and same thing, kills everybody.
Smokes him, doesn't he?
Smokes him.
Yeah. Even jumping out of the first spin, still smokes him.
That right turn, I mean, he completely jumped out and smokes him. And it made it look easy. Those horses were broke. I mean, they could put the hammer down. The other guys were making big circles that small, and they're barely just getting through just to go stop and turn. And those guys can put the hammer down, a lot more speed, a lot more control. I loved it. So I was like, well, that's where I want to go. Either one of those guys, either Avila. Then, as we're talking, now we've got John Slack, because I'm paying attention to the assistant trainer. Okay, who do they have working for them? Well, Brett Stone put that group together to was pretty much unbeatable. You've got Brian Bell at the time. You've got John Slack. You know, they've got the horses. They got the cool ads, because at the time I didn't watch videos very much or internet. So I was watching the back of the Rainer. They had like 5 pages. You know, the most epic. Wanted guys. They went down to Westworld or whatever, and then got those pictures. It was just cool. So I wanted to be part of that. So that's where I called. I had a family friend named Mario that knew Brett Stone from back in the days. And I asked Mario, I said, my dad, I'm on my own here, so I need to find a job, and I need somebody that will take me in, and I want to go learn from Brett Stone and John Slack and Todd Bergen. And he said, well, I know Brett. Let me call him. He did, and Brett said, yeah, have him come over, and he can ride with me for a few weeks, and I'll see if I want to keep him around or not. Yeah. And that was a funny time because, I mean, Brett was right when he was
we're talking 1994 now or 5?
We're not talking 95 now.
Okay.
That was right after the futurity, and Bergen won the futurity.
Bergen won on Today's My Lucky Day.
He moved down
and
to
then moved down
Brett
to
Stone
join
and all
Brett,
that.
John, Brian, and so forth. That was what that was the name they had for that group, wasn't? Didn't they have a cool marketing name? I can't remember.
There was something.
It wasn't How the West Was Won. That was Avila's
That
deal.
was Avila.
There was some other fucking tagline for that was cool as shit.
Yeah.
They were way ahead on the marketing, wasn't it?
Well, remember how
Brett
they would?
they
would show it as the criminals that would go to each show and steal all the money, and then they would move on. Next stop, last scene in Burbank, and then. Hopefully we see him in Oklahoma.
You're bringing back some memories now. Do you still have all those old Rainers?
I have them tucked away somewhere, but I loved it, you know, because from Italy you didn't see the internet anymore. So they're like, John Slack was last seen in Oklahoma, and he stole $80,000. If you can find him, the reward is this, you know. It was cool stuff.
Nobody else was doing it, were they?
No,
not like that.
Not like that. So, you know, to me,
that was the place to be.
That's the place to be. They had a lot of young girls riding with them. I mean. All from California and all that. I mean, you're coming from Italy, long hair, blonde. That's what I want. You know, I gotta be the top dog in a few years. And I love it.
So you just get on a plane and come over.
Got on a plane and came over. Mario came with me, my friend, just to make sure I was good for the first few days, and then left. The problem is that Brett at that time was going through a lot of his issues, and within a few months, John Slack and Todd Bergen bailed, and I kind of owed it to Brett that I wanted to stick there because he's the one that gave me the job. So I stayed with Brett for a few months and just helped him out. It wasn't a good time. He tried to help me when he was in the arena, but there was a lot of personal stuff going on.
Yes.
So I was kind of left on my own. I started pretty much all the first Boomernick full crop 2-year-old colts, which was great, but I didn't have that much experience starting 2-year-olds and doing a lot of that. But he basically told me, hey, there's these 15 2-year-old colts and fillies, you need to start them all. There was Boomernicker in there was Checkernick, there was a lot of good ones in there that I got to start.
And you
But
hadn't
I knew that I wasn't ready to be there just by myself.
Okay,
you know,
and back up just a little bit. Is that the first time you've had any real exposure to starting colts under saddle?
Yes.
Because up to this point, you started out riding theoretically finished trained horses.
Yeah,
and
I started a few at home, but never
Okay.
when I came here. I never, in the summers, they just put me on broke horses.
Okay.
I tried to start a few at home, watching some, I remember buying the Al Dunning and
Yep.
some of the John Lyons tapes and that kind
video
of stuff.
velocity tapes.
You know, but I didn't know what I was doing. I tried it. Yeah, I got it done, but I
Yeah.
didn't have enough experience. That's what I told Brett. I said, Brett, I don't know what I'm doing here. I said, you're putting me on these nice horses, but as long as you get them going around, it's fine. At the time, as long as there was somebody, a warm body on them, kind of, it's fine. So I went on because I felt obligated to Brett. He's the one that gave me the job. So I stayed there for about 6-7 months. And at the time, Craig Schmersel moved into, because when John and Slack and Todd Bergen and Brian went on and just went down the road, but went and started Equine Enterprise.
That's correct.
Just a month later, Craig Schmersel went out on his own from Randy Paul and moved into the Stone Ranch. So I was like, okay, well, maybe this might work, because now I've got at least somebody that successful.
Yes.
He had made the Open Final for
That's
a year
right,
or two.
yep.
So just got married to Ginger, I think, and they moved into the Stone Ranch and started leasing stalls out of there. So it was basically me, Brett every once in a while, but it was Craig. And so Craig started riding there. I was like, okay, maybe I'll just stay here. But I kept seeing John and Todd and what they were doing, and some of the local Arizona shows, I would see the way they were doing things. Craig was very different. I came there because I wanted to learn that method.
Yes.
So I made myself pretty clear to Brett. I said, Brett, as much as I'd love to stay here, that's where I want to be. And he said, I understand. That's why you came here. You basically came here and asked me, but you wanted to be around them. They're the young ones. They're the ones with all the clients, the cool horses, the cool clients.
Yeah.
So he was totally fine about it. I called John Slack and I said, hey, I want to leave Brett. Would you have a spot for me? And he said, yeah, I watched you at a couple of these local shows and all that. I think you're doing a good job. Come on over. I can afford paying you, but if you want to come and ride with us, that's fine. I said, can you give me a place to stay? And he's like, yeah, I'll give you a place to stay. So I went and worked the rest of the year, about 6 months, for zero pay.
And that was for John mainly.
John Slack.
Yep.
And Todd was there.
Because they formed a little partnership.
There was a
didn't they?
partnership.
What was it called? Equine
Enterprise.
Yep.
There
Okay.
was Brian, there was John, and there was Todd.
And Brian
But-
was their assistant at the time.
Yeah,
Yep.
but it was very, very separated. Like John had his string of horses and Todd had his string of horses.
Okay.
So at
So
that
who
time,
did Brian ride horses for? Both of them? Or
yeah,
one
both of them,
Right.
both of them a little bit, and some of his own. But I basically asked John, and John kind of took me under his wing. I lived with him in his house for the first few months,
Okay.
and basically just helped him out for free. Didn't have much money, but I had put away enough money to come to the States and be able to survive for a while.
Did
So
he
I
teach
that.
you?
Oh yeah, John was a great teacher.
Okay.
And I loved it. I mean, John.
So that
I
you
went
got
there-
what you wanted. That medicine you were craving, which was knowledge, he fed you,
He
correct?
fed me, like,
so
big
really, he
time.
did pay you. He paid you knowledge, yeah.
Oh, it was awesome.
Yeah.
It was awesome. I was around him all day long. I could tell
Yeah.
what made him click. I could tell when he was successful, why he was successful. He went through some struggles too, so I learned early on the pressure of being at that level.
Mm-hmm.
Mentally, I could tell he could get stressed out pretty easy, and he dealt with it different ways, but at the time to show up, he always showed up. He always kicked their butt.
What do you think were the greatest lessons you took away from that time that you and John were together? Like horsemanship-wise, life-wise, anything like that? What were some big takeaways from that?
I could notice very similar later on with Todd, but even John, I noticed that there wasn't anybody that I'd been around until that time that could get that much out of a horse. They would get 110% out of a horse, almost to the point where it wasn't going to work at all. Like they were pushing them to a limit to where I was like, okay, they're going to blow up. These horses cannot handle this pressure. But then they were smart enough to back off right at the last minute. And later on, I learned from talking to them that he got that from Avila. That's what he was great at, pushing them to more than what that horse was capable of doing. and didn't even believe they could do that, but then creating that stamina and that power on that horse. But they're smart enough to back off at the last minute. I mean, I saw Todd and John pushing those horses to where I was like, these horses are not even going to be reining horses anymore. They're going to blow up mentally completely. But then they would back off and give him enough confidence that that horse would be like, okay, maybe I can do this.
Yeah,
And they were just great at that. Pushing
They were
them
good enough and then backing off.
And backing
Light
off.
the fire, putting them
Light
back
the
out.
fire. And I think it's a lot like human. When I talk, and I try to open my eyes to a lot of different aspects of sports and stuff, it seems like, you know, even when you work out or you try to work out, you don't think you can do 10 pull-ups. But then if that trainer pushes you to that 10th one, you're like, oh, shit, I can do it. Maybe tomorrow is 11. But if you leave it up to on your own, you're never going to push yourself to that. So those trainers were amazing as far as knowing what that horse was capable of doing, even if the horse didn't offer it, and they would take him to that level themselves and then back him off.
Was John your main teacher, or would Todd teach you a little bit at that time too?
Todd would watch me and give me some pointers, but John, I felt much more connection with John. Yeah. John was very approachable. You laugh all day long. He was very, very, very easy to work for. Todd was just cold, black and white. Yeah. Do your job. If you're going to dig yourself in a hole, I'll tell you what you're doing wrong. But there wasn't much personality at the beginning. I didn't have a connection. Yep, fair enough. So this was in 97.
Are you getting a show at all for John or anything like that?
No. At the
John
time,
got pretty good horses? What's the quality of horses that
John had great horses.
Okay.
He didn't do that good at that year. It was 96.
Didn't he have Dealing Dirty?
Yeah, Dealing Dirty.
And that's the year 97 he won the futurity on that Coyote horse.
That's correct? When I came back from the military service. So basically, I went there in 96, and I stayed until the end of 96. No, you won in 97. Yeah, you're right. So 96, I went over there, and then I had to go back for my military service. So now, in this time, let's not forget that the one thing that I was able to do with my dad, because he told me, he's like, I'll let you go over there, you're on your own, because I want you to really see if you want to do it, but you're going to have to come back for the military service anyway. So in Italy, at that time...
And that's mandatory.
It was mandatory. So because I entered college, I couldn't do it right away. I wanted to go ahead and get the military done, get to the States and be done. And I couldn't do that. So I had a few months to where I could come to the States, almost a year, but then I had to go back and do my military service. So the agreement with my dad, by the time we're done fighting and doing all that, he said, okay, you're on your own. You're going to pay your way there, and you're going to do this year over there. I'm going to buy you a horse, find a horse. I'm not going to give you more than $15,000. So if you want, since they're probably not going to give you anything to show, at least you can try to train it yourself. So the agreement was that I did find that horse. It was a 2-year-old Talis Catalyst mare. So I found that mare for $14,000 at Jack Brainer, and I bought her with my dad's money. But he said, if you lose money, it's going to come out of whatever your winnings here are in Italy. If you make money, you can keep it, but I'll buy it for you.
So you took it home?
I actually ended up showing her at the Reining Futurity here. So I had that mare that I had with me at Brett, and then I took her to John. So I wasn't getting paid, but I had a horse that I could practice on, and they would let me ride some of theirs. But so I kept my non-pro card because I wasn't getting paid. So at the end of that year, before I went back to Italy, I did show in Oklahoma the first time. And I won the limited non-pro futurity, and I was 4th in the open futurity, open non-pro futurity.
Okay, I did not know that.
So that was the year that Rowdy Yankee won with, what was his name? Keith Crawford.
Yes.
But I won the limited, and then there was 2 different finals at that year. Limited was different than the regular non-pro, so I won the limited, and then I rode, as always, until now that I rode them too much. And then by the time I went to the level 4 finals, she was a little bit out of steam, but I still got 4th. And so,
what did that do? What did that do for your confidence? Because this must have been a big dream of yours to show at OKC. I remember the first time I came over to the States in 1997 in the fall. That was the year John won it on that Coyote horse. I remember looking at that sign, the Gateway to Champions. And I remember standing there looking at that thinking, that's just the fucking coolest sign I've ever seen. Yeah. One day I want to ride through there. Like because at that time, I wanted to be a reining horse trainer. And I remember seeing that. So for you to show it in Oklahoma City as a young kid, that was the first time you'd ever shown there, correct?
Yeah.
And for you to have some success there your first time, what'd that do for your confidence? How'd that make you feel?
That changed everything, because all year long I was like, you know, I kept asking John, do I have what it takes to do this? And he's like, I don't know. You're going to have to keep going and see. And so they would never give me any reassurance that this is something I should be doing. So I kept
Why
asking
do you think
myself.
they did that? Because obviously you must have been working
Well,
hard.
they gave me the confidence in the fact they gave me some nice horses to ride. So I'm
Yeah.
like, well, it can't be that crappy if they're giving me good horses and they're spending the time helping me. I might be worth their time. But there was never that confidence. And then when I showed that mare in Rancho Murrieta and won the pre-futurity there. Then I went to Oklahoma City, won the limited non-pro, won the second go-around with a 222. At that time, you had to do 2 go-rounds in the non-pro
That's
also.
right.
So I kind of sucked in the first go. I don't remember what I did. I think I made some stupid mistakes, overturns. I was like a 214, but I came back, marked a 222 in the second go. I was like, ooh, shit, maybe I have a shot at this. Made the finals, and then won the limited non-pro. So that gave me the answer that I'm like, okay, I'm coming back. If I can do this on this mare, I sold her for good money. We bought her for 14. I think I sold her to Mike Florida's client for 40 something. So I got to keep the profit.
A lot of money back in those days.
I got to keep the profit as I gave my money back to my dad. Went back, did the military service in 97. Came back at the end of 97 for the Reining Futurity. I was just getting done right before that, and that's when John Slack won with Ray Gay Coyote at that time.
And
he had
that's when I
Dirty.
first had you had crossed my radar, because in the fall of 97 when I came back, John and Todd was who I tried to get a job with. And I spoke to John on the phone, and I sent him my video. I was third in the Reining Futurity in Australia in 1995. I sent him my video. And actually 1997, sorry, because our futurity was in June or July in Australia. I sent him my video. I said, I want to come work for you. And he said, I'd love to hire you, but I just gave that job away. There's an Italian guy. He's been here for several months. He had to go home for the military. If he wasn't coming back, you'd have this job. And he didn't say who your name was, but that was the first time our paths had crossed. Because if I would have got that job, Andrea, we wouldn't be talking here today. My whole life would have been completely different.
Something
I already
totally
know
different.
that, because I had that same desire that you had, that same passion to be a reining horse trainer. That's all I thought about. That's all I wanted to do, etc. You know what I mean? And I wanted to get with them because they were the fucking best. John just won the futurity, came from Avila. I called Avila. He didn't have a job for me either. I think I might have tried Avila first and then John second, actually, because everybody knew that if you got a job with Avila and you were any good, it wasn't if you were going to get the show, it was when. And it wasn't if you were going to win, it was how much, if you were good enough. You know what I mean? So it's funny how both our careers kind of got started at the same spot. You got a job and went on, and I had to go a different direction, which is all about life,
Yeah, and it didn't go as planned for myself either. That's why I ended up with Todd, because I came back at the end of 97 thinking that I had a job with John, which John, the whole year, I think they just didn't want to tell me and break my heart on the phone, so he let me come back. And after the futurity, I know that this kid hanging around, which I knew was one of his non-pros, but now he's hanging out all the time, and it's Corey Cushing.
Oh, truly? I didn't know that was Corey. Okay.
So Corey, I'd seen him before at a couple of horse shows, but I didn't know him. He was a youth rider of John, so I didn't think much of it. But then a couple of weeks after the futurity, John said, hey, I need to talk to you. And I say, what's up? And he's like, well, Corey's been with me since he was a young kid. I've been helping him. I'm good friends with him and his family. Now he decided to turn professional, so I gave him a job. And I said, okay. He's like, I'm not going to take my word back. You have a spot here, but you're going to be number 2 after him. So myself and Todd are splitting up. Todd is going up to Oregon. He's starting his own business. I'm going to have my business here in Arizona. You're more than welcome to stay, but I am starting my own business. I'm going to have enough horses for myself, maybe a couple for him. It's going to be a while before you're going to get to show again or have a chance at being, So as long as and I was good with that, because I was like, well, I believed in myself already enough to where I'm like, if I have a shot at it, that's all I need. Hopefully I'll prove it. But then Todd approached me and said, listen, I talked to John. He told me the situation. I still don't have anybody hired. I'm going to Oregon. I need an assistant trainer. If you want to be the guy, you'll be the only person with me, because with the number of horses I've got right now, it'll probably be me and you for a while. That's all we're going to do for at least a year. So I thought about it for a while, and I was like, you know what? Todd is just as good or better than John as far as showing. He's winning a lot. I put aside the friendship I had with John, the easy part of John, because I could hang out with John all day. We could go, play pool at night. It was easy. I didn't have much in common with Todd, but I thought he was a great horseman. And I said, just the shot of being the only guy with him, I think it's going to give me an advantage. So I decided to go to Oregon with him. This was in 98, about March.
So just after he wouldn't have won the futurity on Chick Please yet. Was Chick Please in training as a 3-year-old?
That was training as a 3-year-old. He was a 3-year-old at that time, actually. So I went to Oregon with him, and I spent the next 5 years. It was really hard in the fact that it was hard to crack through his personality a little bit, especially at the time. I don't put all the fault on him because I was kind of the same way. If you didn't approach me like John would with a big smile, I never knew how to approach people. So I didn't have that talent of, okay, today's having a good day, I can chat with him. Today it's a bad day. Todd was very black and white. If he came out and the first horse was bad, you're not gonna say much during the day. And I didn't have that talent of reading him. So even on the good days to where he was ready to chat, I would just keep my mouth shut. I would just do my job and all that. So that created a little bit of tension between us.
Yes.
But there was always that respect. I had huge respect for him. I think I did a good job, and he had respect for me, and he gave me a lot of shots. And he was a great teacher. That's the main thing.
That's during that 5 years. Because what year did I meet you then? What year would I have come? Because I came up to Todd's I wanted to ride with you guys for a week. And so what year would that have
went
been?
up in 98 with him. We started, and it was just me and him. And then I showed one mare. You came up in 99.
99, okay.
To Medford, Oregon.
Yep.
And I was riding Jim Bloomer's horse. And by that time, we had another kid. I remember it wasn't Corey. There was somebody else helping us. But in the first few months, it was me and him. The first few weeks, I cleaned all the stalls. We had 25 stalls, so I cleaned all the stalls in the morning. I had to settle these horses so he could keep going while I was cleaning stalls, and then I ride mine. So it was, 6 in the morning because it was cold in Oregon. But, we were there till 9, 10 at night. Every day. Sundays, we did all the chores. We did all that, which I was totally fine with.
Yeah, you'd grown up with
I had no life. My life was work.
Yes.
I didn't care. That's all I thought about.
Yeah.
I didn't have a girlfriend at the time. Tish and I, we knew each other. We had met in Arizona, but then she moved on, went to work for Craig Schmersel in Southern California. I was up in Oregon, so we weren't dating. We were talking a little bit, and then later on, she moved up there, and we started dating again. But so I had nothing to do other than work, and
you were happy to do it.
I was happy to do it, and the more I could learn, the more. But Todd pushed me in every way, meaning that he kind of pushed me like he pushed his horses. I think that he could recognize that I had a lot of talent, but I wasn't doing it quite to his standard. So he kept hammering and hammering and hammering until I would do it right. And I went and did a lot of things right out of desperation because I tried everything and I couldn't do it. And there was days that I felt that nothing I could do was right, because he was great just like I am, where I'm trying to force myself. But if you did it right, you didn't hear anything.
Yes.
If you did it wrong, you're going to get yelled at.
What part of Todd's program back then did you have to really relearn, or what? Were you already doing quite a bit of the program, so it was a natural fit? Or was it a big changeover to go from John, going from John and learning his program? Was it a big change to Todd's, or just a small deviation?
After a while, it looked like a small deviation. At first, it felt like a big change because he wanted his horses a little bit more like Avila, really straight. And John had a lot of bend in his horses.
I did not know that, In the turnaround or everywhere?
Everywhere, especially the turnarounds. Yep. But John would ride a lot in the snaffle and tip their nose, and I think it came from Brett Stone because he spent a lot more time with Brett Stone. They would have a lot of bend in their horses. When they turned, they kind of moved, they moved their shoulders, but they really chased their nose, and Todd wanted everything really, really straight. And I had a hard time with that, a real hard time for a long time. Because to me, it just didn't feel that natural to have a horse that straight. They always felt like they'd drop in their shoulders.
Yes, and stepping out with their inside front foot.
And Todd always wanted that shoulder to go first, but then on top of that, that didn't help. We were riding a lot of roosters at the time, and those freaking things would just stick that front leg out there. So we were battling those turnarounds all the time because they could never cross over clean because I felt that they had the leg. But if I tipped their nose in, I was getting yelled at because that's not the way you wanted it. So I had a real hard time trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
I think I went through it, and I figured out a mate to do it. But then as soon as I went out on my own, I had to go back and put a little bit of bend on my horses because it just wasn't for me. It worked for him, and that's the field that he wanted.
Yeah.
It just wasn't working for me. I got yelled a lot. I remember Rooster Wrangler. I think it wasn't Ricochet. It was Rooster's Wrangler as a 3-year-old. So we're still talking 99 or 2000, one of those years. I think it was 99. So I'm still fresh. It's my second year there. I'm doing a good job, but I remember he was gone for a couple of horses in a row, so he left me home just riding all the horses. And this horse, I mean, he didn't admit it because he said he was perfect when he left. He wasn't perfect. He was leaping in the air with him too. I mean, you know, he would do a few good turnarounds, and then we're leaping again, we're fighting and doing all that. So he left me home with this horse. He's supposed to be his best 3-year-old.
Yeah.
I'm like, what am I going to do? I think it was a long time because he went to Gladstone for the USEF. Then he went somewhere else. I'm like, there's no way I can keep this going for 3 weeks straight. It's going to be a disaster by the time he gets home. Which it
So
was.
you're sweating bullets.
I'm sweating. So he comes home, and about the second week into it, we're leaping in the air, and I can't get it done straight. So I go back to bending in the way I did, and the son of a gun, he's turning really good. I'm so happy because he's turning good. You know, I'm like, man, I'm tipped into the right. That was a big problem. He wanted that left shoulder in. I would pull the shoulder, but just a little bit of nose would bring that inside leg back. And that horse was like turning really good. So I was actually excited because I was like, he's turning better when he left. This is going to be good, you know. And it was just, it was a miserable day because he came back and there was a horse show there in Medford starting. So he comes back right and he takes him to the horse show. I'm like, he never even rode him at home. He was a 3-year-old. He wanted to lope into an AQHA class. So there's Bobby there. There's Annie Reynolds there because they did cow horse. So everybody's there. I stayed at home that day. I get the phone call from him and he said, what did you do to this horse? And I said, I don't know. What did I do? He's like, he doesn't turn anymore. I'm like, oh
no.
I'm like, well, I did turn him a little bit more crooked. I don't like that. He doesn't turn straight. He's like, terrible. He won't even turn anymore, Andrea. I'm bringing him home tonight, and you're going to show me what we're going to do here. Oh, my gosh. I wasn't there for 5 years. I was there for a year. I didn't have any confidence in me. So he doesn't just bring it home himself. He invites, there's Annie coming to the house to ride. There's everybody. So I don't say anything. I'm in the barn because he wanted a few other horses settled. Hey, we're coming back to ride. Why don't you have these horses ready? And he's one of them that I'm settling up. And I'm looking at this prick. I'm like, why didn't you turn? Why did you do this to me? So he goes in the arena. We didn't even 5 minutes. I can hear him yelling my name. So he wants me in the arena. Watch this. And he's turning the horse and he's leaping in the air and all that. I'm like, yeah. What's the deal? And I say, I don't know. I told you, you get on and you show me. So I go on and I start one-handed because he wanted me to turn him one-handed. He leaps in the air. So I go to grab him and I bend his nose and put him in and make him turn. And he didn't say anything. I'm like, I'm going to get yelled at here for putting his nose in. Nothing. So then I do this 2-3 times. Then I go one-handed. I stop in front of him. I go one-handed and the son of a gun turns. And I think it was the first time that he recognized that maybe there was a little bit different way of doing it.
Yes. Because
he didn't say anything. And he said, okay, get off. Let me get on. So he got on and he turned that horse twice to the right. And he went, okay, go back to the barn. And that was the first time I'm like, I got to him. Now he's paying attention a little bit.
That was as close as a compliment you were going to get out of Bergen in your career.
Like that. And that was the first time that I felt, you know what, maybe I have a shot at this.
That's fucking awesome.
Maybe there was a different way of doing it. And then he ended up being second in the futurity with that horse. He still put him back straight.
What was his name again?
Rooster's Wrangler.
Yeah, I remember that horse. Pretty cool looking horse, yeah.
Cool looking horse, pretty horse. At that time, he was buying a lot of horses from
Polo Ranch.
Richard Sutton. They all came from Polo Ranch, and then Richard M as a 2-year-old. Yeah. So he bought that one, and then he bought Ricochet Rooster the next year. Same deal. We couldn't get him turning around. And Todd always go back to the straight. That's what he liked. That's what he loved. Yeah. But I thought that those roosters weren't just that talented turning, so they needed a lot of help turning.
Yeah. They were pretty wide up front, weren't they?
Wide and kind of heavy up front.
Yeah. I think this is a good time to talk about, at least I think it's funny, the first time I ever physically met you or saw your face, I knew you had won the futurity because that a year before, didn't you win the Limited or something at Todd's?
Won the Limited.
What was that horse's name?
Higgins Sugarman.
That's right. So I remember you from the NRHA magazine. Like in Australia, I just waited for that NRHA magazine. Yeah. I must have read that thing start to finish, that magazine 20 times in the first fucking week. You know what I mean? So I knew who you were. I knew you were working for him, and I knew you were up and coming. And I remember coming down to that bottom arena there in Oregon, and you were riding a gray horse, and this fucking thing's rearing up in the air and leaping through the air and just doing some circus shit. Well, you didn't know I was coming, and when I finally got close enough that you could see that I was watching all this, you went to being all polite and just letting things smolder down. And I'm like, fuck that. I want to see the leaping around bullshit. I didn't travel all the way here to Oregon. Do you remember what I said to you?
Oh, I remember exactly.
What did I say
it was like
you?
yesterday, just like that. I remember because I was like, oh my gosh, who's this guy? He must have seen me because it was a long way to get down there, remember? I mean, from that outdoor arena was down by the river. And by the time you got to me, I was I was
You're
by
in the middle of the
myself.
battle.
I was
You're
in the middle of the battle. I mean,
yes.
we were like,
Yes.
I was sweating. The horse was sweating. I mean, there was nothing else going on in the world than we're going to fix this
Yes.
now. And I remember you got close enough. I was like, oh my gosh, here we go. And this guy is going to just yell at me for getting after this horse and all that. Yeah. So I stopped and I petted. I remember I petted and you're like, what is that petting bullshit? You've been beating the hell out of him for the last 15 minutes. Now you're going to pet him because I'm here? I want to see the real shit.
That's exactly right. What did you think when I said that to you?
I was like, I like this guy. So that's where we started hanging out.
And that's because I wanted to see it, because you got to go through some ugly stuff to get to some good stuff.
For sure.
And just for the record, people listening, when Andrea and I say, battling with one or beating it up, it wasn't anything of beating a horse up. It was going through resistance. When you're trying to bridle a horse up, and especially back in those days, and we're going to talk about that, about the cutting horse bloodlines and reining, we're trying to get fucking cutting bred horses to bridle up, lift their back up, shit that they're not necessarily wanting to do. They love to look at a cow, they love to have their own mind, and especially those play guns, shit.
He was out of a play gun mare.
And anybody that tried to train a play gun to do anything but cut realized real fucking quick they didn't want to do it. So within reference, it wasn't just abusing a horse, it was trying to get one collected, trying to get one broke, and you've got to go through some ugly shit to get to some good shit sometimes. And
at that time, yeah.
At that particular moment, you were going through a moment. Like, I got on a 2-year-old today because I've got to film it tomorrow. Yesterday, it looked like a pile of shit. It doesn't want to roll back. It wants to half rear up in the air. And I'm thinking to myself, when I sat on it this morning, I'm like, I'm supposed to film this fucking thing tomorrow. I don't know if I can pull this off. I rode him today, rode like $1 million. But if you would have asked me yesterday, I'm like, I can't film this thing. It's about to rear up. It doesn't want to turn left. It's a complete arsehole. It's a stud. I rode it twice. I rode it twice the day before, twice yesterday. I got on it this morning, rode like $1 million. And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to film this son of a bitch tomorrow. But that's stuff that I never tried to hide from the public. There is shit sometimes you just got to go through. It doesn't mean that you're wrong. Doesn't even mean the horse is wrong. It means sometimes to get to the next level, there's going to be a fucking protest. And that's what you were going through.
Yeah, and that's what Todd told me and taught me so much when I was there, that we're talking about fighting because, when you look at it, it is a fight. A horse doesn't want to do something, but the horse doesn't even understand at that time.
Yes.
And a lot of them, that's a 3-year-old stallion in the middle of his 3-year-old year.
Yes.
That you're telling him that I want you to change leads with your rear hand first and not drop that shoulder from left to right. That's what I was doing with that gray horse. And he kept taking me to the right and would not change leads behind. And no matter how much I broke it down, pushed the hip over, it just would not connect to him. And that's one thing that Todd told me. Sometimes you're going to have to go through the ugly stuff for them to even realize what you want. Because until you can get them to do it once or twice, they don't even know what you want. Yeah. But once you get them to do it, and then you take the pressure off, that light bulb's going to click in their head. And, that's all you wanted.
See, I wanted to see that shit and I always wanted to see that stuff because from a young kid, I would always get the magazines or books or even early videos, and they always use trained horses. And when I go out there and work with my piece of shit that didn't want to do it, I felt like an idiot. Like everybody else can do this. So I always enjoyed watching trainers go through that resistance because I'm like, okay, I want to see how they handle it. I want to see how they do it. And I sat there for 10 minutes on the fence. You went through it. You got through it. Rubbed him on the neck. Put him away. Brought him out the next day. Pretty much went to what you wanted to do, but I do remember that first time we ever met because I wanted to see the real shit. Oh, yeah. And I was glad that we had that interaction straight off the bat, that you didn't have to be counterfeit around me and I didn't have to be counterfeit around you, is that we could have that mutual respect for each other. So
that's how Todd was the whole time. Like I saw him even with his clients, and that's what he taught me, to be real. Like he may not take you to dinner and sugarcoat things and all that, but he told those clients, hey, we bought this one for $150 right now. He's probably riding like a $20,000 horse. I think I can get to him if you trust me to go through it. If not, we can run him through a sale now. I mean, he was like very black and white. There
is a lot of like that, isn't it? It doesn't matter how talented the horse is. There is a lot of ebbs and flows to it.
You don't know. You don't know. And I've seen him. I mean, I've seen him just like you said about resistance. The next year with Ricochet Rooster, and I always told Todd that's where I got the most respect out of him, is because once again he was struggling with the turnarounds, and we gone through the futurity go-rounds. He made the final. He was supposed to be kind of the horse to beat. You can't get him turned anymore, and we're talking like the night before. So he's going through the battle there. He got the horse to somewhat give and start turning. Well, he starts warming him up for the finals that next night. This son of a bitch doesn't want to turn to the right.
When you say don't want to turn, just wants to back up, leap in the air?
He'd either back up, he'd go forward and jump in the air. And Todd, I mean, we're getting closer and closer and closer for him to have to show, and that horse is just rearing up in the air. And I look at Missy's wife, and I said, what is he going to do? She's like, I don't know, he usually pulls it off, but this one doesn't look like he's going to be able to do it. And but I never seen Todd lose his mind. Like, and that's one thing about Todd. Whenever he struggled with something, he never get emotional. He never put his emotion in it.
Yeah, never anger.
It was just business. You know, he would just take care of it. And I think the horses could feel it, so they didn't feel him getting angry at them.
Yeah.
He would just go through the process. And he went through that process with that horse like if he was at home and he had 3 hours to ride him. He never got too quick. He never got to beating him up too much. He just kept telling him no. The minute he took a step, he would stop there for a second. We're like 4 or 5 horses before we got to go show it. And this horse is barely taking 2 steps.
Truly.
And then...
Could you imagine the pressure of that?
Oh, I could.
4 or
I was
5
shaking
horses
myself.
About to go in for the NRHA Open Finals, and this thing's barely taken 2 steps.
That was when they were seated, so he was the last one going in. Everybody expected him to win it. And this horse is taking 2-3 steps, and then he's leaping in the air. The last one he did 4 turns, and the horse went in and turned not really fast, but he turned to the right, and he got off. And I said, that was enough for you? He's like, that's all I've got right now, and it's going to have to be enough.
Pretty smart.
So he went in, and he got second by half a point, I think, because he didn't push
Did
those
he
right
turn?
turns. He didn't push him. He's like, that's all I got, and this is what I'm going to get in the show pen. But he did exactly the same thing. He marked, I think, almost a +1 to the left. He got marked a 0 to the right. He went and got his stops, got everything he wanted. He was second at the futurity with a horse that anybody else, I think, would have leaped in the air in the middle of the pen in front of everybody.
In front of the whole world.
In front of everybody.
Yeah.
And that told me what a great horseman he was, because, I mean, nothing would get to that guy. And he could tell.
He had ice in his veins, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing. So what were, in that 5 years, what are some other big takeaways that you took from that program as far as horsemanship or general lessons in general?
A lot. Todd was very much like me, a lot of hard work. I mean, he put a lot of time into his horses, and I didn't think that there was any shortcuts coming there, but I really realized there was no shortcuts after leaving there. And that lasted with me since today. I mean, I saw him riding 3-4 times a day the same horse if he needed. But then the next day, maybe only 15 minutes, put him away, and not even turn him out the next day, and then try it again and see. He was really good at pushing until the horse gives, but then give it back to them. And one thing that lasted with me was that, you know, some people come to my ranch and watch me ride horses, and they're like, and you think that horse has enough of it? I say, yeah, it's in here, because they see me struggling with horses, but I recognizing that horse can do it and knowing how to get to it, Todd was just amazing at that. And I've learned so much from him, because I thought I could get into a horse's head before it from Gaetan. It took me a whole new level.
Oh,
of that.
truly?
Oh, yeah. No, we rode studs most of the time. At that time, I was used to a lot of mares, a lot of geldings, and I didn't know how to handle a tough horse. Because you can't just fight with them. They're stronger than you, so you got to make it their idea to do it. Todd was amazing and still is at doing enough to get that horse to want to do it, but not too much to where it just make him mad.
Yeah.
You know, he was really good at pushing him and not making him mad, or we wouldn't make him mad for a little bit, but recognize right away what they give
When that
in.
stud caught on, they give him a reward.
Right away.
Yes, right away.
And
drop
timing.
it.
And timing. And that's what he told me. Timing is everything. Because you can be a second late and that horse is not going to get it. Because if he's turning bed for 3 turns and then he takes 1 good step and you don't release that good step, and you wait another 3 steps until he makes a bad one again, you lost your shot of showing him.
So during that 5 years, did Bergen give you a little more leeway with putting a little bend in the turnaround?
He did.
Did he let you sort of develop your own style just a little bit?
That's how I got to RR Star. It wouldn't work.
Tell us the story of RR Star, because that horse, you know, was the big win of your career, but kind of launched you out on your own. Tell us, how did you know, RR Star was a paint horse. Tell us the history of that horse, how you ended up getting it, what happened. Tell us about that, because what year would that have been, the 5th year or 4th year? How many years?
That was my 3rd year there.
3rd year. So tell us about RR Star. How did you even get to ride that sumbitch?
Yeah, I got to ride him because he broke Todd's foot pretty much.
Oh, truly?
Yeah. So we got him late. We got him late as a 2-year-old. We were at the Snafflebit Futurity in Reno, so I think it was the end of September by that time, end of September, 1st of October. And Rose Lundin, the owner, approached Todd and said that she had this Like a Diamond stud that she wanted. It was broke to ride, but didn't know any reining maneuvers.
And he wouldn't have been fashionably bred back then at all, correct?
No,
Nothing.
He was out of a New Checks mare. That New Checks at the time, there wasn't any Wimpy's
That's
Little
exactly
Step,
right.
nothing.
So he was just a grocery money horse. Nobody's thinking this sumbitch is going to make something.
And Todd said the same thing. He said, yeah, we'll take him home. You'll ride him for a little bit, put some time into him. The lady seems like a really nice lady. She'll pay her bills, get him broke, and we'll sell him for her or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's what she told Todd. At the time, she's like, I'd like to sell him. He's a pretty horse. He's got a lot of color. If you guys can get him broke to do some maneuvers and then sell him. So that was the point. I took him home, and I could tell right away there was a lot of talent there. Like, he was broke to ride, but didn't know any maneuvers.
Do you remember how he broke Todd's foot? Did he flip
I was
over?
there.
What happened?
No, that horse, like a lot of the Leica Diamonds, was really pushing the belly. And I rode him only, let's say, I started in October when we took him home.
Had he even been on the saddle in October?
Yeah, no, he was broke to ride. He was gentle, broke to ride, just didn't know any reining maneuvers. And then I kept riding him until January, February, his 3-year-old year. And I told Todd, I said, this horse is pretty talented. And he's like, do you think he can catch up? I said, I have a gut feeling he'll catch up. So he watched me ride for a few days, and there was always a spot. And I told him that before he got on him. I said, listen, when you put your right leg into him, just be careful, because if he gets mad, he'll push you into the wall and rub you on the wall.
So he want to take you to the wall, take you to the fence.
He'll push into it and push you all the way. And I had a spot there that maybe I created, maybe not, but I knew that it was there. And we had in his indoor arena, Todd, most of the time, we were riding in the indoor there in the winter, and we had this solid, it was a dressage arena originally, so it had those walls that kind of come in at the bottom and then
angle out,
full wall. So that horse, and I learned myself to put my leg out because he would rub you on the wall, but the problem was that he would touch the wall with his feet because it's in.
Yeah.
But there was nothing holding the top of his body, so he would just lean into it sideways, and sometimes
truly, yeah. See, I would have thought that would have helped you not get your leg knocked off because of the
he would
angle.
lean in. And
so he would just lean his body over and put
lean
more
his
weight
body,
in.
and sometimes he would stumble because the feet come underneath.
Yeah.
So it was a little sketchy. And I told that to Todd. I said, watch that right side because he'll take you to the wall sometimes. Well, Todd got on, did his deal, got into him. The horse just ran into the wall, and Todd caught his foot and turned sideways, broke his ankle. So as he's on the ground, I remember because I was almost laughing. Why'd you let me ride this son of a bitch? I told you. And he's like, you get on him, you get after him, get him off that leg. I said, Todd, let's worry about your leg. No, worry about the horse. You get on and fix that. So I called Missy, his wife. She took him to the hospital, and I got on that horse and tried to make that better. And he never would get on that horse anymore because when it got better,
it actually did broke his ankle.
Oh yeah, broke his ankle. He was off.
On?
He had a cast on. I rode all the horses for about a month. Todd was pretty tough, so he bounced right back. No big deal. But luckily, it was before the show season, so it healed up just fine.
And you were good enough talent by that point. But
at that point, he trusted me to be on all of his horses pretty much. So I remember riding Chick Please a lot. He started sending me. That was a big confidence booster because Chick Please was 4 or 5 at the time, and he had his broken foot, and he sent me to the Sun Circuit with Chick Please, Rooster Wrangler, a bunch of horses to school for him to get ready for the show season coming up. And I was like, wow, he's trusting me because I came down. His dad would drive the trailer, and then I would organize everything at the horse show. I would take him in and start schooling him for him. He couldn't ride. He didn't even come to watch. He just trusted me to do a good job. So
that's awesome.
It was great at that time because I was like, okay, I'm here with a purpose. He's trusting me to do it.
Are you developing a little bit of your own style by this point?
Yeah.
Tell me, other than the turnaround, putting a little bit more shape in them, what other training things are you developing a little bit on your own here? Do you remember any?
I was still wanting a lot of frame like Brett taught me and John had. And Todd was always, I think, thinking back, he was already ahead a little bit of his time. And he's like, I don't want him as bridled up anymore. I want their nose to start sticking out more. And I had a hard time with that.
Why do you think he wanted that?
Because he was already watching at the time. Mike Flairda won the Futurity with Wizard Jack.
Yeah.
Pretty soon, Sean Flairda would come in with Wimpy's Little Step. And that's the one thing that was great about Todd that I learned. He was always watching those guys. And he said, okay, those guys have them collected, but now they look a little more natural than what we do here on the West Coast. So he started wanting his horses to be a little more natural looking. And I had a hard time with that for a long time. Even when I went out on my own, when I watch videos now, my horses were still really collected. So it was hard for me because I always felt that in order to get a horse perfectly connected in his body, I had to have all that face, and Todd didn't want that face. So there was starting to be a little bit of a, he trusted me with his horses because he loved the way they felt after I rode them. But then he would pitch them loose and put, I remember every time I rode a horse, I'd ride him in a correctional or something, and then he would ride them in a straight bar for a week because he's like, oh, your horses are too soft for me. I can make them stiff, and we're not stiff, but I can make her stick their nose out within a few days. But when I first get on him, I don't like the feeling of him because they hide their head too much. So there was already a little bit of a separation there to where I could tell that I couldn't do it exactly the way he did it because his horses didn't feel that great to me.
Yes.
But they felt great to him. And my horses didn't feel that great to him, but they felt broken enough to where he can make them wherever he wanted them.
Yeah.
So I was doing something right, but at the end of the day, I was starting to think, okay, I'm getting horses. He's giving me horses. He's great. He's been a great spot for me, but I better start thinking what the next step is. Because if not, I'm going to be limited to try to ride like him all the time, and it's not
And
for
you just
me.
you got to.
It's going to hold me back a little bit.
So back up just a little bit. You show RR Star at a pre-futurity. What happens? I don't remember that horse much before the futurity. So where did
I
you
took him
first...
to the paint world in July.
Okay.
And the deal was that I was going to sell him there.
Oh, true.
Because really the owners hadn't seen him since they sent him to us, and the deal was to go show him if he's good enough at the paint world, and then trying to sell him there.
Right.
So I go to the paint world, and I'm a nobody, especially in the paint. Clint Haverty was winning everything.
Yeah.
He was the man to beat.
Yeah.
Him, Ron Emmons.
Was Gunner around at this point?
Not
yet.
yet.
Okay.
No, actually, it was. He wasn't there at that show because I remember that Clint Haverty had that Sugar Pop gun that was the first full crop of Gunner. So
Yes.
obviously that had been around.
Yeah.
And that was my first time at the paint world. I'd never been there. I mean, I showed
You
some
go there by
NRHA.
yourself? What?
Went there by myself.
Yeah.
Once again, Todd's dad always hauled. So he hauled the horse. I hauled with him. And then Dick flew home. I stayed there by myself.
You only got the one horse?
Only have the one. I showed him in the go-around, and I win the go-around by like 4 points. Everybody's stunned. They don't know that horse was framed up. They were
Snaffle or bridle?
Snaffle.
Yep.
They're used to Clint Haverty
Nose
showing
out.
them
Yeah.
nose out, wild. I beat him by like 4 points, and nobody can believe it. Well, the owners see that, and they're like, well, shit, this looks a little different than what Todd described. We don't want to sell these type of horse. I'm like, oh, boy, here we go. I called Todd, and I say, hey, Rose here, she's talking about not selling him. You need to talk to her. I want to stay out of it because I've got a lot of people asking me if he's for sale. So you let me know. So I guess they talked, and he's like, son of a gun, now she doesn't want to sell him. So just show him, and we'll worry about it later. And I asked him, I said, can I show him in the bridle in the final? He's like, why? You won by 4 points. Stick with what works. And I said, well, I like the feeling of him better one-handed in the bridle. And he's like, it's July. It'd probably be easier to just go in the snaffle. I said, well, if you're okay with it, I'll go in the bridle. And so I went one-handed in the bridle. And I felt he was better. 2 out of the 5 judges marked him 4 points higher than Clint Haverty. But 3 judges, the old school judges, and later on we got the feedback he was too bridled up, the head was too low, it looked fake, it was below the withers, all that. They nailed him for it. So I got second, Clint won it. I was real mad at the time, but I took it. I was still good. They let me keep the horse. Rose, the owner, loved the horse, so she's like, I want you to show him at the futurity. Keep going. So that's how I got to show him. I showed him once there, and then went to the Reining futurity. And
do you remember how you did in the first and second go around on him?
I did pretty good. Once again, I was never good in the first go, and even today, I got to push me in the first go because I don't push myself. I try to be a little more timid.
Yeah.
Try to stay out conservative. But then he had a big second go around, and people loved him. And that horse, because I was an assistant trainer, I was kind of the underdog. A paint horse, which
but you did win the limited the year before, correct? Was it limited or intermediate on that sugar horse? Intermediate. So you won the intermediate for Germany.
Yeah, so they knew kind of who I was.
You were on everybody's radar.
I wasn't supposed to be a contender of the open.
That's a fair point, but you weren't a beginner either. Like people knew you had talent. People knew you had some shit.
So coming into the final, it was pressure, but I loved it because everybody was talking about the horse and the look that he had and everything else. So
he did have a pretty round look to him, didn't he?
He did. He carried himself real pretty, and he wasn't the prettiest horse as far as the head and stuff, but he had a great neck, and I put him in a frame to where it was really pretty to watch, and he was doing big maneuvers. And Todd, I mean, thinking back, I mean, he let me have the horse, but I know he was really tempted of showing it himself. But I think came from the Avila days where he got all those chances and he let me have that one. Not very many people. I remember Tim McQuaid looking at Todd and said, you're a dumbass for not showing that horse. And Todd said, well, he won the futurity. Why am I a dumbass? You know,
it's funny, that same story. That's the exact same thing McQuaid said to Avila about Todd. Avila sat here and said the exact same story that McQuaid walked up and said, you're a dumbass for letting Todd show today's my lucky day. And Bob stood up for Todd and said, this young guy trained the horse, worked his ass off, he deserves the credit, and he stood up for him. And I always respect Avila for that, because there's a lot of fucking horse trainers that would have stole that horse from their assistant in a heartbeat. And I did not know that, but I have a lot more respect for Todd now, knowing that he did that for you.
Oh,
it was done for him, and he carried that forward to you.
He did.
But he didn't jerk that horse away from you, and he gave you a chance to go winner. So I have a lot of respect for him for that.
And he gave me a lot of free reins. I remember making so many mistakes, but he let me figure it out.
Yeah,
I mean, he gave me all the tools I needed, but he let me figure it out to where I struggle with that because, like you see, when I see one of my assistants going down the wrong path, I stop it. I have a hard time with it, but he let me kind of try, and I think that makes you grow even better just because of that.
So you won the futurity on him. What did that do for you? That must have been a childhood dream for you.
It was my life goal to
Yes.
win the Reining futurity.
How old would you have been?
I was 24. So now I'm 24, and I'm like, okay, what's next? By this time, I'm married to Tish. She had moved up to Oregon. We got married.
Yeah.
And I needed to kind of figure out what to do because I was like, okay, I think Todd, we're getting to the point now to where I'm a competitor for him. I don't think it's really fair for him to keep having me. I didn't feel bad about it. It was just natural.
Yeah.
I was like, now I'm a competitor. I'm not his assistant anymore. So for him to have enough horses to mount both of us to be competitive, and no matter what, it's his business. So he needs to have the better horses. My chances of having something I can compete with him here are probably small. But on the other hand, I didn't know if I did enough to have my own clients that would give me good enough horses. But I took a chance and told him I'm going to stay the whole 2002. So the year after I won the futurity, in January, I sat down with him. I said, I'll stay till the end of this year. And then in 2003, I'm going to go out on my own.
So you gave him a
whole year
notice. That's unbelievable. That's phenomenal. Did you do that out of respect? Did you do it out of just paying it forward?
He did so much for me that I couldn't just leave him like that.
Yeah.
And thinking back, it would have been a lot easier for me to just quit and give him a month or two because in that year, things weren't as good. And I think it's the way it works. You know, whenever somebody tells you they're leaving, things are not.
I remember that. I remember coming up and riding that year, and there was a fucking tension in the air that you could have cut with a knife.
Yeah.
Nobody had to say a word, but there was an uneasy tension there. I said to the guy when I got in the truck, I said, I'm glad we're not fucking hanging around here, like, because these two, there's an tension
there was,
there.
and I didn't like it. He didn't like it, but we
so
gave each other.
So looking back on it, in some ways, it was great that you said, I'm going to give you a year. I'm going to give you a year to replace me, but in some ways, it probably would have been better for the relationship for you to move on sooner.
For both of us.
Yes.
I think that last
Both
year hurt our relationship.
Yes.
We're back in a good relationship now.
Yes.
But the first few years, we didn't talk to each other because of that last year.
Yes, and I thought the podcast you and Todd did together was great. I was so pleased to see that you two came back together, mended some fences, and have mutual respect for each other. And I thought Todd gave you a lot of credit, and you gave him a lot of credit. So I just thought that was good.
No, it was good.
Two good horsemen,
good closure.
A good closure. You're damn right about that. You two can shake each other in a hand and look each other in the eye and have mutual respect for each other. But yeah, there always is that tension there, and that brings me to one of the questions is. Timing's everything about leaving. Did you know where you were going to go, where you and Tish were going to move to?
And that's part of why I took the time too, because I really wanted to figure out what to do and how to do it. I had a couple of offers to go work for big people, but I'm like, I'm not the type of guy. I've worked for this guy for 5 years, and the part of working for somebody, I hate it.
Yeah.
I only did it because I was learning so much from him. But I'm the type of guy that likes to do things his own way.
You want to be the captain.
I want to be the captain. That's just the way I am.
This will be a great place to quit. We've got to change tape again here now. This next chapter is going to start where you go out your own. You know what I mean? Before we go there, real quick, do you remember what you showed that next year? Because I don't remember what you showed that next year.
I had to show my own horse because I didn't have anything.
That's right.
His
Tish
barn.
had a sorrel horse, didn't he? It was a big white face.
Lean
What was
with peppy checks.
Yes. It was the only one you had, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Didn't you make the finals on
I was
him? You were
fourth
like
on him.
fifth or
I was
sixth?
fourth on him.
Yes. You only had one horse, and that was what Tish would haul it in every morning. Didn't she
morning,
have a day job somewhere?
We weren't allowed to keep it at the barn, so we kept it at the boarding facility.
Tish hauled it in.
She worked somewhere else, so she would haul it in for me to ride.
That's funny. I remember seeing her hooking up that bumper pull trailer and hauling that horse in.
That's it.
And that's
we still have that horse in my house right now.
Truly?
Yeah, he's 27.
You're shitting me. That's awesome. Let's take a break here. I love where we're going with this. I love the real honesty, Andrea. I love the history of it. It's bringing back a lot of memories that honestly I'd forgotten about a little bit over all these years, but pretty cool stuff.
Their hearts thunder for us. Their flesh and bone pushed to lift us higher, carry us faster, and stop on a dime. And when they've had a great ride, they deserve a great recovery. They deserve a Cold Creek. Cold Creek Spas offer state-of-the-art 35-degree aerated saltwater therapy, proven to reduce injury, speed recovery, and keep them at peak performance. Cold Creek Therapeutic Spas. This water is for winners.
Breaking Bad is by the hottest stallion in the industry out of a great mare, Sweet Abra. He is athletic, extremely cowy, and was easy to train. He's a 3-time major events open champion with lifetime earnings of $181,000 and counting. He is subscribed to all the major NCHA and NRCHA programs and is in the Legacy Bonus Program with an estimated payout of $1 million at this year's NCHA Futurity. His 2025 breeding fee is $4,500 plus shoot fee. Breaking Bad is owned by Fultz Ranch, the previous owners of Metallic Cat and Stevie Ray Vaughan, the same people that made those two stallions household legendary names in the cutting and cow horse industries. Mention the Uncut and Real Raw podcast for free apparel with a paid contract. This episode is brought to you in part by DT Horses, the elite Western performance breeder for cutting, cow horse, and rope horse futurity prospects. So, Andrea, we're back now. You decide to go out on your own. You end up, 4th at futurity the next year?
Yeah.
I only got one horse to show,
I only had one horse because it wasn't a good year. Todd didn't have very many good ones. He showed, what was that, Pat the Boone Small, Moonlight Dancer.
Oh, he won the cow horse that year, didn't he?
Futurity.
Yes.
He had high hopes for him to do well in the Futurity too, and then he ended up, first time I ever saw Todd make a mistake, he did 3 spins in the first go-around.
Truly.
Marked to 0, and that was his best horse. So
Yeah.
he didn't have much that year. I had nothing because he didn't have much, so I was leaving. He wasn't going to give me one of his. So
Was Todd at that point 50-50 cow horses, 50-50 reiners, do you think?
he was still doing a little bit more reining, but I could tell that it was going the direction of the cow horse. He did what he needed to do. Todd was very much like me in the fact that he put goals in front of himself. The minute he was done with that goal, move on.
Yeah,
go do
get another
something
one.
else. Get another one.
Yeah.
So his big thing was doing the cow horse, and he wanted to. And I mean, with the 2 years that I was there, he was barely messing around with the cow horse when I started in '98. By 2002, he won the cow horse futurity. So within 3-4 years, he won the futurity. So I mean, he was very determined to do that, and I could tell that after he won that futurity, more and more cow horses were coming in, and that wasn't the direction I wanted to do. So I'm also
It didn't inspire you at those years?
No, and that time I was single focused, reining. You know. Plus, I got the bad end of. I was the turnback all the time, and I got yelled even more for doing that because I was doing everything wrong. The cows are bad. It's Andrea's problem. The cows came in and they're too muddy. Well, fuck, it's been raining for 2 days. Andrea brought them in the wrong way, or they're too tired now. There was always something that I did wrong. Why the cows
So you just saw
work.
cow and trouble. That's all you saw.
I got yelled at. Okay, put our head down today. We're getting yelled at because there's going to be that one cow that either tries to jump the fence or not work, and then. What did you do to these ones when you brought them in? You know, so it was
funny.
So done with the cows. I saw dairy. Okay, I was from a dairy farm.
Yeah.
Then I get yelled at from cows again. I didn't want to see a cow anymore. So.
So where do you and Tish move to?
We moved down to Temecula, close to Bob Avila. Bob Avila was always somebody that through the years, even if I was working for Todd, I felt that I could always ask him questions. He was always there. And maybe there was a little bit more of a connection because I wasn't working for him, so I didn't have to worry about disappointing him or anything. It was more of an inspiration. So he was a little bit of a mentor from the side? Mentor from the side all the time. When I struggled at the horse show and I didn't want to ask Todd because maybe I thought I'd get in trouble, I asked Bob, hey, what do you think about this? He's like, oh, that looks good or that doesn't. So he was always somebody always ready to offer for his help from early on.
He was good like that.
He didn't know where I was. I remember at a show in Oregon, I was supposed to show in the performance halter because Todd gave me this big old buckskin stud, and I was supposed to show him in the reining, the performance halter, and he would rope and do the cow horse on him. And he smacked me in this class. I said, Todd, I don't know how to show a halter horse. It's just a performance halter. Don't worry about it. But I had no idea. So I asked Bob, and he's like, hey, you walk this way, you do that. He was always one of those guys that offered his help. He was good. So I moved to Temecula. My wife is from Southern California. I had no connection. My whole family is still in Europe. So I'm like, well, I found a place where I could lease stalls, be close to her family. We wanted to start the family, so be close to her parents. So I leased 25 stalls.
And I was a customer of yours that first year.
First year?
Yep, first year. When you went out on your own, I knew you were the next big thing, and I wanted to get closer to you, okay? Yeah. And I wanted to learn from you as well. And I sent you a smart Chicolina mare. Bonita or something. Bonita always was. Yeah. And I sent you that mare. And I remember that you only had an outdoor arena, didn't you? Mm-hmm. Yep. And you had about 18 horses in training, maybe?
Yeah, maybe 20. It was just me, Tish, and a
guy. What was his name? Can't remember. You had one other assistant, didn't you?
Well, later on, I had from from Utah. What's his name? Anyway, but later in the year, I had my first assistant. But at the beginning, it was just the two of us. She would settle. I had a Mexican guy cleaning stalls, and that was it pretty much. I would haul to the only indoor arena close by was Bob's. So I was there a lot. I didn't realize everybody thought sunny Southern California. It freaking rained there more than ever in Oregon. So I was always hauling, but those horses got broke because I was hauling them all the time to Bob and going and riding, taking them back 2-3 loads a day, and
So this is a good place to talk about this because I wanted to bring this up sometime during the podcast. So
Brandon was the name.
Brandon, that was his name, wasn't he? So, so I remember you had a relatively small barn, maybe 20 horses. He might have rode 5 or 6, but you rode the vast majority of them. That mare that year, she wasn't good enough for you to show, but I think Arno showed her. Somehow Arno and you got together then, but Arno showed her at the No, you showed her at the Congress, and Arno
showed her at the Congress. Arno came in at the end of the year. I hired him and he came in at the futurity.
That's
and just
right.
showed,
Arno showed her at the futurity. You showed her at the Congress, and she wasn't enough horse. But what I always remember about that year, and I may get this a little wrong, so please correct me, but I believe that futurity, you were second, third, and fifth or something, weren't you?
Second and third, and then I think I was a little bit lower on the third
Okay,
one,
so second, third, and say seventh or eighth, somewhere down there, okay? Yeah. That was, to me, unbelievable. But the first year you go out on your own, you're second, third, and say eighth. It was in the top 10. I know that for sure, okay? That, to me, was amazing that you could come out with that much consistency on that many smaller head of horses, because correct me if I'm wrong, you didn't have most of those horses as 2-year-olds.
No, I got them.
So you got them early.
You
got them January of their 3-year-old year. So I suspect talk about those 3 horses if you don't mind. Where did you get them from? How far were they behind in training? You had to get a lot of shit done that one year.
A lot. The horse I was reserve on.
What was his name? He was a
NQH Little Jack.
That's right.
So it was a gelding that I brought for Avila. From Avila, when I moved out on my own, I asked him, I said, I've got this guy in Italy that's looking for something that he can't afford anything more than $25,000. It's probably going to be a non-pro horse to resell later. So what you've got is like, well, I've got this gelding. He's not much. He's a little hot. He can do some stuff, but it's going to take a lot of time because he's kind of crazy. So I went and tried him, and I felt good maneuvered, but I was just thinking $25,000 horse, we'll just buy it, resell it, whatever we need to do. So I bought him. And then the second horse, the one I was third on, was because I've been doing good with some of those leading with me's. The year before, I was fourth on a leading with me. John Sater, that owned lead with me, gave me a 3-year-old stud by his stud. He was a bred battery all of his 2-year-old year, working some cows. And so they had some good foundations on him. They did a good job there, but definitely not, where some of the other reigners were. And then I don't remember where the third one was bred. But anyway, so horses that were good enough horses, I think. But back then, it's different now, because now unless you have a superstar, you're not going to. Yeah. I don't care if they're broke or not, but you're not going to.
Yes, but back then
you if you could show an average to decent horse, but have him more broke than the other guys at the futurity, not later at the derbies, and be pretty competitive, I thought.
Yeah. I asked you this question several years ago, and I don't know if your answer has changed from when you answered it several years ago, so I do want to ask it again now. I asked you one time, what year do you remember? Because, you started relatively small at 20 horses. I've seen you as high as 75 horses in training and 5 assistants. So I've seen you when you first started 20 years ago, 20 horses to 75 horses and 5 assistants. So I've seen, both ends of your career of 20-something years. I asked you, I said, is there a year that sticks out in your mind that your horses were the brokest that they'd ever been? Like the year that you were the most happiest with your 3-year-olds? You told me that year, and I asked you why, and you said because we hauled those things to Avila's all the friggin' time. They sat, Tish would saddle up 7 or 8 horses. They'd sit on the horse trailer all day. I'd ride all 7, load them back on the horse trailer, take them back to Tish. She'd have another 7 saddled to do it again. And you said you rode the shit out of those things. You personally, not your assistants, but you sat your ass on them. And because you had so low numbers compared to, say, 75 head, you gave them the Andrea full focus, and you were second, third, and eighth. What do you still stand by that year, or do you want to change that comment of as far as the year that you felt like you showed up to the futurity and your horses were the brokest, ready for battle?
I think this year might be the one.
Truly?
Yeah.
Okay.
And because I've got a combination. That year, they were the brokest still. I don't think as broke as the ones this year because I learned so much through the years, and I put just as much time because this year, 3-year-olds, so last year's 2-year-olds, there was 5 of them, and I picked them in May of their 2-year-old year, and nobody else has touched them. It's been me, just like back in the days.
Yep.
I went back to that.
What
deal.
made you go back to riding your own 2-year-olds exclusively? When you picked these 5 out last year in May, what made you say, I'm going to get back heavily involved? You've always been involved in your 2-year-olds, so I don't want to give the impression you're not.
No,
okay?
I have, but not to this extent.
But to this extent, where you're riding, 15 other horses, and now you're taking on another 5 2-year-olds. What made you do that?
I think 2 things. One, out of necessity, because I had a lot of good trainers that moved on, and I was kind of stuck with kids that I didn't trust riding the best ones. So
They're greener.
They're greener. Nothing against them. In 2 years, they'll be able to do it, but not now. So those 5 that I felt were pretty special horses, I owed it to them to take them on myself. And also the fact that I look back and I seem to always stretch myself too thin, trying to ride more and trying to make everything okay. And I need to concentrate on the top ones to make those really good. Mm-hmm. Even if some of the other ones suffer just a little bit and they don't have as much as my time on them, I can't afford not putting the time on the good ones.
So you decided to focus 100% of your time on the horses that you think you had the best chance of winning on. Is that correct?
Coaching,
even 2-year-olds?
Yeah, even 2-year-olds, I'm riding them and always testing because you never know. And I'm helping my guys, and I'll ride them, but only after I ride my best ones.
Yes.
My best ones are always the first ones that get ridden.
Yes.
Then the other ones come
regardless
after
of
that.
age, correct?
Doesn't matter.
That could be 2-year-old.
My motto is, no, it does regarding age, because I'm always riding. I always feel like it helps me through the day if I ride whatever I got to show next. So this week, I'm going to show the 4-year-olds first in the 100 stakes. Mm-hmm. On Saturday, I got to show them first. For this last week, the first ones in the morning were those guys.
Right.
And then move on to my best 3-year-olds and then my best 2-year-olds.
So whatever shows coming up first, they're the ones
those
you
are
ride
gonna
first.
get done.
Then it's your best 3-year-olds, and then it's your best 2-year-olds, correct?
Yeah. But doing that, I think this year I've got the combination of the talent and I've got the combination that they're broke. I've showed one in Waco the first time out, marked at 229. Is it because he's just broke? No, because he's got a lot of talent. But I went through that pattern, and I told Tish, I said, this thing felt like a 6-year-old, because you never say no. You say, okay.
How much of that was due to the fact that you, for a lot of years, you put that much time into your 2-year-olds? How much do you think that really helped your 3-year-old program?
I think huge. I think that's where I've got a little bit of an advantage with some of those guys there. You can call it whatever. They may not want to ride 2-year-olds, or they're just too big to where they're not paying attention. I think the fact that I'm riding my own 2-year-olds, I've always said to people that I don't think I'm the most talented guy out there, but I'm the most determined, and I think I'm very meticulous in what I do. I'm always trying to improve myself. I'm always searching for that new thing that's going to make my program better. I never relax. If I win the futurity on something, I'm studying that tape to find out what I can improve, because somebody else will. So I need that. But I think the fact that I'm spending time on my horses myself took me to the consistency that I've had through the years.
The horses on that first year that you were 2nd, 3rd, and 8th, talent-wise, they couldn't be competitive today, do you think? Even though they were as broke as you had them, you don't think you could do well on them now? Yeah.
It's amazing where it's come. Through the years. And that's where I look at Luca, for example, starting on his own, and some of those young kids. I'm like, man, I was able to just go out and buy $20,000-$25,000 horses and make them futurity finalists every year.
Yeah.
And now, unless you have a customers that's dropping $300,000, you can't find something that you're going to be competitive at the level 4 futurity derby. Yeah. So it's a lot harder than what it used to be, I think.
Yeah, it's interesting there, but the one common thing between that year when you first went out on your own and this coming up year now is you put a lot of your time into it.
Oh yeah.
Because nothing beats your time. Arno was good. You've had a lot of good assistants, but they're not as good as you. And you putting your ass on them.
Yeah. For sure. I think that horse, they can only get to a certain level with the person that's different than the person that's going to show him. Mm-hmm. I think that connection between the horse, it's not just the person learning the horse, it's the horse learning that person. I think the more time, I've never ridden a horse one day and decided, man, I shouldn't have ridden him, because I've had a lot of people asking me, man, you ride on Sunday morning or you ride this? And I'm like, yeah, just because I've never had a day to where I wish I wouldn't have ridden that horse. There was always something to work on. It may be 5 minutes and I put him away. It may be 10 minutes and I put him away. But I was always glad that I put some time into it because it gave me something to work on. And I don't know. I think that, the more time you have on them, the more you can spread things out too. You don't have to hammer on them, and they stay sounder. I think they get broker. It's easier.
So you do well that first year. Where does the business go from there? Do you get better horses that second year out on your own? You and Tish, I can't remember how many years you stayed at that facility. I do remember it, but where do we go now in your career?
Yeah, well, I was supposed to stay there. It was a 5-year lease because the guy actually built that barn for me at a couple places, and then I talked him to building another 20 stalls for me with just an outdoor arena. So I signed a 5-year lease. If I had to leave early, I had to pay penalties for it. So it was 25 stalls, and that year did great for me because the next year horses started coming in. More horses. I can't tell you if they were better or not, but more horses coming in. So now I hire another assistant. By this time, I got Arno. I've got Brandon, both of them there. And we're starting to kind of run out of place. And Tish is like, let's just stay here. We're good. This is only the second year, so I stayed there. Had another successful year. I wasn't second at the futurity, but we did well. And people kept bringing better horses and better horses. By the third year, I wanted out of there because I could see that I could bring more horses in. And I told Tish, I said, the quality is getting better. I got to try as many as they want to send us, and I can't do it here. She got scared because we had to pay penalties, and that's the first time, like I told you, I have no problem getting myself into debt or costing me money if I think it's going to improve my career and be better for the end. So I was able to I went to Arizona. I paid my penalties. I think at the time it was 40, 50 grand between the 2 years I had left on the deal, which was pretty good money for somebody just starting out. But I was like, you know what? I'll make it up on winnings. So I moved to Sharon Doroziak's Loma Vista place where she gave me 100 stalls. I worked a little bit for her to where she would work some of that out, and then I could take as many outside horses as I could.
How long were you there? I don't think I visited you there. I don't know why.
I was still, same deal. I had a deal with her about 4 or 5 years, and then I had a better opportunity to move back to San Marcos.
So you were there 4 or 5 years?
I was there 3 years with her.
Did that relationship work out well?
Yeah, no, it was really well. When I moved away, she sent horses with me, so that worked out well.
How come you didn't stay there?
There were some conflicts with she had her son that was managing the place.
Okay.
And the two of us personality, once again.
Yep.
I thought that I was doing my own thing. Well, I wasn't because he kind of had a big ego.
Yep.
So he wanted to tell me how to manage my horses, even if they weren't their horses. So there was a lot of conflicts there.
Yep.
And plus, I had a great customer that came in a couple of years before that 23 quarter horses. Manuel Bonzano bought me a lot of nice horses. At that time, I had big checks to cash.
Was that the first big-time horse he bought for you, big-time?
He bought me, yes.
Yes.
And he gave me free reins. He said, if you find another one, I don't care the money, you buy it. So I knew that was the right guy to do it. He also offered, if you want to go back to California, close to Tish's parents, I don't mind partnering up with you on a ranch. If you want to have your own place, I'll put up the money.
That's how you got back out there.
That's
when
how
you had
I got back there.
You had the big outdoor arena, 200 by 400 foot outdoor arena, and a smaller indoor.
Yeah,
correct?
Something that I could have never been able to afford on my own, but he gave me a chance to have my own place, be my own boss, having all the stalls I needed, having.
And you were going to own some of this ranch, or all of it?
I owned it already, and then I worked it up to where I was going to eventually own it fully. If everything worked out. And I stayed there for 5 years. The plan wasn't to move, was to keep working towards owning that ranch. By that time, I owned almost half of it. I was going to keep working towards owning it. It was costing me money, but it gave me...
Arno was still with you all those years?
Arno was there. Arno left for 1 year and came and worked for Randy in Arizona.
Yeah.
Because after 4 years, I think it was 4 or 5 years that he worked for me, kind of wanted to go do something different. Randy offered him a little more space on some horses on his own. Went and tried it for a year, didn't like it, came back. So Arno was still with me. I had Adam Hendrickson working for me at the time. Luke Gagnon came and worked for me. There was Fernando Salgado worked for me at some point. There was a lot of good guys coming through the program. A lot of nice horses like today.
Do you remember much about your horsemanship program in those years?
It kept getting better and better.
Okay.
Through my career, I focused more on horsemanship than winning. At the beginning, it was all about winning the next horse show. The older I got, the more experience I got, the more I wanted to be a better horseman, doing a better job. And having those kids around me that were really good really helped with that, because they really wanted to go win, but I could sit back sometimes and let them ride some of the show horses, and I could ride more and more young horses. I loved riding the young horses, 2-year-olds, early 3-year-olds.
Yeah.
That's what I love doing still today. So, and everything was well. I mean, everything worked well there. Once again, I had an opportunity. Pat Warren called me and she said, hey, Randy Paul and I have parted ways. We're looking for the next trainer. Mandy Bromley, which was managing some of our horse shows, really suggested you. She's had horses in training with you. She can't say enough great things about you. We want you at our ranch. And I said, well, I'm sorry, but I own part of this ranch. My plan is to keep owning it. And she said, would this ranch be for sale? And I said, no, the guy doesn't really want to sell it. And I didn't want to work for somebody and all that. So she left. She came in with her private jet, left. I said no. And then a week later, she called me again. She said, what is the holdback? Why wouldn't you just come? And I said, well, I want to be my own boss, my own horses. I want to manage them the way I want it. I don't want, nothing personal with you, but I don't want you telling me what to do. And she said, well, what if I pay you enough to where you ride my own horses, but then the rest of it, once again, I've got 100 stalls here, so there's as much space as possible. You can have your own clients, and I'm not going to stick my nose to that. You'll do whatever you need to do with your own clients. And I said, well, it would take a lot of money for me to come work for you. She said, well, put a number on it. So I told Tish, and she's like, absolutely not. We're not moving again. You can't put a number on it. And I said, it would be stupid not to put a number.
Yeah.
I said, I don't care. Let's say something that would change our life and just see if it happens. So I told Pat, I said, I need a 10-year contract. I need this much money a year. At the end of if you want to send me away anytime in those 10 years, you need to pay me the rest of the 10 years.
Yep.
And also at the end, I want first right of refusal to buy your own ranch out. Because by that time, you're already older now, and I made it black and white. You're going to be 90 this when you're selling, when I'm done working for you. I don't know if you're still going to be around or not. It's just reality. So if somebody's going to buy that ranch out, I would love the opportunity because by then I'm going to make enough money to I can buy the ranch.
Yeah.
So she agreed to it. So now we're moving
Did you
again.
expect it back
No,
in those days?
not
Did you
at all.
expect
I mean,
it? Like it was a ridiculous contract. You never even thought in a million years.
Never thought that a horse trainer would get paid that kind of money.
I love it.
So that's what I told Tish. I said it changed our life.
Yes.
I mean, at the time she yelled at me. She was mad because we had to move again. We had to sell that place. My partner wasn't happy because he had invested in me.
Yes.
We didn't have a contract, but he told me if you want to have your own ranch. So I felt really crappy about doing that. So that was probably the hardest thing on me because he invested in me.
You're a very loyal person, yes.
Well, I didn't want, I told him this guy was willing to do it, and I think now he understands the type of possibility because I told him this is how much he's going to pay me. Oh, it's all about the money. I said, well, it is in life.
Yeah.
It is a little bit in life. I said, I'm going to have great horses. She's going to buy even better horses, and she's going to pay me this much. So I couldn't put it down. I moved to Rancho Zorrillo.
Did you end up selling that other ranch?
I did.
How did you and him get out of that ranch?
He bought me out.
He did, okay.
Yeah.
And it would have gone up in value, wouldn't it? It was a beautiful ranch.
A little bit. But because of what I did and he felt that way, it wasn't a good way of parting.
It parted badly,
But it was fine. Yeah. Eventually it got sorted out.
Yeah.
I didn't get the full part that I needed to get, but I figured, once again, even if I lose a little money here, in these 10 years, I'm making so much more.
Yeah, sometimes you got to lose a bit to get a bit. Yeah.
So I moved to Arizona, and that's when everything skyrocketed as far as my winnings and everything.
Were you very clear with Pat in your contract that, hey, you do not tell me how to manage my horses? Did you write down, these are your responsibilities, these are my, because I know that by this stage, you're very particular, and you don't want to risk, what happened at Sharon's place, where somebody starts poking their nose in. So did you have it all listed out in a contract?
Written out. Contract.
Like what you're supposed to do, what I'm supposed to do. You stay in your fucking lane, I'll stay in my lane. Like, were you pretty detailed about that?
Very much so. I invested a lot of money with a lawyer to draw up a contract.
Yeah.
They're not type of contract people and say, unless you guys sign it, I'm not moving.
Yes.
So I made them get their own lawyer.
Yeah.
It was very, very, I had to make it black and white.
And she didn't give you any trouble during those years?
She was great. The only trouble we had, which I get her, she owned that ranch. She bought me as many horses as I wanted to buy, but then sometimes she'll get beat by some of my own customers. And it's natural with horses. I don't care how much money you have.
Yeah.
There's always that one horse that might be better that didn't seem to be better as a 2-year-old. I would sell her a gunner because she loved his white face and all that for $150, and then the one that we didn't sell ended up beating her pretty gunner, and she would get upset.
Beating her horse in the futurity.
So she wouldn't get upset with me, but I could tell, that she was a little bit of jealousy.
Yes.
But it's part of it, and she was great about it. She always said
she'd get over it.
She stick to her own deal. They let me run the ranch like it was my own. I never thought I would last 10 years working for somebody.
That's unheard of in the horse business, isn't it? Anytime a trainer goes to work for a very wealthy customer, I always think, you got fucking 24 months, motherfucker, and you're about done. Like,
Especially a rich customer.
Yes, 1 to 3 years is about all it takes, and then that relationship breaks up. How many times have me and you seen it? Time and time again. Yeah. So the fact that you guys lasted 10 years is completely unheard of. Why do you think it lasted 10 years, Andrea?
Because a big part of that program was her husband, Jim, that had been dealing with a lot of horse trainers that, as most horse trainers, they're good at training horses, but they're not very good
terrible at business and life, yes.
So I would sit down once a month with him. We'd go over the numbers. They would let me manage it like it was my own, but I was responsible. I mean, it was their money as far as the rent.
You had to be accountable for the dollars.
So I explained everything. If I needed to spend more money, I said, Jim, this is why I'm spending it. Hopefully I can make it out on that. If I can't make it out, I've got that horse that I think I can sell for that much. And I did. I stuck to everything I said. I said, if I need to sell that horse, I'm going to sell it. I was really good at staying between him and Pat, because Pat was, money is not an object, it's all emotion. I want to own all the best horses. He's all about business. I was in the middle of it, trying to mediate the two.
You're the mediator between those two.
And I did a pretty good job. Yeah. So where he kept me around because his money wasn't going out the door like it used to be, she kept me around because I was winning enough to make her feel good. So I worked for both of them.
Did you feel a lot of pressure to make that ranch make money or break even? Did you feel a lot of pressure there financially that you had to really make sure this thing paid its way?
It didn't have to pay its way. It just didn't have to cost as much as it used to.
Yeah.
But I needed to win. That's one thing Pat said. I don't care how much money it costs as long as you win me.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but that's no big deal because I put that pressure on myself. So I never felt the pressure from any owners in my career to win because I put way more pressure on myself.
See, I was wondering is that the desire for you to naturally win combined with an owner that's up your ass to win, I wonder if that overfried you or you just completely zoned them out.
I zoned it out. That's one thing that I'm good at is that when I walk in the show pen and when I'm in that arena, I kind of zone into my own thing. Yeah. I kind of erase all that. And I think that that's where a lot of guys maybe crack a little bit because there's a lot of pressure either from the owner. I forget how much that horse cost. I forget how much the horse the horse.
Did you have to train yourself to do that, Andrea, or it came pretty natural?
Yeah, I think that I trained myself because I let it get to me a few times and I didn't like the feeling. And I was like, if you're going to be in this business, you can't think that way, you know. So when you're on your horse, you got to give that horse 100%. You can't have any.
It's funny. There's some owners that think that harassing, challenging.
They think they help.
They think they helping a fucking horse trainer. Let me tell the owners right fucking now on camera. You're not helping your trainer by being up his ass like, hey, you better do well. You know, I'll be watching. You know, you think you're motivating. Any trainer that's worth a fuck is already walking in that arena thinking, I got to pay my mortgage, I got to raise my kids, I got no money. He has got so much pressure on him as it is. You pressuring him more to win more, you're just increasing the chances that you're going to fry him and he's not going to win. The best thing a fucking owner can do for a trainer is slap him on the back and say, go have fun and go enjoy yourself.
Especially when you're young, you're trying to prove yourself, you know, and I've had owners before and I'm like, man, really, you just say that? But they're like, oh yeah, you know, because Sean saw you at the last horse show. You say, if it doesn't work for you, you'll ride him for free or something like that.
Yes.
Just stuff like that. I'm like, you think this is really helping me?
Yes, they say dumb shit like that right before you're going to walk in the fucking pen. Right before you got to
go show, you know. And
it's like, or you better do good or I'm going to take this horse from you. What the fuck?
Yeah, so they think they're putting more pressure like we don't have enough pressure, you know? And it's like...
Yes.
But you deal with it. You got to have a thick skin. I mean, you deal with it in your business, I'm sure. I mean, it's like... And for me, I've become pretty strong at that. That's why most people think I'm an asshole. That I'm not, he's not having fun. No, I'm not having fun. When I go to a horse show, it's all about business. I've got a lot of pressure on myself, and I'm here to deliver. I can't have distractions. I'm not, I'm a type of person that I stay focused the less distractions I have. You see other guys being completely different. You know, they bullshit. They
can go entertain the customer.
Entertain the customer. That's just not me. And I think that through the years, most of my loyal customers have learned that about me. So, you know, we may go have dinner when we come home and we celebrate a win, but I'm not going to go and hang out and have glasses of wine with the night before I do the show. That's just not me. You know, I want to get my sleep. I want to think about what I'm going to do, and I'm going to try to do my best. I don't think
also a lot of owners understand how many grueling hours are at a horse show. You know, you're getting up at midnight, 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. You're up all day. You might get 4 or 5 hours of sleep if you're lucky. Horse shows, in a lot of ways, aren't fun, are they? They're a lot of fucking work.
Yeah, and it's not healthy. A lot of people I talk to from other sports, they're like, well, you need your 8 hours of sleep. You need to eat well. Well, I don't have that chance. You know, when I get up at 2 o'clock in the morning and I got 6 to ride at night, and then I'm showing at 10 o'clock in the morning, I don't get my 8 hours of sleep. So you're already running on fumes.
Yes.
You know, so you're trying everything you can to be concentrated and all that. So yeah, I mean, now I'm in a lucky position to where people respect me for what I've done, and they kind of, I would say, leave me alone, which is what they're doing. They're leaving me alone. They let me do my job. They know why they've got the horse there. They don't need to call me every week and ask me how the horse is doing. They're actually scared of my phone call if I call them. They don't expect much out of me other than going and performing. But I see it with Luca now. Some of the owners, he got lucky. He started on his own doing a good job, so he's got some owners with some money. They're always questioning.
Yeah.
Is that horse still doing good? Where are you planning on showing him? You think he's ready for the horse show? I mean, I'm so glad that I'm past that. Cause
yes. But you did have to do that in the
you got to go
beginning
through
years.
it. I mean, there's people are questioning all the time.
Yeah. You know, people will say to me, a lady sent you, a woman sent you a horse this year. I'm not going to say her name. She didn't give me permission. But she said to me, I'm going to send a horse to Andrea for the first time. And she said, what do you think about that? And I said, you'll love it. And she said, why? And I said, because he'll do exactly what he fucking says. If it's not good enough, you're never going to have to worry about staying there because you'll be the first person to know it's not good enough and it will leave. If he says it's good enough, it will be good enough. If he says it's not good enough, it won't be good enough. And he will tell you the absolute truth. So if your feelings are going to get hurt, if your horse gets fired or some shit like that, don't send it there. He's not going to be your fucking buddy. He's not going to take you to dinner. He's not going to fucking text you. I said, I've known this guy for over 20 years. He texts me when he needs something. Yeah. I text him when I need something. I don't have that intimate buddy with him because we've never been like that. We have mutual respect for each other. You call me, I fucking pick up the phone. I call you, you pick up the phone. But he's too busy to have friendships. This guy lives in the fucking arena. Yeah. So whatever energy he's got beyond the horses, his wife gets it or his kids get it.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all he's got left. There's nothing more left for anybody else. So I said, if you're a customer that needs wined and dined a lot and you need your hand held, he's not your guy.
Yeah.
But if you want to fucking win, that's your guy to go pick. And she said, after she sent you the horse, she said, you're exactly what you told me he was is exactly what he is. And she said, it was the best experience I ever had. And I said, great. Well, he will not lie to you. He will tell you the absolute truth.
Hi, everyone. My name is Michael Miola. My wife, Michelle, and I own and run the fabulous Silver Spurs Equine Breeding Centers located in Purcell, Oklahoma, and Scottsdale, Arizona. We specialize in making your equine dreams come true by breeding the finest American quarter horses in the world. You know, finding that special horse, the one that speaks to your soul, is what Silver Spurs is all about. When you come to our ranch in Purcell, Oklahoma, you will meet that fabulous weanling that once trained, utilizing Clinton Anderson's tried and proven methods, will become an extension of your body, knowing intuitively what you want to do and give you endless hours of adventure and love. Our stallions are the elite. They represent the finest bloodlines in their sport and have won every championship title during their competitive careers. Our breeding program is partially skill, partially science, partially art, definitely a gift from God, but mostly love. So if you share our passion and possess the drive and desire to compete in the show pen or tour the great American landscape with a loyal companion, creating adventures you will treasure for a lifetime, Silver Spurs has the horse you've been dreaming of.
You know, every trainer's looking for an edge on their competition. You know, whether it's a better horse, better way to train it. But really, in reality, all the trainers have got access to great horses. All the trainers are doing a lot of the same techniques. To me, the next greatest edge on competition, whether you're reining, cutting, cow horse, eventing, or racing, is keeping your horses sound and ready for competition. For the last 4 years, I've been sparring my horses by Cold Creek Equine Spa, and I spar them for 20 minutes every day after I ride them at 36 degrees. It ices down all 4 legs. What a game changer. My vet bills have been cut back by 50%. My horse's soundness has been gone through the roof, okay? People think that spas are expensive. It'll pay for itself just on saving on vet bills in the first 18 months. Spas have been around for a long time, but for years they've been junk. They are broken more than they actually work. You needed to be like a plumbing engineer to make the some bitches work. Cold Creek Equine are using the latest technology, industrial strength machines that are basically maintenance free. Anybody can operate this thing. Even me as a horse trainer, I can operate it. And more than anything, it stays working. Go to their website, check them out. It's a game changer. In the next 10 years, if you're a professional horse trainer, if you don't have a spa, you will be left behind on your equine soundness. This episode is brought to you in part by Valley Equine, managing stallions that represent the performance horse industry's finest. Let's back up a little bit. So you're at Pat's for 10 years, you have a lot of success, you're winning a lot, everything's going well. I want to talk a little bit about there's different stages of your career that you've, I think, so I don't want to put words into your mouth, but you've refurbished your program, or there's been parts where you said, I'm going to change a bunch of things or one or two things. Can you walk us through some of those changes in your career where you woke up one day and say, I got to change some shit? Do you remember the timeline of any of these?
Yeah. You know, there's major ones, but then there's some every year in the fact that...
Let's talk the major ones first, and then we can break it down.
I think I brought Brett back into my program, Brett Stone, in... we're in 2025 now, about 10 years ago. About 2014, 2015, I felt that I was a little bit lost in the fact that I didn't know what to do anymore to my program to stay updated. I mean, I was still making finals. I never had, like most trainers have a couple of years of a complete slump. I've never gone through that.
You've always been second to fifth.
It's because I felt it coming and I made changes.
Yeah.
So when I've got 2-3 horse shows in a row, it doesn't take 2 years. It takes me 2 horse shows to figure out, okay, I got to change something. This is not going the way I want it. And it doesn't matter if it's the judges not appreciating what I do and I have to change my style, or if it's my horses not responding to what I do. That time was the horses were not responding. I was trying to change my program to modernize it. I used to go and always stick to the foundations of the West Coast. So neck rein, framed up. If I put a leg, don't lean into it. I mean, pretty simple stuff. And then I watched guys coming through. It doesn't matter who it is. At the time, I think it was Jordan Larson that was winning a lot. And he was riding two-handed a lot, doing a lot of banding and doing a lot of stuff. Today, maybe Casey Deary, that's a completely different style than me, and he's winning everything. So I'm watching those guys, and I try it at home, you know. And I tried a lot of different things at that time, and just wasn't working out. I tried to bend my horses more, have them looking in the circles like I saw some of the guys winning everything we're doing. Imitating Sean a little bit, because Sean was always the one on top. And it wasn't really working for me. I could feel that my horses weren't performing. So I sent a few videos to Brett. We had talked through the years, always stayed in touch. And I said, Brett, I'm a little bit lost. What's going on here? He's like, you got to go back to the basics. And I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, they're too bent. You're not straight enough. They're not getting off the neck rein. You're doing all this complicated stuff, all this fancy stuff that you think that the judges are wanting to watch, but you're losing the important stuff on your horses. So I said, why don't you come over and we can ride for a couple days? And at the time, Brett was just starting back showing with Silver Spurs.
Did he have that whiz stud? What was his name?
He had Hamster, which is...
What's his registered name? It's a whiz stud.
Yeah, I'll come to a second. I'm terrible with names. But anyway, Brett's like, that's going to be great because I need some help myself because I'm getting back to showing. So I'll haul over, I'll watch you ride, and then you watch me ride. So it was great. Started coming over, and I could tell right away that he's bringing my program back where it needed to be. And it was simple stuff. Like I had my horses too bent. He said, you got to run faster in the circles. You're trying to do all this cute stuff. Go back to going fast, going slow. Make it very black and white. And I kept arguing with him. The judges are not going to reward it. They move past that stuff. You're an old-timer, Brett. He's like, trust me. You know how to show it. Just put this stuff back on your program. And I did. And then he had me ride his own horses. Smoking Wiz was the stud.
That's right, his name, yes.
So I got on that horse. I was like, holy shit. I said, this horse is circling way better than my horses. And I asked him, what do you do? He's like, I'm telling you, back to the basics. He's like, riding for 2 days. And this was a great combination, the fact that he let me ride his horses. He came back and rode. And he's like, okay, you need to take some of these horses and show them yourself because they're so much better. And at the same time, I was getting a lot out of it because he was coaching me with those horses. So at the time, we had Smoking Wiz. Then we just purchased SG's Frozen Enterprise. So he came from a totally different program in Italy. Came back. We had to change for a year the way he was trained in order to make it fit to me. So we worked together. He would come 2-3 times a week. We'd work together. It was a great refresher for me because I was on top, and I never felt that when I asked my competitors what they thought they'd ever give me the full
Tell
truth.
you the truth, yes.
You know, I always
Yeah.
felt they were bullshitting me a little
Yes,
bit.
yeah.
So I'm like, I need somebody that will tell me the truth.
Whether it's good or bad, just
Good
hit
or
you with
bad.
the truth, yeah.
You know, they all told me how great my horses
So
looked.
do you think Brett had you go back to some of that original West Coast shit that Alvaro was doing? Straight,
I mean,
etc.?
Rommel rein straight.
Yeah.
As basic as it was, I thought it was almost too simple. Mm-hmm. But it brought it back to where I felt all my spots on my horses and all that. He said, just never deviate from that. You can put all the other stuff at the end, but you got to have them broke the way a horse needs to be broke. And now, still today, I always go to that.
Was it hard to transition back, Andrea?
No, it wasn't that hard once I got the feeling for it. You know, you always talked about this theory that we have and all that. He makes it complicated, but it's really not. It's a horse that doesn't really have any resistance. I think Todd Bergen described it the best, even if he wasn't describing what I'm saying. He described it best in the fact that he said, I want to have a box around my horse that's only an inch bigger on each side and in the front and the back of the horse. And no matter what I ask that horse to do, I never want that horse to touch any of its sides. He has enough respect of my hands, my legs on the side, to where he's perfectly in the middle of that box, no matter what it does. And that's basically what Brett wanted. He wanted a horse that was so framed up and so disciplined at staying in between the reins that you almost ride it like you're playing with a joystick, and you only move your hand half inch forward, half inch back, half inch to the left, half inch to the right. That horse never resists that.
Yeah.
And once you have that feeling, I was like, okay, this is what I need, and that's what I'm working on towards it. So once you have that, then you can adapt it to whatever you want. But if you can get a horse broke enough, which is simpler than said than done,
Yes.
to have that respect and that discipline, it's pretty hard. But it was great going back because, like I said, I had somebody on my side.
Yeah.
I would fly him to the horse show before the final. We'd ride together, and I could always trust his opinion to be the truth.
Yes. Tiger Woods has a coach. Every top golfer, every basketball, everybody that's at the elite of their game has a coach or somebody that theoretically can't do it as good as them, but they can see it. They can see it, describe it, and tell you where you're short.
And that's exactly what Brett said. He's like, I can't do it, but I can tell you that you can do it if you do it that way. You know, and that's, it was great. Then I weaned out of it, but still kept him in the program because I kept showing him videos just to make sure I wouldn't go back to the other stuff. And this
Where do you think the other stuff creeped in? How do you think the other stuff creeped in over
I was
the
by
years?
myself,
Yeah.
and people started beating me, and I was like, I got to change something, and I moved away from what I used to know. I knew, but I thought that we are past that. There's new ways of doing it. And really, at the end of the day, I realized, and I know today, that there's no other ways to train a horse. The horse needs to be broke.
Yeah.
And the basics are the basics.
And never
Then
gonna
you can
change.
adapt it
Yeah.
to however you want
So,
it.
so it's kind of it's kind of an oxymoron, is that in one hand you're sitting there saying, okay, you've got to see who's winning, you've got to see what the judges are wanting to see, and you've got to be able to adapt, okay? Not be an elephant and just stay in your lane, okay? And then on the other hand, you're also saying you can't just change with every damn fad. You can't just change with the flavor of the month that this guy's winning for these 3 horse shows. So it's a little bit of a unique combination there, isn't it? You've got to stick to the tries and trues, but you've also got to be open, at least mentally, to say, is there something worth looking at here?
Yeah, and what I've noticed that I'm changing more the way I show, but not as much the way I train.
Okay.
So I'm changing what I think that the judges want to see, but the foundation of my training are still the same.
Matt Gaines said something I thought was unbelievable when he did his interview. He was sitting right where you was, and he said, there was times in my career that I just felt like I couldn't train a fucking horse. And I looked at him and I said, what do you mean? You've won millions of dollars. How could you get depressed, or how could you feel like you're not accomplishing it? And he said, well, you know, just some days I might have 3 or 4 horse shows that go to shit. Yeah. And I doubt myself and things aren't working. And he said, the one thing that I always did that got me back on track again, and he said, now that I'm older and mature, I can stick to this better now all the time. And I think it relates to what we're talking about. He said, because I'm learning the cutting, as you know, and he said, if you do these 3 things, you will keep yourself out of 90% of trouble. He says, travel with the cow nose to nose. So horse's nose, cow's nose level. Let the cow pull you through the turn, and work 2 cows a day, 5 days a week. Yeah. He said, if you just do those 3 simple things, travel with the cow nose to nose, let the cow pull you through the turn, and work 2 cows 5 days a week, he said, you'd be shocked of how much shit you stay out of. Yeah. And I said, why 2? And he said, because 2, if you're just doing 2 cows a day, 5 days a week, if it's got any talent, it will train itself.
Yeah.
Not 5 cows a day and wear the fucking horse out and wear yourself out. Not every third day. And he said those simple 3 little rules. And anytime I get a little fucked up myself in the head, I try to remember what Matt said. Just go back to those 3 things. Yeah. Nose to nose, let the cow pull you through the turn, work 2 cows a day. Even if the second cow is not that great, but it's 2 cows a day. Yeah. I got something done. Get off the fucking thing. And it's amazing when I come back the next day, I'm not expecting a great ride and that friggin' horse gets it together.
Yeah. No, sometimes less is more. You know, but you still have to do it.
You still have to do it.
Because then you get used to doing less, and then it's less, and then less is less. And so it's finding that type of balance.
Any other parts of your journey in those 10 years with Pat that you had to revamp anything or thought of different things?
So that was around 2014, 2013, 14, 15. And then I got to the point to where I felt that I wasn't getting as much out of my horse's stops because of my rundowns, meaning that my horse is real broke, but I always had a hard time. I was watching guys running down the pen way faster than I did, and with the horses straighter, freer, and then the stop as an outcome would be prettier. My horses wouldn't use their front end as good. They would go hard to the ground because they knew they were disciplined to stop, but they weren't as pretty stopping, and I thought that I was going to get left behind if I didn't improve that. So I thought to myself, okay, who is the best at running down and stopping that's going to actually give me something and helping? I knew Sean was excellent at that because his front end was amazing.
Yeah, free.
But I talked to Sean and asked him I didn't even ask him to help him. I asked him, so who'd you learn that? He's like, well, back to Dale Wilkinson. It was still the same theory. I just adapted it to myself. I said, okay, who else worked for Dale Wilkinson? His brother, Mike. And then I remember Mike winning with Custom Chrome, winning Wizard Jack, having beautiful stops way ahead of his time. So I called Mike. I said, would you be willing to help me? He said, sure. Another guy that's retired, doesn't have to prove anything to me. I'm going to pay him the money. Yeah. You give me your service. And then we became good friends as we talked to each other. But I flew him out for 3-4 years in a row, 2-3 times a year, just to help me with my rundowns. This was later on in 18, 19, 20. And it changed my program again. Like I took me
What
to
were
the
the big
next level.
takeaways that he got you doing that you weren't doing?
I was doing so many things that I do different now, meaning that I wanted the horse, because of the West Coast straight, I kept that horse so straight in the rundown that the shoulder was actually perfectly in line with the hip, but the horses would pop their front end because they weren't as free. You know, he always told me, he's like, watch a racehorse running. In order for them to reach the furthest, they're almost tilted sideways to where the rib cage, they're looking to the outside just a little bit, and you'll see the minute you open up that shoulder and you lift that shoulder up to where they're going almost sideways, that inside foot reaches so much further on the racehorses because of his speed. But I want that same position in my horses because it's going to open up that stride, and going into the stop, they're going to use their front end so much better. Instead of having them straight in front of the hip, they're going to hit a lot harder in front. And it was a concept that I bet you it took me a good 2 years of practicing before I really felt it and felt what I needed. But the minute I felt it and put it on my horses to where I would change that body position and go into a rundown, I could tell right away the front end getting better. And it took me a good 5-6 years to perfect it, but he changed my rundowns and my stops huge.
And he wasn't offended that you say, hey, I specifically want you to teach me the rundown. You know what I mean?
He was good. Because I told him, I said, I've got Stone Brett help me with the circles. I'm not deviating from that. Yeah. And he said, my circles were the worst of my maneuvers. Don't worry about that.
And they kind of were.
They were.
But he could whip your ass in a stop.
He said, I won 2 futurities just by stopping.
Yeah,
He's like, if you look
at
my turns, you look at my circles, they weren't very good, but I did it by stopping. And that's where I think that's where I tell young people, I said, there's somebody that's really good at one thing. Just get that one thing, because...
go get that one thing there.
I'm watching Deary the last few years. I think it's improved my circles just because of the way he sells it to the judges. And now that Luca's worked for him, he came back to me. I drilled Luca with questions. I mean, I love having him around because I'm watching what he does. I may not want my horses to look exactly like that, but I'm very interested in some of the things that they do because they're very, very related to showing. So everything he does early on 2-year-olds too, it's already related to what they're going to need in the show pen. And I'm kind of the opposite. I put so much foundation that I'm not even thinking about showing until, or I used to not think about showing until the middle of their 3-year-old year. So now I was a little bit too late because my horses were a little bit surprised when I put the pattern together. Yeah. They're putting the patterns together so early, and they're getting those horses' mind focused on the pattern early on, to where it's very easy to go show and makes it look really natural. Now, I still need more foundation. But even watching that has improved my program. So I just try to improve it all the time.
Yeah. I saw a big change in you that I thought was for the positive. When I showed you how Florida schooled his horses, that to me was a game changer for you as well, because I saw your horses go to another level.
Yeah.
And I give Sean Florida full credit for this, because he's the guy that showed it to me. Sean was schooling 3-year-olds every week from June onwards. Once a week he'd go to that Springfield arena and school those 3-year-olds. At that time, nobody schooled reining horses until they were running off. Until they were running off or running off around the ends or leaning to the wall and all that shit. I don't know where he got it from, but I'd never heard of anybody putting a 3-year-old every week. He was religious. I think he did it on a Wednesday when I lived up there in Ohio. Every Wednesday, he'd take those 3-year-olds down, put them in the arena for 5 minutes, come out for 5 minutes, go in for 5, out for 5. And when I told you about that, I don't believe you were doing it back in those days. Not like that.
No,
you know what I mean? You
all.
were doing it maybe a little bit in the fall.
Yeah, but not at all like that.
What do you think that did for you when you started doing it? And I don't want to put words in your mouth, so speak your truth. What do you think that did when you started putting, or did you, I believe you did, but you may not have, but when you started doing that every week, putting them back in that indoor and just checking what the hell you've got, what do you think that did for you? Or talk about that whole experience.
Yeah, it was a game changer. I tweaked it to what it worked for myself, meaning that I didn't feel that a 3-year-old needed at that time to be hauled out all the time. He had the pleasure or it was easy for him.
Yes, it was 2 miles down the road, yes.
I didn't have an arena, but I figured I've got a great indoor arena that's totally separate from my outdoor, so why not just warm him up outside, turn the music on inside, go in and start putting patterns together. And pretty soon I realized that it's not really that the horses are trying to be bad when you put a pattern together and they do things that you don't like. It's that they're just not used to it.
They don't know.
They don't know. So then they're going to react different, something that you don't like. Now you're going to school them for it. Now it's going to become a big deal because now they're associating being schooled on when they're in the show pen.
Yeah.
So what I realized, what you were saying, 5 minutes, and if it doesn't feel good, get out. Go fix it a little bit, work on it a little bit, then go back in.
He would go in for 5. I remember one time watching him, and he trotted like 2 circles and went in there. And I said, don't you want to like get the horse used to the signs and shit? And he said, hell no. He said, I want to see him at their worst.
Yeah.
I want to know how bad they're going to be, because I know at the horse show I'm going to ride him the night before. I'm going to get him used to the judges' seats. I'm going to get him used to all that. But I want to know what he is at the worst. And I asked him, I said, why are you only going for 5 minutes? Because he said after 5 minutes, they know you're training on them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was in for 5, out for 5, in for 5, out for 5. And me, from a horseman standpoint, it's the transition.
Yeah.
It's their minds are so simple. When you go from another location back in there again, it's a change of environment.
It changes.
I've even noticed it in the cutting. When you're about to go in the cutting and you back them around where everybody's trotting around in that, when you back them around and warm them up there, and then you walk straight in, when you pass that gate to go in that section, they know it's a different arena.
Oh, they know.
Where when you school them in front of the judges there, as far as when it's going back them up and that, you're technically in that half of the arena. I've noticed it messes with their head even that.
Yeah.
Because you go from that and you walk 50 feet and now you're in the herd.
Yeah.
It's a change of environment that I think they're that simple. They're simple, but they're so smart at the same time.
Yeah, no, for sure. And a lot of people mistake when they're not being confident, they're being bad. Well, yeah, they're being bad because of the results that you're getting, but you got to come up with the cause. The cause is that you put them in a situation to where they're not confident.
How I dug into that is I noticed when Sean was in his peak years, I noticed that when he walked into the futurity by the third go-round, especially back in those days when they'd go to the center and walk or whatever, not a run-in, his horses would just jog in and they just put their head down like a robot, like 6 inches off the ground. They never moved. And everybody else's wheels are starting to fall off.
Yeah.
It's the third go-round. They're 3-year-olds.
Yeah.
It's normal for some shit to be coming off the race car by now. His fucking things look like robots. Like that, it looked like a regular day at the office. Yeah. And that's when I went and said to him, I want to know what you're doing. You're doing something nobody else is doing. And at the time, it was that schooling. That was a game changer that I thought gave him a massive edge for a long time.
For a long time. And he could put the hammer down. I mean, he showed those horses and they kept showing and showing and showing. But I think because early on, it wasn't any different than what they're used to.
He never let him get into bad habits. He never let him get it. Everybody else waited till they were running off and said, I better school it. He said, fuck it. Why don't we get ahead of this?
Yeah.
That's pretty smart, I think.
Yeah. I think Dwayne Latimer had a good point, too. One time I asked him and I said, because his horses looked really disciplined in the show pen for a long time when he was winning a lot. And I asked him, and I said, what are you doing? He's like, well, I pattern them at home a lot when they're young. Now, it transitions later on when they know more. I'll prevent him from knowing. But I almost want, he told me, described it as that, let's say going through the middle, I want that horse's mind 75% thinking on me, but 25% on his own, to where he knows that there's a chance that we're either going to slow down, we're going to change leads, to where I'm never going to surprise him. He's disciplined enough to wait for my cue to do it, but he knows what's coming. And he said, if you can show a 3-year-old that knows what's coming next and he's broke enough to wait for you, you're way ahead of those guys, because they either trick him to not knowing and then it's a surprise, or they're going to anticipate.
Chris Dawson has a funny little saying that is what we're talking about. He said to me one time, he said, Clinton, your horses don't know their job. And I said, what do you mean? He said, they've got to know their job. You're so worried about anticipation that they don't know it's coming. You want them to know what's coming, but make them wait enough to let you do it. He said, you got to let a horse know what his job is. So you spend half the time telling him what his job is. Once he knows his job, then the rest of the time is telling him, don't do it right now. Yeah. You know, Ian Francis used to have a saying. He said, what will get you on futurity horses is confusion. That's where a 3-year-old will get you every time, is they get confused. It's not that they're trying to be bad, they just don't understand.
You know, one thing you taught me, and I think it came from Sean too. Remember when I called you with Curly because he wouldn't stand still in the middle of the arena? And I mean, that was the first time I'm like, well, this makes sense, but it was the opposite. You know, how many times do you even see it now at the horses? When the horse is dancing around, people pick up, please stay, please stay.
Yeah, I did get that theory from Sean, because when those horses, Reining horses, would get nervous in the middle, he'd just keep spinning them and spinning them and spinning them. Every time they walk off, he'd spin them. And if they walk off, he'd spin them again. And he'd just get it to where that was a reward for them. You know, he didn't say stop. Everybody else said stop spinning or back up. He just said, he was great. He said, I'll just take negative energy and turn it into positive.
I loved it.
I remember one time you called me one time, and Curly was bending his head right or left or some fucking thing. And you said, I can't get the sumbitch to stay straight. And I said, that's easy. I said, every time he looks right, spin him left.
Yeah.
And it fixed it, didn't it?
It fixed it in like 5 minutes. Like, that's the thing. Like, horses think so different. You know, in our mind, we're like, well, he's walking forward, I'm going to back him up. And then he stands still, and then you turn. Well,
yes.
He was walking forward because he didn't want to turn.
Yeah.
Now he finally stood.
Sean was a master at not trying to contain negative energy, do something constructive with it.
Yes.
The energy's already there.
Yeah.
So in the show pen, you're not going to be able to contain it. So do something constructive with it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's where I thought that was his edge for many years. Obviously, clearly a very good trainer, etc. But that schooling was a big game changer, that I saw your horses make less mistakes in the show pen.
For sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
It's not easy making change. It's not easy raising champions. It's not easy breeding excellence. But the equine industry demands nothing less than the finest. That's when true greatness is born. At Valley Equine, we nurture that greatness every day. We cultivate the next generation of champions, the future icons of the arena. There's a lot of dedication involved, and we've been committed for more than a decade. Through trials and triumphs, we've been there, steadfast in our mission. Today, we are the leader in equine breeding, with specialized expertise in producing tomorrow's champions. We drive the evolution of equine excellence through innovation, empowering breeders to shape the future of the industry. We firmly believe that the world of equine breeding is constantly changing, and that we can too. Advance with us. We are Valley Equine, many years in the making and committed to excellence.
Visit valleyequinerepro.com to learn more.
Ever wanted to own a champion? Clinton Anderson, world-class horse trainer and competitor, has been spotting and developing promising horses into greatness for decades. Now, he is offering an exclusive ownership opportunity to create champion horses. Introducing Clinton Anderson's Performance Partnership. In this exclusive program, you and Clinton will co-own a top-tier performance horse that will be meticulously trained and cared for by Clinton Anderson himself. This isn't just an investment, it's a first-hand experience of horsemanship excellence. With Clinton's help and advice, you'll choose the horse that resonates with your ambitions, and Clinton takes the reins from there. From training to stabling, from the practice arena to the winner's circle, Clinton's unwavering dedication ensures that your equine athlete reaches its full potential. This partnership is about more than business. It's about a shared passion for equestrian excellence. And Clinton Anderson isn't just your trainer. He's your partner, fully invested in every horse's success. Together, you'll share in the excitement, the prestige, and the profits. Membership is strictly limited to ensure each investor receives personalized attention and commitment. It's your chance to be part of an exclusive equine ownership community that combines the excitement of competition with the satisfaction of success. Don't miss your opportunity to join Clinton Anderson's Performance Partnership, a unique collaboration that transforms dreams into equine champions. Experience the heart of horsemanship excellence. Find out more at ClintonAndersonPerformanceHorses.com.
This episode is brought to you in part by Silver Spurs Equine, home of the $1 Million Challenge. So, Andrea, we're back from the break, mate. Any other big game changers for you as far as revamping your horsemanship program or things that you think have kept you? Because one of the things I admire about you the most, you've always been very consistent. There's always, from when I got involved in NRHA from 1997 to now, there's always been people that have dominated anywhere from 3 to 7 years. I think Sean had the longest of 10 years. You know what I mean?
For sure.
But there's always been trainers that it started with Avila for those years. Then it moved on to Bergen. You know what I mean? Then it kind of went to Dwayne Latimer for 4 or 5 years. You know what I mean? Then you for a while, to a point, but I'll get back to you in a second. Then you had Sean for a good 10 years. Now it's kind of Casey Deary. You get what I'm saying? There's Dal Hendricks there for a while was dominating. There's always been one trainer that is, I don't mean this derogatory, but I'll just say it what it is, flavor of the month. There's one trainer that's walking in fucking 2 points higher than everybody else, okay? They've got the judges' favor. Everybody, and I don't even think the judges are deliberately trying to mark this guy higher, but when his comes in, they've perked up. They're sitting up in those chairs. They're wanting to mark this guy.
Well, and I've been to some judges' school. They use them as an example. You know, for those few years, that's the example of what we're marking. And
so automatically the judge has got a positive mindset before that guy even does his first maneuver. Okay, so you can call that an advantage. You can call it what it is. It is what it is. The thing that I think about you is, I don't think you've ever had, I'll just say it, fuck it, I'll get some shit for it. I don't think you've ever had that advantage because you've consistently been either first, second, third, fourth, or fifth as a general rule throughout your entire career where you've stayed consistently on top. Because most people that have had their peak, they drop. Very few people make it back again. Dwayne Latimer is the first guy I know that actually came back. When he was winning and peaking, and then he dropped off for several years there, and I didn't think he could come back, but he sure as shit did. You give him the right horse, he's going to whip your ass. You know what I mean? Very few guys make it back on the rebound. Would you agree on that?
For sure.
When you lose that edge, you don't ever get it back. Why do you think you stayed so consistent over those years? Do you acknowledge that? Do you think I'm full of shit about recognizing those ebb and flows with all those people?
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak for other people, so it's hard. I can tell you what I do for myself. I'm very, very disciplined. Like every single year, like I was telling you earlier, like every single year, I study my videos at the end of the year, after the futurity. I study my videos, and I study...
So you save them throughout the year, do you?
Yeah,
you get sent
I go back and look at all my finals, because usually that's what really matters. If I made it to the finals, I did something right. But what I do, I combine all those videos, and first I watch them myself without knowing what the judges score me on their score sheets, because by the end of the year, I forgot if I got a +1 here, +1 there. And then what I like to do is go back and look at the scorecards for each video, for each of the finals. And when I put it all together, there's usually a common maneuver that needs to be improved.
Common theme.
It used to be a lot of years, it's been my overspins. Because I can get my horses to turn pretty freaking fast, but I have a hard time shutting them off a lot. So a lot of times, and still today, if I'm not super sharp, my left turnaround shut off is what cost me a lot of money through the years. It used to be the rollbacks. After I did the cow horse, that's another big change I've done. I changed my rollbacks, and it's helped a lot. But at the end of the year, I see a lot of common things that need to be improved, and that's what I work on for the next 12 months. I don't want to change my whole program, and I think that's where people get a little bit lost, where they're like, okay, this is not working, we got to change everything. No, it's working, just not as working as good as it could work. So I only pick one thing a year that I'm going to improve. It's been for 2 years the right rollback. It might be for 2 years the left turn shut off until I feel like I've improved it, and then I go back. And it's not I compare my judgment to what the judges are seeing too. And really, at the end of the day, it's pretty simple. It tells you, the scorecards tell you where you're losing your points. If you have 32 scorecards and then you average only a plus F in the left turns, yeah, you need to work on the plus F if you want to win the level 4.
Yeah.
When the turnaround, it's a 50% plus 1. So but I think it's the discipline to critique yourself all the time and every year be ready to change something.
You try to do this at the end of the year? You don't do it throughout the year, like after every show, look at it?
Not after every show, because that can set you off. I've done that before, but then I was working on too many things at the same time. I didn't like that, and I don't think horses like that. You need to be consistent enough for a few months.
Matt Gaines actually said that. He said, follow what you're doing through to the futurity. Just stick
That's
to it.
usually what I do.
Get to the futurity and then make your change. Don't change halfway, midway
That's
through
what
the
I
year.
do. That's what I do. I mean, if there's something obvious, obviously,
Yes.
you're going to address it. But I stick to it. Where a lot of people, I think they are ready to change so much that then the horse is lost. Because you got to give those horses and yourself a long time and enough time to where you're going to perfect what you're doing. Because just because you're trying to fix it one way and it's not working, it's not that you're doing the wrong thing. It's that maybe you haven't perfected it enough. So I think that, and I still think, I know people say I cocky or whatever, there's just nobody that's going to outwork me, I don't think.
No, I agree. You're
I
a
mean,
machine.
I'm up. In the last 20 years, I've been up at 4 o'clock. By 4:30, 4:45, I'm at the barn. And
do you like getting at the barn before everybody
Oh,
else?
yeah,
When does
that's my
everybody
best
else get
time.
to the barn? When you get to the barn
I've
at
got
4:30?
one groom usually that gets there by 5, so I'm settling the first horse myself,
Yep.
and I get on it. My first groom gets there at 5, and he gets out a lot earlier than the other guys. But then everybody else starts around 6. But that first couple hours when I'm there by myself, and even when everybody starts, they get going, they're settling their horses. So I've got a good 2 hours in the morning to it's pretty much just by myself.
Do you enjoy that?
I loved it.
Peaceful.
That's the best time of the year, best time of the day. I mean,
Do you
the
ride
phone
your
is
best
not-
horse first? What do you like to, in that 2 hours where you're the most peaceful, is there a particular horse you want to ride in that 2 hours? You know what I'm trying to ask?
I'm sure I'm riding the horse that I'm more excited about riding.
Yes. Your favorite.
And a lot of times it's not the best horse, or it's not,
Oh, yeah?
but it's the one that's challenging me the most, because I've got my focus and I love a challenge. So, the last, as an example, we're here. The last month I've been riding a 007 and I won the shootout on, and it came as a huge challenge for me because the last show or two he wasn't very good. So I love that. When I know that I have a horse that has the potential, but it's not coming out yet. Oh well, that's what's made for me. That having that challenge to bring that potential back out on that horse is what challenges me. So that's usually the one I ride first. So it's not really the best horse in the barn. Sometimes it's just the one that I'm more excited about riding. And these days I used to ride and be excited about the best horse, because obviously the best horse is the most fun to ride. For me, it's not anymore, because then it gets boring. For me, the most exciting is the one that's the biggest challenge.
Okay. What about, before we move on from this subject, but any other things you can think about changes in your program over the years that kind of stand out in your mind?
Yeah, like I mentioned, the cow horse changed.
Yes, I was going to bring that up next.
A lot of that for me.
So tell me what made you initially say, I want to do cow horses. What was the initial dream or bug that got up your ass? What made you do it?
I don't really know. I think it was a combination of a few things, meaning that, I've been at the top of my game. I'm not saying I'm the only guy, but I've been towards the top for a long time.
Yeah.
And I think the biggest thing was challenging myself with something new. Am I good enough to do something else? I also like the community. It seems a little bit different than the Reining, to where a lot of people are working with each other.
Good culture.
Culture. And pure horsemanship. At the end of the day, I'm still going back to the Avila and Bergen that can do multiple disciplines and be good at them.
Yeah.
So I wanted a taste of that just to kind of see what I could do. I quickly realized, and that's why this year I went back to the straight rein, and that if I want to be really successful at it, which it's my personality, I'm going to have to choose one or the other, because just like anything else, it's gotten so,
competitive.
competitive, and also you're on the road so much, even just for the cows, that if you want to be a top guy in the cow horse, I mean, you're doing it a little bit different. You have personal satisfaction. You want to win, obviously, but you're not on the road like those guys all the time. You're staying at home and riding a lot more. Those guys, I see them with 15, 20 horses on the road all the time. And I quickly realized that if I wanted to get to the spot where I would like to get, I need to show a lot more. I need to have more horses in training. I need to see cows every single day, like you said. Just like as much as a horse, a trainer needs to see cows every day.
Yeah, you got to know what they're going to do before they do it even.
And I noticed that me being gone for 2 weeks straight at a Reining show, it took me 5 days to work a cow to get that connection again. I loved it because it changed completely the way I felt a horse should turn, meaning not so much the spin, because the Reining spins are very different than the cow horse, but what it changed in the rollback for me was opening up the inside of the horse to where I got the hip out of the way. I always thought that if you had the hip underneath and you, let's say you're wanting to roll back to the right after a left lead stop, I always taught my horses, I taught my horses to back up, have the hip underneath them, meaning a little bit to the right, shoulder up so the shoulder doesn't drop, and then go around. And I always had these horses, I mean, unless it was a super talented horse, they had a hard time going all the way 180 because the hip was in the way. And I thought I was helping when it was hurting. Every time I work a cow and they told me, you got the hip in the way, the hip in the way. Well, shoot, within a few months, I realized that I was doing it all wrong because I never got the hip out of the way. And just doing that, it changed my rollbacks in the Reining without even knowing. I wasn't searching for that, but it's something that I wasn't real happy.
So what you took that, that's what I was going to say, you took that change in the cow horse, added it back to your Reiners?
Oh, yeah. Now my horses are at the end of the stop. If you notice, before even when I show them, I'm waiting for them. I taught them to get the inside foot out of the way first, and then I ask them to roll back. And that made a huge difference because I opened things up, and it's so much easier for them to roll back.
Yeah.
It doesn't work every time, but I'm working on it. And so part of it was the challenge. And then showing, I mean, I realized how much I like it. I like working cows as much as I hated it early on.
Yeah. You got your break from cows for 20 years.
Yeah. What I liked is that feeling, you know, in the Reining, you can never have a horse take over on you.
Yeah.
You know, they're always disciplined to listen for every single cue that you do. When you work a cow, especially out of the herd, and that's what I really love, but obviously down the fence too, the horse is disciplined enough to know his position, but then he has thoughts on his own all the time. And as a rider, that's a huge feeling, something completely different than the Reining. So that's what I love doing.
What was the biggest challenge, you think, for coming from a reiner into the cow horse world that was your biggest obstacle to get over, or hurdle that was hardest to get over?
Not controlling every move of the horse.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a control freak no matter what I do. So letting them make decisions, doing their job, and then just reminding them where they need to be instead of trying controlling every step of it.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
would agree
it's a
with
big
that.
challenge.
Yeah, yeah. So rollbacks, you changed a little bit for the Reiners. Did you take anything else from that discipline and try to add it to your Reiners now at all?
What I noticed is that those horses are wired so different mentally that I couldn't be on a regiment all the time. We talked about it all the time. What works best? 2 days, 2 days, 2 days, 3 days are cutting, 2 days. And what I noticed for myself, for the horses themselves, is that if I changed every 2 days of discipline, when I come back, they'd be so much better. And that made me think, okay, maybe I don't need to drill that same thing every single day, because it seems like if I worked on those cow horses 4 days in a row in the Reining, they were getting worse and worse after the third, fourth, fifth day. But if I worked them 2-3 days and then moved away and then came back 3-4 days later, they felt better. Try to thinking, okay, maybe it's the way they're wired. Yeah, they're a lot more sensitive. They don't want to be controlled all the time. Yeah. They get bored. But there's a lot of our Reiners nowadays, a lot of those Ghana Trashers, a lot of those super talented horses, they're super quick-minded. So they remind me a little bit of that.
Oh, they do, eh?
So a lot of the ones that are more sensitive, I've learned to not stress too much on the same thing all the time. I'll do 2-3 days of the rundowns and then leave them alone for a week and then come back and see if they're better, to where I used to be a lot more structured, to where, okay, unless we're improving, we're working on this every single day. And I learned, and I think it's helped that too.
That's interesting, yeah. Because back in the days, you know, for Bergen days and Avila days, and when you first went out on your own, there was a lot of cow horse cutting bloodlines in NRHA, okay? And now that and then the last 10 years especially, maybe even 15, but for sure 10, it seems like the Reining blood has got way less cow influence in it completely. Okay. And, you know, Doug Carpenter always used to say when he was alive, you know, Reiners need to be sleepy-eyed and lazy, and cow horses and cutters need to be bright-eyed and feely. You know what I mean? So did you notice that when you got back into those cutting bloodlines again? Like these things, I always joke that we're trying to make cow horse cutting bloodline horses look like reiners in the reiner. We're trying to get them to look like robots, because that's really what a reiner is. It's a robot. It does exactly what you tell it to do. If you don't tell it to flick a fucking ear, it doesn't flick an ear. Which is very counterproductive to how these horses are bred, isn't it? Cow horse on pain. What did you notice when you started playing with those horses? Did it make you appreciate the reiner simplicity a little bit more, or just talk about that, because you would have been out of those bloodlines for many years.
Yeah.
Did you notice anything when you got back into it?
And I came in, I wouldn't say full of myself, but I thought that I could make those horses do the reining the way we do the reining.
Yes.
And you can't.
Yes.
I pretty quickly realized you cannot.
What's
do
the
reining.
biggest thing they said fuck you to it? Where did they
mental
say?
and physical. I mean, they're trained to suck back and spread their legs.
Yes.
So most of them are not going to hold a stop for 30 feet straight. Most of them are going to spread, but because they need to spread working a cow.
Yep.
Most of them have so much suck back instead of forward motion that for our reiners, they're so lazy. All we teach them is forward motion. For a cow horse, you take back to me all the time. And their mind, they're so busy-minded.
They notice everything, don't they?
Well,
they notice a sign on the road.
They look at everything, and that's what you need working a cow. They need to outsmart that cow, so they need to think about it all that. It made me appreciate the reining, but I also saw some similarities because, like you said, we used to have a lot of the Gray Starlight, Smart Chicolina, Rooster, all that in the reining. We moved away from it and we went to the lazy ones. But then I think that we lost some of the edge on those horses to where they weren't as athletic. If you notice now, the reiners that are really winning, and there's not very many, the top 2% maybe, I feel that even if they're bred like reiners, they feel a little bit more like a cow horse. Like I've ridden a lot of, like I say, Gunna Trashes, some of the Magnum Chick Dreams. I would say there's two huge difference between, there's 95% of the Magnum Chick Dreams that are really lazy, and then there's that 5% that win a lot. They're electrifying to ride.
Yes.
The horse I showed at the Run for the Million last week, I rode him 2-3 times a day. Not hard, but I had to get him out of the stall, make him think that every time he got ridden, he didn't get trained all the time, very much like a cow horse, change things up. I would put my girl on him to go launch out him for 20 minutes, then take him back to the stall, leave him settled up a couple hours, bring him back out. I rode him, went and did the turnarounds, take him back to the stall, give him a shower, let him think he's done for the day, surprising, get him back out an hour later. So
keep his mind busy.
A lot of the top reiners nowadays, they're so quick-minded because they're so talented that they remind me a lot of that. So there's a little bit of balance there.
Do you think, Avila always told me that he worked all of his great reiners on cows just to do something different. Have you tried to experiment with that at all?
I have not.
You're scared to do it? Tell me why. Tell me why you wouldn't do it. And I'm not judging you. I just want to know, because he said, I asked him why, and he said it made him better. It made him roll back better. It made him listen to me. Because I found, if you want to find the stiffness in your horse, just go walk a cow. If there's any stiffness or pushing him at all, when you're galloping behind a cow and you just draw him into the ground, you're going to find some stiffness there. Yeah. So I'm just curious.
More than working a cow, which I've used some for turn back, and I did work a cow on one that I had got a trash a couple of years ago, trash talking spook. I won over 300,000, and he was a challenge to keep his mind focused. So I tried different things with him. I tried to work a flag. I tried to turn back. Then I tried to work with cows. And what I noticed with him, and then I tried it with a couple more, it would get him thinking even faster.
Truly. Yeah.
So I like the handling part of it. But, I mean, it woke him up way too much.
Fair enough.
So I worked All Bets Are Off. I worked Tinker with Guns. I worked quite a few on a flag. And I noticed after I worked the flag, it may help the turn as far as the rollback, but their mind was going a lot faster.
Got them busier. Fair enough.
So I didn't like that.
Okay, fair enough there. That's it. So let's talk about assistants. You've had some great ones over the year. You know, the Avila prided himself on having great assistants.
He was the best. Yeah.
He was never jealous of them. He was proud of when they beat him. He told me one day, he said, I asked him, I said, how come you never got threatened by your assistants? You always let your assistant ride good horses and do well. And at least from the outside looking in, you never got threatened by them. And he said, no, I never did. And I said, tell me why. And he said, well, number one, I couldn't ride them all. I couldn't show them all. That was the first thing. So somebody had to show some others. Yeah. Number two, it was a great way to keep a customer in the barn because it may not be good enough for me to show, but they still want it trained, and it was definitely good enough for the assistant to show, so it kept money in the barn. And number three, it gave those young guys hope that they'd stick around for 3 to 5 years. They wouldn't just stay for 6 months. If they knew they weren't going to get to show, they would get in line and pay their dues and get to the top of the pecking order and get to show. And he said, I loved it when they won because first of all, the customer's happy, and that's my ultimate goal. If they're writing me a check, I want them to be happy. And number two is that it was my way of getting the next generation of great horsemen. I used them as bait. You know, when all the assistant knows what other assistants get to show. So when one guy's getting a show underneath me, I've got a constant phone calls of young guys saying, can I come work for you? So he said he used it as like a recruiting agent to get the next guy. You know what I mean? So over the years, let's talk through some of the, there's been a lot, of course, but there's been a handful of guys that have worked for you. Tell me if there's any particular lessons you either learnt from them or were you taught them that stood out in your mind at all. Like, for example, bringing up one, Arno. I remember you telling me Arno one day would go into the indoor arena and work on his circles. And you asked him one day, why the hell do you go back into the little indoor when I got this beautiful big outdoor pen? That was one example. And you said, hey, it kind of made sense what he said. So you're almost learning little things from your assistants over the years.
That for sure.
So bring that one up, for example. Nobody knows the story, but tell that one.
Yeah, I mean, that was, I don't remember when. I don't remember if it was the first time or the second time he worked for me, but I mean, I always, I'm very structured with my help too, so I give them pretty good guideline, especially at the beginning. The first year or two, you're not going to move away from my guideline very much. You're going to do what I'm asking to do as far as, once you learn it and you have enough feel, then I'll let you do whatever you want as long as the horse looks good. And that's where Arno was at that time. Arno came in, he was already a good showman. He had some lack in his training program, so I think that it was good for him to come to me because I put a lot of discipline, a lot of things that he needed. But he could show a horse, and he knew what he needed in the show pen. So I've learned a lot from him. Arno's probably the one that for sure I learned the most. I mean, he rode so many horses for me until the last minute I went and showed him. Like,
truly.
One example is when I broke my shoulder with Custom Legend.
That's right.
I had to do it, but I didn't realize he was even as good as he was. Because, I mean, he rode him for a month straight before the NRBC, and I got to ride him at the horse show, and I marked the biggest score of my life. So that's the extent of a good... I think Arno now has become a good showman, but he used to be a way better trainer than he was a showman. He get really nervous in the show pen, so I always felt a little bit bad for him because I never felt that he could express how good he really was. But as far as the training, I had multiple horses to where I struggle, and then I learned to just give it to him. And I said, you try it, and he would do something totally different. So then I watch it, and then it taught me. Like that example right there was a horse that we had this huge 200 by 400 outdoor arena, and it looked fine to me. But then he used to go back in and go in. I had a 90 by 200 indoor, so you go always circling in the 90 arena. I said, why are you doing that? And he's like, well, because I can feel a lot more where he's dropping his shoulders and all that. In this big one, it feels kind of okay, but I know that it's not perfect, but I'm not feeling it. I also only get to do one circle, and that horse has to lope so much further. So in that arena, I can do 5 circles in the time that I do 1 circle here. So I can do 30 circles there, and it gives me 30 chances of fixing that problem when I only do 5 here and the horse is wore out.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. That
makes perfect sense.
Makes perfect sense. I never thought of it, but it makes perfect sense. So it's little stuff like that. I mean, Arno and I came up with so many new things that in the industry that then it became normal. Like, he's the first one that taught me how to really duct tape a horse good on his front feet. And he came out with the way you roll the duct tape and all that. He did it all on his own.
Truly.
You know? Yeah. He taught me how to do it.
He was your first real, wasn't Arno your first real assistant that you really put your heart and soul into?
It was.
You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't just there for a year. Like,
he was part of the family.
Yeah,
I mean,
you put a lot of time into that guy, didn't you? And obviously he was very loyal to you, but that...
He was loyal, and he showed really well. And like the year I won the futurity with Little Joe Cash, I tied with him for second place. He showed me the buckles, and I showed another mare, so I was first and second, but I tied with him with that one. The year before, he won the intermediate, and he was like, I think, 10th in the open. So he's the first, and really looking back, not to put anything bad on the other one, he's still the best on that stepped up to the plate.
Yes.
I mean, whenever there was pressure, because I put a lot of pressure on those guys and those horses, as much as the horses I expect a lot. It took Arno a few years, but once he got it, I mean, he always delivered for me. So I knew that every time I gave him a horse, I knew he was going to get the most out of it. And I was lucky enough in those years to where there was enough for both of us.
Yeah, enough good ones.
Meaning that I was a little bit different than Avila because I noticed Todd never had that conversation with me as far as he was going to have the best horses, I was going to have the second. But I knew that at the beginning, at least the way he started, he always picked the best.
Yeah.
Then some of mine stepped up, and he was respectful enough to keep him with me. But at the beginning, he always got the best one, which was fine, and it's no big deal. I worked for him, and there was enough to where both of us did good. But there was always a little bit of uncomfortable when the 2-year-olds came in. He's like, yeah, I'm not riding those. Well, let's just make it pretty clear then, because he would tell everybody that I had my pick. No, I don't have my pick. You pick your first 5, and then I get the other one, which is fine. So I always had that conversation with my help. I tell him, I'm going to ride the best ones or what I think is the best one, because you work for me. I'm paying you this. We agreed to do that. Now, if your string jumps up and they're good, I'll let you ride them. That's no problem. But if I pick the ones, those are going to be mine. Don't get your feelings hurt if a new horse comes in.
Yeah, if I change it halfway through the year,
that's just me. I'm going to take the best I can, because that puts me in the best situation to keep having the best horses and to win the most. I think a lot of people from the outside looking in think it's an ego thing, or pretty selfish, but it's just the way it is. That's the way I worked it. But most of the times, there's always enough horses for people like Arno or other people to excel. So he's probably the one that I learned the most. But there was a lot of them. Like Fernando was there for just a little bit, Salgado. And what a great hand on 2-year-olds and young horses. I mean, he showed me some things on 2-year-olds. There's a lot of people that never even made it to the showman successfully, but they're really good at something. Like I had a kid at the same time as Arno. His name was Yoav from Israel. And he was the first guy. Like, Arno was never really good with young horses. Later on, I think he learned it, but I would never put him on a 2-year-old. I put him on older horses, because he was a little bit, he would ask too much, I thought, on a young horse. But he could get a lot of older horses. So this kid, Yoav, he was just so good. And it kind of broke my heart, because every time I put him on a show horse, he never really expressed himself. He just didn't have that grit that, like we were talking earlier. You've got a guy that's great at training, but he just doesn't ask enough showing, because he's scared of messing it up. Yeah. He would never push those horses to their limit, because he was just too good of a young horse trainer.
Confidence builder.
But he taught me a lot on the young ones. Whenever I put too much pressure on him, I could put it on him for a week or two, and he would bring him right back. And a lot of life lessons too. I mean, you learn so many personalities, and it's hard for me, because like we were talking about the color book when we were talking about the color code with different personalities. For me, I expect people to think the way I do, and
because we look at it through our lenses.
99% of people are not going to think the way I think. So a lot of those assistant trainers opened my eyes to, like, well, only very, very few you can push in the way. I was pushed, and I reacted to being pushed. I mean, that's what Todd did. I mean, he pushed me to the limit to where I was either going to break or I was going to make it. I was miserable for a week straight. Yeah. I would go home and cry for a week straight, but then I would make it happen. Yeah. But most people are not going to handle that. They're just going to quit.
So you've learned to adapt a little bit
as
as you got older?
I had to adapt. I mean, and that's what they taught me more of it. I think it's the same as horses. Not every horse is going to get trained the same, and not every assistant. And I think that's the biggest part and the biggest challenge for a horse trainer is figuring out what kind of assistant or horse owner you have. And what works with them. There's some assistants that work good to push, some assistant that you got to pat them on the back all the time and give them confidence. Yeah. Even if they're not doing as good, but just patting them is going to push them to do better. Yeah. It's hard.
Very much so.
DT Horses was founded with one goal in mind: produce elite performance horses. For over 20 years, we've consistently met that goal and raised the bar, thanks to our dedication and focus on what matters most. DT Horses believes that every horse we raise deserves the best start possible. With a great foundation in place, all our colts go on to excel in the discipline best suited for them. We have many top performers in team roping, cow horse, cutting, calf roping, and barrel racing. We're offering our elite horses to the public. For information about the athletes available, please contact the DT Horses office at 480-471-4348. Learn more about DT Horses and the impact we've made on the Western performance horse world at dthorses.com.
Silver Spurs Equine owns and stands over 30 champion performance horse stallions. They strive to provide options to top prospects for every preference and budget. Reining is the main focus of Silver Spurs breeding program, and they have developed their $1 Million Challenge as an incredible incentive that offers huge payouts to the champions of 7 different reining competitions around the world. Silver Spurs also raises about 150 foals per year at their ranch in Oklahoma, and each one is offered to the public for sale. This provides a wide variety of options to buyers looking for their next prospect, and most would be eligible for the $1 Million Challenge. Find the perfect cross of traditional performance horse bloodlines combined with the modern dynamics of today's performance horses. All available prospects can be found at silverspurssalehorses.com. What about Marco? Marco came from McQuay's program. Was he your first main assistant that came from McQuay's program?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And he came at a different time of his career.
Yeah.
Like Marco, as an early stage, he went to McQuay, learned a lot there for I think 3-4 years. Then went to Italy, did his own business over there.
I
then
did not
came
know
back
that.
to McQuay.
Oh, I did not know that.
And
Okay.
Marco was the perfect assistant trainer in the fact that he loved riding horses, but he didn't want to deal with the people, the owners or anything. That's
Yeah.
why he left Italy, because he's like, I can go back to McQuay. He's going to give me good horses. That's when he showed Tinseltown, did really good at the NRBC. And I don't remember the situation, but he called me after a few years. He was back at McQuay, and he said, hey, I'm looking for a different position. I don't really aspire to have my own business. I want to just have good horses to show, make good enough money to where I can take a weekend off and go hunt when I want and just do that. And I was like, well, that sounds like a perfect combination for me. I was at a point to where I just needed somebody good that I could trust that's not going to leave in a couple of years. So I paid him good money. He came back. He worked for 5 years for me. He did a great job. His wife, Jenny, worked for me also, and she was great in the barn. She, I mean, those 5 years were probably the easiest because she was the best in the barn. She took care of all that, and I can put Marco and do a lot of riding. As long as he had his horses settled up, and they would just take him to the arena, he would stay in the arena all day long, ride. It was great. I never tried to change Marco too much because he was really set in his training program. He wanted to learn more, and I gave him some pointers every once in a while, but I think he's the first one that I realized I would get more out of him if I let him be.
Yeah.
He was the type of guy that the first few times I tried to change a few things, it went down really fast. And I was like, you know what? He does a good enough job to be in the open finals every time.
Yes.
He's a great guy. He never lies to me. He's working his ass off. Be happy with that. Don't try to make it more than what it is.
That's a lot of maturity for us. For Reds, we like it to be done our fucking way. You know, we're very dominant in how we run businesses and how we do horses. So that's not an easy thing for our color code to do, is to say, I'm going to let this guy be the best he is. Yeah.
And it would have worked out a long time if it wasn't. I think that Jenny wanted more of their own thing.
Yes.
So I think it wasn't just Marco. I think that she pushed him to have his own business a little bit, which is, I mean, anybody that's aspiring, that wanting to do more, I can only give him respect
Very much
for
so,
that.
yes.
So he moved on, but we're still great friends. I
Yes.
buy horses all the time from him.
Yes.
I think he does a best job. I think McQuay's program, looking from the outside in, because other than what I was exposed to when I was young, I haven't seen it that much. But it teaches people that have worked there to do a very consistent, they may not ask 110% out of their horses, but you can take those horses and kind of make them whatever you want. Meaning that when they're done, all of Marco's horses, Randy said the same thing, Paul. He said, I love buying horses from Tim because I can bring him and make him my own in no problem. So all the guys that worked for him, I think he taught them a very simple, schematic system to train every horse kind of the same, and then you can kind of make him whatever you want. So I got to give that to that program because there's been a lot of good trainers coming out of that. Marco's one of them.
Yeah, yeah. Anybody else that comes to mind that you can talk about, any assistant or any life lessons from an assistant or things that made you kind of...
Oh, things good and bad. There are so many. I mean,
I know,
looking
just
back,
anything off the top of my head, you know what I mean? That's for sure. But
No.
But okay then. Well, if it's all right with you, I've got a list of questions here. We're going to wrap up here pretty soon. I've got a list of questions here that I wanted to ask you. Just kind of, they're not really all lined up on the same category and so forth, but they're questions that I think people will really get a lot out of and enjoy. First one we already covered is year that you felt like the best prepared, and you think this year you're feeling good about this year.
I feel good about this year. I'm excited. That's why I gave up the cow horse last year, because I looked at Tish and I said, I don't think I've ever had a string of 3-year-olds like that. If I can kind of survive the Derby part of it, which I have enough to be up on top but maybe not win it, and that's exactly what happened, I think it'll be strong for the second half of the year. So, like you said, hopefully.
Yeah, touch wood on that. What do you think the magic number for horse trainers is that they can still make money and keep it together, but not get so big that it gets away from them? I've always said this publicly about you. You are the only trainer I personally know that can have 75 head in training, and if an owner called and said, what is my 2-year-old doing, you would not only know, but you could tell him probably how it acted last Tuesday.
Yeah.
That's a gift. Because most people that have over 50 horses, I'll just say it out on camera, it's a bit of a shit show.
It is.
Let's just be honest. Trainers can half the trainers don't know the fucking horse's name. They don't remember the customer's name. Your horse is lost in the shuffle somewhere. Unless you're the big money customer and you've got his best horses, your horse is not getting very much attention. Now, in the smaller barns, 25 head, that trainer knows that horse, etc. So, I've heard a lot of trainers say, when he's past 25 head, when you get from 25 to 50 head, you really don't make any more money, but you've taken on a lot more expense because you've got more assistants, more saddlers, more stall cleaners, and you've got to clean up all the problems too that go with those employees as well. But, you started out with 20 horses, at least in your peak you were 75. Where are you now?
I'm at 75 right now.
So what do you think is good advice for trainers? What are the pros and cons? Because a lot of people getting too big almost cripples them to where they quit winning. You know what I'm trying to say? And then, you go too small and you say, well, I don't get enough pick of the horses. So what's your opinion on the sweet spot, if you can
I think it's what suit you. For me, I've always looked at lowering the numbers, and I don't think it would work for me. And I'll explain this. Meaning that you've got the typical... Todd Summers keeps 15 horses in training. Kept his whole career.
Yes,
15, 16, I don't remember. He always told me. It worked for a while when he had Von Zimmerman buying him a lot of those good ones. They just buy them and it worked. But he couldn't try very many. So then slowly kind of slowed down a little bit. And now when you're not trying very many, because once you start telling people, no, I can't take it, they're not going to call you next year. They'll send it to somebody else.
Good point.
So once you start telling, no, I'm not going to take it, then later on in 5 years you decide to take it, well, they're not sending it to you because they've had a good experience at Sean or whoever it was. So I've always been a little bit careful about saying no to people. I might keep it for 3 days in the barn and call them and say, this is not going to work. Yeah. But at least I gave it a shot.
Yep.
So I agree with the fact that over 25 is the sweet number money-wise, meaning that you do it yourself, one assistant trainer, maybe somebody settling. That's plenty.
Yeah.
8 horses, each one of you guys, maybe more, 10, 12.
Yep.
Most of them are not getting ridden every single day, the older horses, or if you have non-pros, whatever. So 25, I think, number-wise, money-wise, is the magic number. When you go over that, I never lost money in the fact that every time I bump up, I want to at least bump up 5 horses because that pays for at least an assistant, and there's still a little money to. So I'm not going to decide 25, I'm going to go to 27 this year. You either do 25, 30, 35, 45,
you go
50.
Up in fives,
I go up in 5s because half of those cover might pay for the assistant, the other half it's going to pay for the headaches, pretty much. Every time I look at more headache, I'm like, am I getting paid for it?
Yeah.
Because more headaches.
Does the pain match the dollars?
And the pain doesn't have to come just from that horse. It needs to come at the end of the year. I've never been one to look back, oh man, I'm not making enough money on that horse. Yeah, but I'm keeping that customer happy that I won 150 on last year. Yeah. So I'm kind of balancing it out. So if and I know it's not the best way of looking at it for somebody coming up. I've based a lot of my income on my winnings, and I've been lucky through the years that I've been able to do that. Mm-hmm. Then I made big deals like working for ranches or EOS. So that came later on. But at the beginning, I wasn't making much money on training because I was riding a lot and there was a lot of expense. I was hauling a lot. I didn't charge probably as much as I needed to charge because I wanted a shot of riding as many as I could. Mm-hmm. But I always won enough to where at the end of the year it was pretty good. It was a hard way of doing it, but...
Sam Smith always said horse trainers make their money on commissions and prize money.
Yes.
The training business just keeps the lights on, keeps everybody employed, keeps things functioning. Do you think there's a lot of truth to what he said?
There's a lot of truth, I think, and either that way or you're a non-pro coach and then you charge day fees and you do that and you can make that. But I think 25 numbers as far as that, for me, it wouldn't work because I can live with the fact that I can turn horses down. I try as many as I can. Mm-hmm. But by trying as many as I can, I think I put myself in a position to where I have an advantage just because I'm trying a lot more prospects. That said, you need to know what's going on because I can't keep one for 2 months because I've got my stalls full. So if I'm taking as many as I can, I'm going to be really quick of letting them go too.
Yeah, you're just as quick as letting them go.
I'm quick at letting them go. Yeah.
I wanted to ask you this question. I've never asked you personally over all these years, but like for example, you normally start about 35 head of 2-year-olds as an average. Some years 30, some years
30 to 35. Yeah.
So when you've got all those young guys that are helping you start all those colts, As you start firing those horses, do you let one or two of those young guys go as well? Like, obviously, you've got, 5 assistants and between this many horses, okay? As you start narrowing that list down, do you have to start cutting those guys off the payroll too?
I think it's the hardest part of the business for me because the first part of the year, I need 6 guys. So now we're usually understaffed the first part of the year to where I'm struggling with those guys and I'm pushing them to the limit. And then the second half of the year, I'm overstaffed. So if it's good enough, obviously, I'm going to find a job for them. But most of the time, there's at least one guy getting fired in the middle of the year because whoever I thought that it wasn't working and he's staying because I need him, he's probably going to get going.
But if that guy's got talent, you're going to try your best to keep his ass around.
I'm going to figure out a way to keep him. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, fair enough. I thought that. This is kind of a little bit different. Everybody sees somebody's life from the outside looking in, okay? A lot of people look at businesses and like when I was really peaking in my tours, I might have 2,500, 3,000 people show up and I might have done $250,000, $300,000 of sales in 2 days. Everybody saw 7 cash registers running. Clinton's making bank. But they forgot I had 4 semis there. I flew 40 people in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I had 200 grand of expenses just straight off the bat. You get what I'm trying to say? So everybody can always see one side of the business, but I always say there's a whole other side of this shit you're not seeing. What do you think would shock people to know about you or your life or your business that they wouldn't know from the public image that you put across? Or just the outside looking in.
It's not really something I want to put across. It's the reality of what I put across, but I don't share all my emotions.
Right.
So, you don't know.
That's what I'm asking.
There's a lot of things. I mean, from the amount of stress that I've been through the years, because, with money comes stress, as you know. Mm-hmm. When you've got 50 people that work for you, they depend on you. You can't screw up and fail your business. You're failing 50 people. Mm-hmm. I'm the same way with my family. When I look at my wife and I said, I'm good to lose $75,000 when I don't have $30,000 in the bank to move on to the next thing, I got to make it work. There's no way around it. And that for me, it's a motivation, but it comes with a lot of stress. And the same thing with working for somebody for 10 years. There's a lot of expectations there. Every month I got to sit down. I got to explain why I spent this money. And if they're not happy, they could fire me.
Yeah.
People say, oh, yeah, he's making a lot. Yeah, but I'm willing to do a lot more than you're willing to do. You know?
Very much so.
I got lucky. I wouldn't say lucky, but I was at the right place at the right time. But a lot of people would have said, you know what, with all that pressure and all that, they could fire me in 2 years. I had to say, no, this has got to work in order to, so that, and then the amount of insecurity that I have, as a showman, I got to shut that off because my horse can't feel that. I got to feel, my horse and myself, I got to feel, okay, I'm going to go win this son of a gun. And my horse needs to feel that way. But leading up to it and right after, I'm asking questions all the time. I'm just as insecure and nervous about things all the time. I don't know if it's going to work. I mean, I try to believe that it will, but in the back of my mind, there's all the what if. So a lot of people ask me if I use motivational books or listen to people, and they're all surprised I think I'm lying because I don't do any of that. I mean, it's all on me. And I think it's not an old school, maybe it is an old school way, because Luca's like, oh man, you're just old school. You think that just beat it into yourself, it's going to work. I'm like, well, it's worked so far.
Yeah, keep doing what works.
So for me, what works. When I'm insecure and when I lose a little bit of faith in what I'm doing and all that, I go back to the basics and say, hey, it's worked till now. Put your head down and go do it. Through the years, it becomes a little bit harder because your body sometimes can't handle the work. So I'm looking into, okay, I got to take care of myself a little bit better. I got to sleep better. Don't drink as much. Do all those things that make you feel better in order to perform better. But, really at the end of the day for me is put your head down and go to work.
One thing that was a little bit of an eye-opener for me that I actually never thought about is one time we were discussing this a few years ago and everybody says, well, Andrea's got the best customers, which buy him the best horses, and like it's just easy. And you looked at me one day and you said, don't think for 1 second that the customers with the biggest pockets aren't demanding at times. They expect to win. They're not doing this for a hobby. Yeah. They want me to win. I've got that pressure on me all the time to win from myself. But from the people writing those checks, they don't write those checks just to be friends.
Yeah.
They're writing those checks to win. And I thought, you know what? That's a lot of people don't see that. They think that these people just write open-ended checks for Andrea to go buy what he wants and they're just one big happy family. No, this is a sports team. These owners are not going to dinner with you, so they get a boner over winning.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, and that's the bottom line. Really, I mean, people think, and I don't know, I mean, I see people having different relationship with owners, but at the end of the day, then the owner leaves and they're like all surprised. Well, he's leaving because you did not deliver what he wanted. So they can be, I never confuse friendship with business. And that's the part that I think sets some people to where they want to be friends. And I'm good with it. I enjoy a lot of my owners. I enjoy going to dinner with a lot of them. But I don't consider them my family friends in the fact that they're not there because they're my family. They're there because I'm providing a service.
And they want to win.
They pick who thought that did the best job for them. They pay me really good money. I appreciate that. And I try to put 120% into it. So we both put our effort, but it's a business relationship. It's not a family relationship.
Yeah, fair enough. How much do you feel like Tish played a role in your career from the responsibilities that she has and also from a sounding billboard for you that you could go back to her? Because you've told me several times in your career you trust Tish's judgment. When she says it looks like shit, it looks like shit. When it looks good, it looks good. And even though you were annoyed because she was right and sometimes you were wrong, but tell me what you, because I don't think sometimes some of these wives maybe get as much credit as they deserve for all the shit that they do on the back end that allows you to be the race car driver. You're the guy that drives the car on the track, so you get the glory, but there's a friggin' big load of pit crew behind that race car, from the guy that's getting sponsorships to keeping that car on the road to the guy that's tuning the engine, the tires, etc. What role can you say that Tish played in your career that you think without her it might have been a change for you? It may not have accomplished.
I don't think I would have made it even half of where I'm at now. Meaning that there's, like you were describing, I see a lot of other trainers that they have wives that are involved, but I don't think I've seen one that I see from the outside that's as involved as she is. I still see a lot of trainers that have to talk to their own customers on the phone all day long. They have to make a lot of business deals. I'll handle a lot of the sales of the horses because that's who they want to talk to as far as getting the information. But I'm scared to say it, but I mean, all I do is ride horses, and that's all I have to worry about.
She handles everything.
Everything.
Else.
I mean, I'm talking everything from my sponsors. They know I won't pick up the phone if they call, so they call Tish to do whatever. Scheduling the horse shows, dealing with horse show managers, sponsorships, and even the customers themselves. They'll call me if they want to know how the horse is doing, but they know that it's going to be a once a month type of deal. But if they have any questions about where we're going next, what are we doing with that horse? And then the amount of pressure of having 2 kids, trying to raise a family, and at the same time keeping this business going. And then also being there for all my frustrations. Because I think that that's the biggest part. A lot of these women, you're there all day long. Not every horse is going to be good. Then you've got the customer that makes you mad. You've got the assistant that you're struggling because no matter how many times you helped him, we're still struggling. So you don't know if you should keep going, not going, trying to find another one. Who do you voice it out to? Well, your wife when you get home. So on top of working all day long and having all that amount of work on it, keep taking care of the house, taking care of the kids, especially growing up. Then at night, you get the grumpy husband that gets home and just opens it up to you. So
it's tough on marriages, isn't it?
Very tough on marriages. You're on the road a lot. So I think in the back of their mind, especially if you're winning, is there girls looking at them? Is there always that one person that's offering something more than I can provide? So I think that's always in the back of their mind. Even if you haven't done anything wrong, there's something that, so they want to make sure that they do everything on their own. So I think that there's a lot there. I see it in Tish all the time. She sees it in me. So it's tough on marriages. You got to put a lot of work in and making it work. It's hard.
Yeah. I'm going to go as far to say, because obviously I know you guys are a little more personal than a lot of the people listening. I think she's as equal part as you. Because I see what that woman does, and it's a fucking small miracle what she pulls off. She's the female version of you, from what I can tell. That the amount of ball, and she knows that these are the lanes I need to stay in and let him stay. She's smart enough to say, I'm going to let him be the best at what he does. And these are the things that I need to do to take stress off him, take problems away from him. But then also smart enough to tell you maybe what you don't want to hear.
And she's
at
tough
times,
enough.
when you've told me that, when you've walked out of the show pen sometimes, she said, well, that looked like shit. And she was right. And you didn't want to hear it, but she's got big enough balls to say that to you.
Yeah, and even with the cows, she's like, okay, I remember doing good last year. I was 10th at the futurity, and she's like, great, next year you'll be 5th. Hopefully you won't be 25th in the Reining futurity. Okay, so we had to talk about that, and she's like, I know you're going to succeed, you're going to be good, but the more that succeeds, the more shit this is going to go, so pick your choose.
Yes, that is true. If everything's important, nothing's important, isn't it? You can only focus on one thing at a time.
And through the years, I tried a clothing company. I'm always thinking, oh man, I can't just be riding horses. I got to do this. I got to do the bits. I got to do that. And pretty soon she's like, okay, we made $22,000 on that. You won 300 last year. You won 180 this year. Let's probably go back to riding.
Yes.
So she almost brought me back.
She's a good focus for you, a good pendulum to help you swing back.
Yeah. So she's very, like most women, they're very realistic. You know, we dream a lot, and we wish we could be doing something else. They're very down to earth.
Yeah, they can bring it back down to earth quickly. Next one is, did you encourage Luca to train horses and be a horse trainer, or did you encourage him to go into a different career? You know, he's done well. He's a horse trainer, obviously, but did you encourage that or discourage it like your dad? You know what I mean? Where were you with your relationship with Luca about being a horse trainer as a profession?
I discouraged it a lot, but for very different reason than my dad, I believe. Meaning that Luca rode horses his whole life with us as a youth, and mainly because his brother was good at motocross, and we encouraged him to do that. Luca had a couple crashes. He wasn't even that fast, and he decided pretty quick he didn't want to do that. And realistically, we couldn't haul off to baseball. We're always traveling. We couldn't support a different passion, so we put him on a horse early on. He got good at it. So we supported that as a young kid, just to give him something to do and be successful and learn to work hard, all those things that you do sports for. But in the back of my mind, I always thought, man, I hope he doesn't want to do this, because having the last name that he has, it would be pretty hard to make a name for yourself and have people not judge you always for Andrea's
not live
son.
in your shadow.
So when he was super successful in school, and he wanted to go to Johns Hopkins, become a surgeon. I mean, all the things that you're dreaming about. And then by the time he turned 17, 18, when he sprung it on us that he wanted to train, I said, Luca, you don't want to do that. I said, you're smart. You've got all the support. You're lucky enough that your dad can put you through college. I'll support you. You want to travel the world, go do that. Open up your mind. Don't get stuck in an arena. That's one thing that I always wish I had more time for, and hopefully with age will come. But a lot of people say, Andrea, be careful, because you think you're going to live forever. You're not. You may want to start doing the things that you want to do now. I could never travel. I'd love traveling. I love opening my eyes to different places, go to, do a safari in Africa, go back to Italy and go see things that I've never seen. But with horses, you can't. No. You're training. You're training all the time. You're stuck. So I really discouraged it for that. But then I also understood. He said, Dad, if you want me to go to college, I will. It's not where my heart into. I hate wasting your money, because I probably won't end up using my college degree, but I'll do it for you. So with everything you've done for me, so I thought, well, there's no point of doing that. So when he wanted to start training, I said, well, you're not going to train with me, at least at the beginning.
Why did you do that? Why did you do that?
Two things. I could tell already by the time he's 17, father and son were always kind of arguing with each other. Even when he was a non-pro, I would tell him to do things. Well, yeah, but, and I'm not a yeah, but type of guy. No. You either do it or you don't, and so I didn't want to ruin our father-son relationship by being together all the time and arguing. And also, I wanted him, he trained the way I trained, or he rode the way I wanted him to ride his whole life. He needed to open up his eyes. If we're not going to go see the Colosseum in Rome, let's go see how Casey Deary does the reining, or whoever. I let him pick whoever. I wanted him to go to Sean, because it was a little bit more similar to my program. And I'm actually glad that he picked Casey, because Casey was completely 180 degrees different. Opposite, So completely opposite. It was great. And then he decided to go out on his own. So I'll support him. I still think it's a struggle because of who he is. And it shouldn't be that hard. When you start something, that's why I like to start. Part of the way I didn't want to keep going with my dad's business, a little part was that. I didn't want to be Sergio Fappani's son that got handed a great, successful business, and he's going to do it. And that's what I don't want for Luca. I don't want people always looking at him and say, well, shit, he's done good because Andrea, his dad, is giving him horses,
Yes,
and
he's got to make his own mark.
And it's hard.
I think it was very smart of you to let him go out on his own and work for who he wanted to work and develop his own style and still develop his style. Because at the end of the day, he has to be him. Nobody can be you.
And that's where he's stuck right now. He's stuck in the middle. Like he came back just leasing stalls because I say, hey, the first couple of years, let me alleviate the pain a little bit. You just pay me by stall. You lease my stalls. The arena will be dragged like I drag it for me all the time. You don't have to worry if a water breaks. You just lease the stalls. You can ride in the arena. If you have questions, great. If not, I'll leave you alone. Well, he has questions, but they're very different, my answer, than what Casey would say. So as much as he wants to keep doing there and he wants to ride like me, he's trying to find his own path in the middle, which is, it's going to take time. It can be really, it takes a long time.
Yeah. Well, he's done well. I'm sure you are proud of him as a dad, that he's done well.
Of course.
And I appreciate and respect the fact that you give him enough freedom to go do what the fuck he wants to do and make his own mistakes. You know, you might see the mistake coming, but they got to go do it themselves. You know, Ken Bray always has a saying. He says, sometimes you got to get a few bloody noses to figure out how the playground works.
For sure.
And I'm not saying that he is making any mistakes, but he's got to have the freedom, and you're giving him that freedom to go do that. A lot of parents will hover over their kids so much and try to protect them so much that they end up ruining them.
I see it in this industry too. I look on left and right, people that are successful. But I'm like, man, you're successful because of all the people that you have around that are protecting all your weak parts.
Yeah.
But the minute those people are not there or not doing as good of a job, you won't be successful because you haven't done it on your own. And that's what I told Luca. I said, I'll be there. If you have any questions, I'll be there. You want me to ride the horse? I'll ride the horse. But at the end of the day, you make the decision because then those consequences are on you. I'm not going to go out and find you a 2-year-old and tell your customer that's the one to have. You pick it, and then you're responsible for that one.
Why do you think, changing subjects a little bit, why do you think some trainers can't make the changes in style? You know, every sport evolves, and we know, you know, over 30 years of reining, there's been at least 3 to 5 style changes and things change. A lot has changed. You've changed yourself.
Yeah.
I'm not going to mention names, but we all know of trainers that were at their peak at one point that now not even remotely competitive.
Yeah.
Okay. And they're still training the same way, riding the horse the same way. And I've often wondered, how can you be at the peak of your game and then 10 years later not even remotely be competitive? I don't know why they can't change. I want to ask you, again, we're not mentioning names, but why do you think some trainers don't change? Do you think they don't know how to change? Do you think their ego's in the road? Do you think what's your gut reaction? Because you know trainers that at one point would whip your ass.
Oh, yeah, a lot of them.
And then 10 years later, they can't do jack shit and be competitive. Why do you think that is?
I think it's a combination of a few things. I think that they're waiting too long before they see it coming. And that's where I tell you, I'm studying myself all the time. For me, it's easier, not easy, but easier to make little changes and trying to keep going and staying on top than having to wait long enough to where I'm like, oh my gosh, this is not working at all. Now I really got to change a lot. So, because every time you develop something that works for you, if you got to change it, you lose all your confidence. Because now you knew that worked for you, but it's not working anymore because they're not paying me for it.
Yeah.
So now I got to change it to something that I'm unconfident doing, and people
don't
want. It's new, and a lot of people hate that feeling of
because it's uncomfortable.
It's uncomfortable, so they don't want to get uncomfortable to get comfortable later on. So the longer you stay comfortable, the more you're going to get uncomfortable later on.
That's a good point.
I love being uncomfortable all the time because I know it's pushing me to get better. But a lot of people hate that.
Yeah.
And that's why there's only a few that can keep going. They also don't have a good, true reality check sometimes. That's where my wife Tish has been a reality check for me all the time. I just got second at the futurity. Yeah, but that didn't look very good. Are we going to work on that? Or things like that. They always have a partner that tells them how great they are.
Yeah.
And every time you think you're great, I think you're ready to fall down.
Yeah, you're ready to get your ass kicked.
So, but when you're on the edge all the time and having that uncomfortable feeling, oh my gosh, that's not good enough. That's good enough. You may complain about it, and I do all the time. Is it ever good enough? I won $9.5 million. Yeah, good job. But so I think that it's a combination of that, not being uncomfortable and not having somebody that tells you the truth sometimes.
Yeah. Good sounding boards is very, very important.
Very important.
You know, like even if it's not your wife, like you had Brett Stone, you know, you can count on people to tell you the fucking truth.
Yeah, but I'm the one calling them and realizing that there's a problem. I think that most people don't realize until it's too late.
Yeah.
Breaking Bad is a 2020 stallion by Stevie Ray Vaughan. Out of the all-time leading broodmare Sweet Abra, he is dual-registered AQHA and APHA and is 6-panel NN. At just 5 years old, he has already earned over $200,000 and is still showing. He is nominated to the major NCHA and NRCHA stallion programs. and is part of the new Legacy Bonus, which has an estimated payout of $1 million to be paid at the 2025 NCHA Futurity. For more information or to request your breeding contract, contact Beau Gallion Stallion Services or Foltz Ranch at 806-672-6039.
Nothing would please them more than to see this old piece of shit in a coffin. Oh, they want to drive a steel knife down his stupid fucking throat, and they talk about it quite often.
Okay, guys, we got some more hate mail for this week. This one comes in from Finn Powery. Finn is a contributor to the hate mail often. He posts quite a bit on all my social media. So thank you, Finn, for putting in the effort to bring in the hate my way. Let's read what Finn has to say today. So, a pretend horseman, and in brackets it says that Australia was glad to get rid of, turns into a philosopher. Please help us, Finn. Well, Finn, if you don't like what I have to say and you think I'm full of shit, why do you keep watching my videos? I really think you might be a fan, Finn. For you to comment on so many of my videos and watch my shit, I don't think you hate me. I think you're really a fan.
Hi, my name is Melanie Smith with Solo Select Horses. We have been a part of the ICSI process for several years with GeneTech with exceptional results, and we continue to work with them every day to improve the technology and improve the results for our customers. GeneTech has really transformed the industry and allowed us to transform our business. I feel like they want to take the research that they get within the lab, the information we give to them, and really once again maximize the results that we can get for all of our customers, because if our customers win, we win and GeneTech wins. For more information on advanced equine reproductive services, please visit genetechvet.com.
Let me bring this up now. It'd be a good time, I think. So there's a Facebook group that I like to watch on Facebook that this guy puts all the old videos out of all the old reining horses, cutting horses, and cow horses, and I love watching them back from the even the 60s, actually, but a lot of 70s and 80s runs. And everybody goes on now about the reining horse, about how low their heads are and the collection of these horses and how it's different from the way it was. And the answer is yes, it's way different. Yeah. When you look at some of those horses that Loomis showed in the 70s and 80s, the neck on these horses just stuck up in the air like this. You know, not that it wasn't necessarily bad training at all, but for that time, that's how those horses were bred. And I don't think that the general public understand how much the conformation has changed in reining horses, not just the talent of these animals, but the way they're built. When you had your symposium, it was this year in February, wasn't it? I usually go to it every 2 years. I enjoy going there. I enjoy learning from you, the other horsemen, etc. You did a demonstration with a 2-year-old that maybe had, I don't know, barely 60 days of riding, okay? Actually, probably only had about 30. And you're riding him in just a little rope bosal, nothing at all, a little open hackamore, okay? And I just chuckled to myself when I watched you lope this thing around the arena. You've never pulled on this thing with 2 hands at all. This thing's pole would not raise above its withers if life depended on it. You loped it all over the arena, and it just stuck its neck out there like that, stuck its old nose out like that, was a pretty mover. I mean, just neck on it just the way you want it, just built round, the way the Doug Carpenter would always want them. That's how a lot of them are bred now. They're not bred upside down. I remember, 25, 30 years ago, you guys, the horse that was built round was like a diamond in the rough. You're like, oh, that's the one I want. Everybody, you could like stand out, couldn't it? The horse that was round like that. Now, a lot of them are like that. They're just built to be round. And we talked about it when the ass comes underneath and the head and neck comes down, the back goes up. Those horses can stop better, turn better, do everything better compared to when their back is hollow, their neck is up in the air, and their ass end is out behind them. What do you think the general public that want to, and most of the public that criticize these, they don't train fucking reining horses. They've never even ridden one. They might have seen Reining in the 70s. You know what I mean? I really don't think they're in the industry, but they got a big mouth and a big opinion about what collection should be. What do you think the general public don't know about the way that we're training reining horses today and the way that they're built and the collection subject? Because it's a hot subject that everybody wants to get wound up about.
Yeah, they get wound up, and I think a lot of it, you said it. I mean, I think people don't realize that those horses are built. You may like it, you may not like it. Because obviously it's changed the way we breed them.
Very much so.
But there's a reason why we changed the way we breed them. They got rewarded more from the judges. They're easier to train. They can slide a lot further. The front end doesn't stick in the air. Most of those horses that had the head up, the back down, and they stuck that front end. You go down and stop a horse like that, and you go to one that folds up and pedals up front and tell me which one feels better.
Yes.
To me, the one that's rounded, those horses were crippled all the time also. Those horses only got to show the futurity, if you're lucky, the Derby, and then they're done.
Yeah.
Now we're showing them until they're 8. There's been some 8-year-old Derbies, 9. There's 12-year-olds at the run for the million. So now we got to make them last longer. So because they're round, it's a lot easier on their. And let me explain it. Why is it easier? Because when a horse is round and he's pushing from behind and he's not pulling himself with the front end, you're going to have a lot less bow tendon, a lot less coffin joint problems. They're not as heavy up front because they're a lot lighter. So when everything is collected, just like a dressage horse, just like cutters. I mean, cutters are the same way. When you watch them now, they're all with their neck on the ground, and you watch Buster Welch out in the field was as straight as an arrow, you know, so it's changed a lot. But because they can perform better, it's easier on their body, and it's a lot nicer to ride. I think a lot of them, like you say, they've never really ridden a reining horse. They're judging it from the outside. So they don't know what it feels like to ride a horse that's collected and a horse that's not collected. There's still riders today that they don't collect those horses as much. But the reason why they get away with being competitive is because those horses are collected naturally the way they're built. So they don't have to put as much face. Because there's different styles. My style, like I said, it's very different than Casey Deary. I use a bigger bridle just because I'm still... the foundations of mine, it's horses that respect the bridle. And I train from having a horse that's off the bridle, and then I push him into the bridle with my hands. So my result, it's a horse that's a lot more collected than Casey's. But Casey's still competitive against my horses because those horses are bred just as good as mine or better sometimes to where they're collected naturally. So you can get away with leaving their faces out there because the neck already comes out low. So if you watch these horses, they're not really that much higher headed, even if he doesn't put that much face on him or hardly any face, but they're already rounded. It's the way they're bred. So what do I say to those people is that if you educate yourself a little bit more, go watch those yearlings in the pasture, go watch those yearlings in the rump, and you understand why they look like that as 3-year-olds, because the minute you put any collection, they're going to go to that position right away.
Yeah. The horses that are winning, studs and mares, breed the most babies. So when a horse comes in there that is round, and a round horse can stop better, turn better, and circle better, he will obviously breed more offspring. From that offspring, the winners breed more again. So the horses that were built badly, they can't even be competitive today. Would you agree with that?
100%.
It'd be very difficult. Okay, like I'm not saying that a horse with a neck. Okay, perfect example. Brian Bell won the Futurity 3 years ago on that Palomino mare. She was old school looking mare, correct? Neck up in the air a little bit, old school reining. But she sure did it. Yeah. She drug her ass, she turned around, and Brian did a great job, and that's his style. Okay, so can you say that horse can't win anymore? No. In fact, I was glad that horse won because it proved the point. They don't all have to be round to win. That mare was just so naturally talented and gifted, she could do it with a neck up in the air.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
But that's something that we all talked about. We're like, how can that mare do what she can, built the way she is with her neck and stuff? Because they shouldn't be.
But she did it, didn't she?
But there's always that freak of nature.
Shine by the Bay.
Yeah.
How ill-built was Shine by the Bay when Avila showed him? The most upside-down neck on that son of a bitch, no arse end, hocks out behind him. When Robbie Schroeder rode that horse and Avila took him over, the physical things that horse could do was shocking.
There's always freak of nature.
Did he breed it on? No. He didn't. He was a freak of nature.
Pass it on.
You know, people always want to say the exception. You can always have an exception to the rule, but it doesn't change the fucking rule.
Yeah.
There's a reason why it's an exception. And I'm glad that horse of Brian's won.
And I think that she's bred well enough to where she'll produce it, but she just really fit Brian's style.
Very much so.
And you know,
it fitted his style.
But she's not the average. You know, the average of a horse that marks more than a 75 are not doing it the way she did it.
That's exactly right. You know, So I just think that people are unaware of how we're breeding these horses now to be round. We're breeding them to stop. You know, it's Reining now is so far from where it started, where you're just trying to get a reject from another industry to work as a reiner. It's shocking. Without that talented horse, you might as well not even get on it to some degree.
And what you said is 100% truth, that it's driven by what the judges are doing in those chairs. So if those judges are scoring a certain way, that horse is going to breed more mares than the other one.
Yeah.
And we're going to have more that look like him.
Yeah.
So as much as a breeder or a rider, you know, it's not really up to us. Up to us is to get 100% out of this horse. But if the horse is built that way, that's the way it's going to travel.
When you're galloping those horses in the circles in the finals night, you don't have a hold of them. That's where their neck's going to be. The real truth is, you can bridle a horse up all you want, but when you put your fucking hand on its neck, it is going to put its neck where it wants. Yeah. So when you see those horses, you know, I remember, you know, Patriot with what's his name? Nathan Piper. When that horse run for $1 million, when that horse galloped those circles, never picked its pole up above its withers on a big old drape. That's not training. As much as Nathan's a great trainer, I have a lot of respect for him. That horse was a great horse.
Well, and funny that you say that. 2-year-old you saw at the symposium, he's out of Patriot's mom.
Oh, is he?
She puts that neck
That's
on someone.
funny.
So,
coincidence
right there. So,
you know what I mean? Not to take anything away from Nathan, truly a great trainer, but that fucking horse was born to run like that.
Yeah.
So you can say all you want, but the truth is, when you put your hand down, they are going to put their neck where it's comfortable for them to put it.
Yeah.
True or false, do you think?
True.
Yeah. Right, another question I got here. Where do you see the reining industry going? If you would have asked me that question, you know, 7-8 years ago, before Yellowstone and Taylor and all that, I would have said it's going good, but I never would have guessed it is what it is today. I never would have guessed the prize money has jumped up to what it is. The shows are paying out so much more. It seems like in the last 5-6 years, reining has really elevated a lot, from money to horses, etc. Where do you see it going? Do you agree with me that in the last 5-6 years there's been a big jump up there?
For sure, a huge jump. It's hard to see where it's going, because I never thought, like you said, 5 years ago we'd be here talking about it the way we are today.
I don't think Doug Carpenter could ever imagine how well the reining industry would have died. You know, he died 5 years ago. I think he'd be so proud of where this whole industry has gone now.
Yeah.
You know?
No, I mean, I went to Italy this year for the first time in 15 years to show, just because they paid $100,000 to win a major show over there.
Yep.
So we flew a horse over there, just like the jumpers do, and it made it worth it going over there. Something you would have never dreamed of.
No.
You know, I hope it keeps growing. I told Luca the other day, I said, this is a great time to be in the reining, and I think it's just going to keep building. We thought it was kind of a fluke that Taylor did it 1 year, or it'll last a year or two and it's going away. Well, it's not going anywhere. I think that it's going to last. And I think the more people notice it, the stronger it's going to get. So I have good thoughts that it's going to keep growing, I think.
How much do you think Taylor and the Last Cowboy and what he's done for reining has helped it?
I would say he has a huge part in it. I didn't think it was going to until I got the feedback from people. I've got customers in the barn today at a high level where I'm at, not just starters. You know, I've got customers that came into it because of The Last Cowboy.
And that TV show.
We saw The Last Cowboy. You're the guy that we want to have a horse in training with you. I never thought that would happen.
That's awesome. Yeah, he single-handedly jumped up all the industries. I don't think just reining, cutting, cow horse.
It made it cool, you know. It made it cool.
It made cowboys cool
again. How many kids do you see in the airport now with cowboy hats? You never used to see that.
Yeah.
You know? I mean,
Doug Carpenter told me that back in the 70s, it was cool to be a cowboy. And he said we lost that.
We lost that for a long time.
And I think it's coming back again now.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point. What would you tell a young trainer to get the best start in their career? You know what I mean? If you had to say a kid like 17-year-old Andrea leaving high school again that wants to be a professional horse trainer, tell us what you would tell them advice-wise, where to go, who to work for, or where to start their career.
We may sound old, and I don't want to go down that rabbit hole to where we say all the good old days the way it was, but I think it's still the same as before. I think that where I struggle the most now is getting new assistant trainers and finding people that will stick it out and really give you the time, or give themselves really a time to learn.
To develop their skills.
They're not giving, it's not like they're hurting me, they're hurting themselves, I think. I see so many young ones with enough talent to make it happen, but they're bouncing from one program to the other because they don't think it's good enough and there's not enough opportunity. So I think that picking the right program for you is still the most important decision of your life if you're going to do this. So I felt that I picked the right program for me because I was at a place where people were going to push me hard, and it fit my personality. It may not fit. There's a lot of people that flunk out of Todd, a lot of people that flunk out of my program because it wasn't the right match.
Yeah.
So I think that trying to find the right match and maybe give it a little bit of time, say, hey, can I come in for a month and work for free, do an internship and see if it's something that may fit you, may fit me. But really, at the end of the day, once you commit, you got to commit 100%. And that's where the commitment, I think, we lost a lot of that in the fact that
there's no plan B.
Instant gratification. For me, I committed. There wasn't any plan B. I wasn't going to look to go work for Tim McQuay or Sean Flair if it didn't work. I was going to make it work,
I've noticed over the years you have a lot of foreigners as your assistants. Is that by design or just the way it works out?
The way it works out, they're the ones that seem to last in the program more, meaning that there's a lot of them that come through from the States, but they don't seem to last as long as the guys from Europe. I think that, just like myself, I think that once you're willing to take the step to leave everything behind and go into a new place to make something happen.
A whole nother country.
Yeah, the pressure to make it happen, your commitment, it's a lot stronger sometimes.
A lot more skin in the game.
Yeah.
What's the expression, burn the boats?
Yeah.
Take the island, but burn the boats when you get there, so there's no return.
No return. And that's, for me, it was embarrassment. I would have never wanted to go back and say this didn't work.
Yeah.
For a lot of guys, there's really not a lot at home. You see a lot of Brazilian nows, and when I have these Brazilian kids working for me, and they tell me their situation at home and what they're living, they're not living much. So they're coming here, there's just like the bull riders. They're going to make it because they want to make a name for themselves because there's not much at home for them. So I think it's just the way it works out.
How important do you think it is for a young trainer to time when they go out on their own? They've worked for a trainer for anywhere from 2 to 5 to 7 years. The timing of when they go out in their own, it'll all happen. Yeah. And so to me, I used to admire what Bob said. He said, I would try to get a hold of that kid about a year before I felt like he needed to leave and say, listen, you're going to leave in the next year, maybe 18 months. Let's plan this together. He would sit down with him and say, hey, I'm going to help you go out on your own. Let's do this strategically. Rather than just wake up one day and you say, fuck it, I'm leaving. Yeah. Let's plan this out. I'll help you go do this. I thought that was very mature of him.
That was mature. That was smart.
And smart to say, I'm on your team. I'm not against you. I know you're not going to be working here forever. You're giving me some great years. I want to help you now, but let's plan the launch together. How important do you think that move is for a young trainer?
I think it's very important.
Tell me why.
Because the way you move and the way you start your own business, it's going to set up the tone of what customers and horse owners are seeing. They want to put a horse in training, especially nowadays where they're worth a lot of money. I think that they want to put their investment into somebody that they can trust, that can make mature decisions, that somebody that's doing a good job already from the beginning. They can't afford putting a $100,000 horse with a kid that's trying to figure things out for 2-3 years before he gets his crap together. So they need to have the confidence in somebody that he's got his business together. So I think that especially if you have somebody like Avila or myself or Casey or somebody at the top backing you up to where they can call and say, hey, I've got these 3 yearlings. I want to send you the top 2, but would you send one to Leonardo Kellerman when he left for me? I had a customer that asked me, would you send it to him? I said, in a heartbeat. He did a great job here. Yeah. He's a good guy. He's not going to lie to you. Send it to him. Yeah. So having that confidence that your old employer will send you horses, because we can't ride them all. And that's one thing. Even when they don't work for me, I've sent them to Marco. I sent it to Arno. I sent it to all people through the years, because I knew they weren't going to lie to the customer. They were raised the right way. So I think that leaving at the right time, the right way, it's really critical on building your own business.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that as you've got more and more successful and won more and more, that in one way it's been negative because your owners don't want, if you don't want to show it, they want to take it somewhere else. Like they want it to win. So if it's not with you, it's with another level 4 trainer that might only have 2 futurity horses and needs a 3rd slot. Do you think that that's how it looks from the outside looking in? It may be completely false what I just said. How do you respond to that?
No, I agree with that. The last few years, it's been, I wouldn't say hard because I'm not even trying anymore at where I'm at because I don't want to fight it, but I can only keep what I think I can show myself. Yeah. If I look at my customer and I said, it's a really nice horse. He's not going to make my top 3. Keep it here. We'll find another rider. No, either sell it or we'll send it somewhere else. They don't want to put money and time into me unless I'm the one showing, which hurts a little bit the business in the fact that I can't attract as many young people training for me because they don't see a possibility of showing.
That's a good point.
I also don't have any more non-pros. When I had the non-pros, they learned to school those horses of the non-pros. Then the non-pro, if she's done in the Derby, non-pro Derby, they let them show in the level 1 Open Derby. So by keeping it completely level 4 only top horses makes it a little bit harder, or quite a bit harder, to mount the young people. So that in my program anymore, what I can tell them is that when they leave, they're going to have a super strong base of how to train a reining horse. But they either need to come in with some experience of showing before me, or they're going to have to put in the time to do the experience afterwards. So the last couple that left, like I use as an example that Leonardo Kellerman.
Great hand.
He came in knowing how to show a horse, but he needed to learn a lot of training. So he did that and then went out on his own. First year, got bumped out of all the level. He's already just a level 4 rider now. So I taught him how to train a horse, and he knew how to show, and he went on and be successful. So it's a little bit harder. I still think that you can get a lot out of it because there's not very many people who pulled in the time like I do.
What do you think is your biggest struggle in life or business? What do you think that people wouldn't know but that is something you struggle with the most?
I think like most people, probably balance, in life. When is enough, enough hours during the day to put in, enough horses, enough wins, enough money, enough time to give to your wife and balance it with business, enough time balance with kids. When are you their friends, or when are you the hard hand that tells them the truth? I've never looked at myself like, I never tried to be my kid's best friend. They can pick their own friends. My job is to raise them to where they need to be a responsible adult and give them a taste of reality. That create a lot of confliction. So you always question yourself where balance is.
I always tell people you can be your kids' friends when they're adults. Until they're fucking adults, you're not their friend, you're the fucking parent.
And you're going to hurt them by being
and you
friend.
need to hurt them in some ways because life's going to hurt them regardless. So you're either going to teach them what the bloody noses are, or you can coddle them and fucking life will teach them what the bloody noses are. Either way, they're getting a bloody nose. They can either get it with you being there to help them a little bit and guide them, or they're going to get it out in the real world no matter what. I've always said this from the beginning. There is a price to be paid for success.
Oh, yeah.
And people just see success, but they don't see the price. They don't see the price you have to pay for that success. It's typically your family suffers, your wife suffers, your kids suffers. I remember one time when I was, doing 48 clinics a year for the first 10 years of my career, I'd always be on an airplane. So I was always picking people's brains. I was sitting beside somebody on an airplane anyway, so I might as well fucking learn something from them. So especially if I thought somebody had some money, you can tell typically you'd look at somebody's watch, boot and belt, you can tell if I got a little coin or not. So whenever I'd sit beside a guy that I thought had some money, I'd always pick their brain as much as I could about life, business, etc. I remember sitting beside a guy that seemed like he had a lot of money and successful business guy. I think he was a lawyer or something, criminal lawyer. And I said to him, what is your biggest advice to me? I'm hungry, I'm young, I'm doing a business, I'm growing, I want to do well. I had a goal to be retired financially by 40. I said, what's some advice to you that you could give me? And he looked at me and he said, the trick to life and business is you've got to run so hard to be successful and work so much and put so much sacrifice in that right before you get to the edge of the cliff, you pull back. You're smart enough to say, there's a cliff right there, and I'm going to pull back from this. And I said, well, what does it look like falling off the cliff?
Yeah, what is the cliff?
And he said, I'll tell you what falling off the cliff is. You get divorced, your kids don't know you, everybody fucking hates you, you're highly stressed, you die of a heart attack. He said, you name it. There's a tremendous amount of negatives that come with making a lot of money and working these extreme hours, okay? And I said, well, how do you know where the cliff edge is? And he looked at me real calm and he said, Clinton, that's the problem. You don't quite know where it is until you fall off it. When you analyze people that have been very successful at business, money, sports, anything, they've usually had 2 or 3 marriages. You haven't, of course, but the common is.
I talked to a lot of them.
Most people that I know, most of my friends that are super wealthy, they're on their second, third, fourth marriages. Their kids don't know them. It's a sacrifice. So I said, be careful what you choose now. Does that make sense? So I always thought that was interesting. He just looked at me calmly and says, often you don't know where the edge of the cliff is until it's too late. Most successful people I know have been bankrupt once, sometimes twice, because you're pushing the limits so much, you're going to overspend. I almost went bankrupt one time. I came back from it and did really well. But if you're not pushing that fucking line that hard,
you're not taking chances.
You're not taking chances. That's why all these young people talk about life-work balance. You can have life-work balance when you want to be average. When you want to be average at life, have work-life balance. If you want to be number one at life, whether that's making money, winning, whatever your goals are, I don't believe there's work-life balance. I want to hear your opinion on that.
Yeah, I agree with it, and that's where I talk to a lot of young people, including my two sons, and sometimes we disagree on it because, once again, they think that that's an old way of looking at things, but every time I talk to, like you say, that's somebody that's been successful, and no matter what they're doing, you know.
Can you name anybody that's number one at their profession that has work-life balance? Currently number one or was number one with that attitude. Name that. Name me an Olympic sports person that won an Olympic gold medal but had work-life balance. He just trained when it was convenient. He trained when the weather was right. He trained when his wife was okay with it.
Yeah.
Think about that through for a second.
No, I've read a lot of books between Andrea Agassi, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant. I mean, they all struggle in that fact because your mind is consumed 100% on getting better, not falling off. You're always scared that somebody else is going to beat you, and that wears on you. That wears on your family. You know, sometimes I look at people and I'm jealous of the guys. They're in Arizona. Everybody goes on boats in the summer. So I flew over a lake and I saw these millions of boats. And these guys are just having the time of their life. They work all week. Friday afternoon, they go to the lake. They've got a nice $150,000 boat. They drink. They have fun with their friends. Yeah. Back to work on Monday. Next weekend all over again, or go to the football game. But then that's just not me. If I was sitting on that boat after 3 hours, I'd be thinking, how do I manufacture this boat better than these guys so I can sell more boats, you know, and that kind of stuff. So you have to have a mentality to where you say work balance, it's for, I hate to say it, but it's kind of for average people that don't expect much out of life. Because to me, expecting much out of life, I want to leave a legacy. I want people 100 years from now to remember my name. How are they going to remember your name if you haven't done anything other than for yourself? I want to be the guy that's either set the highest or at least try to be. I want to be the guy that's changed a lot. Avila was that way. People think that I've changed a lot of things, you know, how to put reps on horses. I always picked it from somebody else. When Avila started putting the undershirts of a different color of the shirt, he wasn't winning anymore, but like, that son of a bitch's got style. So I copied that. Then people copied me. I didn't come up with it. I just picked it from me because I thought that was cool. You know, there's a lot of different things. So how to put a knee boot on, how to do this. I didn't do it. I felt that I did it because I copied somebody that had a better idea than me, and then it became the standard, and then people copy you just because you're winning. But I'm always looking, I want to be that guy that people try to imitate because you're doing the right thing. And by being average, I don't think you're ever going to be that guy.
I think it goes back to what I said, when everything's important, nothing's important. When you focus on too many things and you get spread too thin, you can't do justice to them all.
Yeah, and when you want to have peace of mind, I just want people to leave me alone. I want to be quiet, and I don't want to, you know, on the weekend, I don't pick up phone calls. Well, you're probably going to miss a lot of opportunities by not picking up that phone call on the weekend, you know. I think that...
And I don't look down on people that... There's often people in the comment sections that'll hear this and say, well, you know, family's the most important thing.
It is.
Great.
It is.
Awesome. Yeah. If raising your kids is an extremely important thing to do, raise those fucking kids. Don't be a part-time parent. Be involved in those kids' life. Yeah. Give them 100% of your time, attention, and mentorship. You know what I mean? So I don't shit on somebody's goal if they don't want to be a millionaire. It wasn't my goal. I wanted to be retired by 40. I was going to have to do some extreme shit to show up in this country of 400 and retire millions at 40. I had to do some extreme shit to get there. So I'm not saying that needs to be everybody's goal, but whatever your goal is, you better dedicate 100% of your fucking time to accomplish that goal if you're going to accomplish it and be at a high level.
And even for your kids, I think that there's ways of raising your kids in the good and the bad to where you're showing by example. Just because I wasn't there at every single game that you did, not that my kids had team sports, but if I wasn't there 100% of the time, I'm showing you the example of what it takes in order to succeed. In a sport where not very many people have been able to succeed for the amount of time that I've been able to succeed, what did it take? Is that something you want to do? If it's not, good. At least you know that you don't want to be that type of guy. I don't want to be my dad that's working on a Sunday morning. He's not here for breakfast, for a family breakfast. He's not doing that. I don't want to be that guy. Good. At least I showed you that you don't want to be that good. But I don't want you to become a 42-year-old guy that's lost, that doesn't know. Because I've seen a lot of those guys too, that they're like, I don't know what I want. I mean, I knew what I wanted when I was 15. I mean, that's the way it is.
And we're lucky to do that. A lot of people don't. Yeah. What win do you think meant the most to you, and if you can remember why? Do you remember, you've won a lot, of course, but is there one particular win that you were like, that really impacted you, or you remember it still to this day, that was emotional to you, maybe a little bit?
Yeah, still the first futurity with RR Star. That was a life goal of mine, and to be able to reach it within a few years of being here in the States on the biggest stage, it's something that I never been able to replicate. I tried it many times, and all these wins, they win a lot, they mean a lot, but not like that one. That one, you know, when you're an assistant and people back home say you can't do it or you're not going to do it, and then you show them that you can do it, you show yourself that you're capable of doing it, it meant the world to me.
Did your dad come over for that?
Oh, yeah. He was there, and he told me he was proud. And then from that day on, he supported me. He gave me some money for a down payment on a house. I mean, from that day, I showed him that I could do it. So then he was behind me. But
you kind of answered this a little bit, but I said the question is, what was the defining moment that you said, yes, I can really do this and compete and win? I think you mentioned it, maybe that non-pro.
That non-pro mare, yeah. Best by Tari was her name. It was Tari's Catalyst mare that I showed in '97, and I showed at the futurity in the non-pro. And it wasn't obviously even close to what I would have done later on, but that was the confirmation that I could do.
That was the shot of confidence that you needed in your arm to say, hell yeah,
this is what I need to be doing.
Yeah, that's awesome. And we've known each other over 20 years now. I'm curious, if anything, and don't agree with me for any minute, what have you learned from my career? From being a clinician, starting colts, Road to the Horse, the things that I did. Is there anything that you've taken from my program? Because I've taken quite a bit from your program. I've rode a lot with you over the years. I've taken lots of different things that I've adapted that work for me, and the brokenness of it, and the way you care for your horses, especially the way you care for them, the way you wrap them, feed them, meticulous about that stuff. Is there anything that you've taken from me that you added to your program over the years? I'm curious.
Well, from the beginning, remember when I came to your place in Ohio, you're the one that pushed me right away to do training videos. Remember that? These guys don't know what they're doing as far as the production. We can do something more professional that people... And I remember your exact words. You say, you put a good week of work here, it's going to pay off for the next 15 years for you. And I didn't realize that. I thought you were kind of full of it, thinking, I'll sell videos for a year or two, and then they'll move on to the next thing. I still have today people that request the first series that we did at your place. I need to do a second one. I haven't got myself to do it yet. But the fact that the symposium, remember when I ran it by you and said, do you think it's possible? Yeah, if you do it the right way. You've always looked at something that other people weren't doing. And I believe that's why I wanted to ask you a couple of questions too, because you came in a world of strong clinicians already in the States. You came in, what did you see that you could do better? Because I saw the Pat Pirelli and the John Lyons and those guys, they were killing it here. That's who I knew in Europe. Those are Pat Pirelli. That's the guy you want to follow if you want to do horsemanship. You came here, you turned it upside down. What did you see that you say, I can do that way better?
A couple of things. Pirelli, John Lyons, Monty Roberts, they didn't know how to get them broke. Like, I came from that Reining background, Ian Francis, colt start. So I took the natural horsemanship of colt starting of Gordon McKinley and then added getting them broke like Ian Francis did and get them body parts, kind of a lot of stuff like Avila did, and joined those two together. Those guys did not know how to get one broke. They could ride it around bareback and bridleless and trot it over a fucking log, but make it run down the arena and drag its ass, never in a million years. You know what I mean? Make it change leads and stand up straight, and rather than just throwing it over here, So I felt like I had a unique combination of where natural horsemanship has some really cool shit to it. There's a lot of stuff in colt starting that horse trainers can take from that world. And I hate to use the word natural horsemanship, but you've got to put it in a genre somewhere. But the colt starters. There's a lot of stuff these guys are doing here that horse trainers are 100% missing out on. And there's a shit ton of stuff that horse trainers are doing that these guys could learn from. You know what I mean? And I said, I think both teams are right. Take the best of both industries and blend them together as one. Does that make sense? Blend them together as one.
Awesome.
And so nobody was doing that. The other thing that I noticed was when I came over here when I was 21, all those guys were in their late 40s. And there was nobody in my age group coming up. So I'm thinking, okay, these guys at some point are going to fucking retire. Who's going to take their spot? And it's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to be a reining horse trainer, but I knew there was a lot of money there. So I went for the money. I'm not ashamed to say it. I did it for the money. I was good at it. I provided a good service, and I was a better teacher than them. I broke it down into steps. I made this easy for people to understand.
That's a part that I've always wondered, because every time I've noticed in my program, unless I have somebody with quite a bit of natural feel, I have a hard time teaching them what I want. That's where I want to know how you would be able to, because you're teaching, your goal is to, for everybody that's attending one of your clinics or buying your videos, to get something out of their horse. So how do you come up with a program? You've got a lot of feel. You know what that horse is thinking before he even thinks it, but that person doesn't know until they're getting run over. How do you come up with a program that person can stay safe enough and really get something out of him without much feel?
Trial and error. You know, what I sell today through the app is the 4th generation of the method. So you said that you broke your program down at least 3 or 4 times in 20-something years. I broke my program down 3 or 4 times over 20 years and created more steps. I realized very early on, dead people don't write checks. So my customer had to stay fucking alive. And my customer was a middle-aged woman that was slightly overweight, frightened to death of a horse, and if the fucking thing loped, she would half fall off. How do I keep this crazy bitch alive? How do I keep her happy, safe, and enjoying her horsemanship? So I had to break things down into steps that were easy. But I've always, the only gift I've got is I could listen to somebody teach, and then they might talk for an hour and say, okay, these are the 3 bullet points that they really covered. Do this, this, and this. I had a way of condensing things down quickly and making it easy. And I realized that if I was going to make any money in this business, I couldn't do things that only cowboys could do. Does that make sense? Like when I was at the symposium you did a couple of years back or 4 years ago when Nick Dow's was there, I watched Nick Dow's colt starting deal. I thought Nick did a great job. He's a hell of a horseman. But I also sat there and thought to myself, there's no way my customer could do this shit. He had 3 colts in the round pen at once. Fuck, my lady's having trouble keeping alive with 1 in the round pen, let alone 3 colts that are all saddled. So he's showing shit that'll work for a cowboy. He's showing shit that'll work for a rancher. He's showing stuff to a guy that's athletic. My 65-year-old lady that's a little bit frightened of her horse, never in a billion years could she pull that shit off. Now, not to say that I'm right and he's wrong, not at all. But I went with the masses. How do I keep my customer alive and keep her happy and keep her horse respectful and not running the hell over her? Nick's not teaching that person. He's teaching the guy that wants
the elite guy.
The elite guy. And so not to criticize him at all. What he did works for that customer, but it wouldn't work for my 65-year-old lady. I promise you that. Does that make sense? So you have to recognize, what does your customer want, and give them that. Give them what they're looking for.
And that's what you brought to my program. When I did those videos, that's one thing you told me. You said, Andrea, we got to make it simple for people to understand. And that's the feedback that I got from most people that always bought my videos and wanted to come ride with me. They said, no matter what, when I go back and watch your videos, my horse feels better the next day when I'm done with it. It may not feel great, and I know I'll never be able to do what you do, but I know I improved what I had before. And that's...
Yes. Recognize your skill set and stay in it. I know that I can't do certain things that you can do. And that's okay, because you couldn't entertain 3,000 people like I can. So recognize what our strengths are, what our weaknesses are. One of the things I respect about you the most is I remember one year, one of your assistants was having a hell getting a saddle on a black mare. You know, this bitch kept bucking the saddle off, and you called me up and said you're having trouble. I sent out one of my students, one of my apprentices basically, and within 3 days we got this all under control. But you could have kept fighting with it. You could have kept being a clusterfuck, but you recognized I need a skill set that I don't have time to do or don't have, and you brought somebody in, and we had that mare in 3 days. She's good enough now. You can saddle the bitch in a cross tie. You know, that's smart. To me, admitting when you need help is not bad. It's smart.
It's smart.
Anytime I get out of my wheelhouse, I'm looking for who can do it better than me. I'm on the phone. I need some help. Can you help me? And I don't look down on people for doing that. I think that's smart. I think it's stupid doing the same dumb shit over and over and over again. and not progressing or still having failure there.
But you're also smart enough to, when you ask somebody for help, and you're careful of the people that you ask for, but once you ask it, you're going to do what they tell you to do.
Oh, very much so.
I get so frustrated with people because I had a horse shows. I got people asking me to help them all the time. I'm totally willing to help them. But when I watch you doing it while I'm helping you, and then the next day you've got the next guy telling you the opposite thing, and you're trying the opposite thing, and then in the next horse show, the other guy. Now I don't want to give you the time of my day because I don't have enough time to do that. Unless you commit. And that's when people want to come to my barn, and they'll call me and they say, hey, we'd like to come and ride. How much do you charge? And I say, well, it all depends. I said, how many days you want to be here, and how much time are you going to take? The deal breaker right away, and I know I get rid of 90% of it. And I say, okay, how many horses do you want to bring? Well, no, I want to come and ride your horses. And I said, no. I said, that's not going to work. I said, you're not going to get much out of it. Every time I'm going to ask you to do something on my horses, they're going to do it. I said, I want you to bring your horses, and I'll give you the time. Bring them. We'll work through them. Okay, I'll call you later. You know, they don't want to do that. They don't want to expose themselves. They want to come and they want to learn. They say they want to learn. They want to believe they want to learn. But when you put it there and you say, okay, come here, let's work through this, they don't want to do it.
See, over the years, I've had you ride my horses, and I love you riding them because you find the holes in them. I don't get butthurt when you say, hey, Clinton, it's not broke here, it's stiff here, it's that. I like that. I'd be upset if you ever got on one of my horses and said, it feels really good. It's like, what the fuck am I doing here then, asshole? Exactly. I need you to tell me where it's not right. I need you to tell me what I need to go home and do more of. That's what I get off on is if I thought it was perfect, I wouldn't be here. You know what I mean?
When I put Mike Flair, I thought I had my horses broken in their body parts. And he put them in positions that were never put on, and it completely fell apart. I looked at Tish, I said, my horses are so soft. Why are they sticking their head up in the air when he pulls on them? And she's like, well, he's not bumping them. He's holding them and doing this with their legs, and they're not used to it. I'm like, I was missing so many parts. And but I was good with it. I'm like, I thought I had them broke. Obviously, they're not.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
And that's why it's great to have another horseman you respect ride your horses occasionally. So, hey, just get on and just tell me what you think. If I say, what are you having trouble? I say, nothing in particular, just ride it. Tell me what you like, tell me what you don't like. Because my attitude is, you don't have to do everything they say. Pick one or two things that you think you can resonate with and blend into what you're doing and do that. But be open enough and minded to say, tell me what you like, because every rider's going to do a cue a little bit different. And it's amazing how those horses will rat you out pretty quickly when you're not doing it exactly the way that you do it. You know what I mean?
For sure.
I don't know if you're willing to tell this story, but I'm going to ask it anyway, because I swear to God, I still chuckle about this to the day of my life, about the story of me bringing those 2-year-olds around and you ripping those boys' asses. Are you willing to tell this story?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So just a little backstory here. Probably a year or more, maybe a couple of years ago now, I usually go and ride with Andrea for a couple of weeks in January or February every year in the wintertime. So this year we had some filming to do out there, and I took Diego. He's one of my professional clinicians, but Diego also worked for me for 6-7 years, worked for Andrea for a year or so, and he trains reining horses now out of Weatherford. Very, very good trainer. Anyway, we had this 2-year-old that we had started October 1st for this filming, and this is the middle of February that we go to ride with Andrea. So I'm driving over in the truck with Diego. He's riding this 2-year-old, and I said to him, I said, listen, let's fuck with Diego today. Let's fuck with Andrea today. And he says, how are we going to do that? I said, oh, it's easy. I said, this is such a competitive motherfucker. If he's taking a piss and you stand beside him, he wants to piss further than you. So it doesn't matter what it is, it's a competition. I said, here's what I want you to do. This motherfucker has eyes in the back of his head. So anything that happens in this arena or within a 3-mile radius of this arena, he will know it happens, okay? So here's what's going to happen. At some point, he's going to ask you how this horse is bred, and he's going to ask you when you started it, okay? And he said, and I said, all you do is you tell him we started it January 1st, and you tell him how it's bred, but then walk off. Don't smile, just get away from him as quickly as possible. Just tell him those 2 things and walk on. So basically, we started this horse October 1st, so it's had October, November, December, January. It's halfway through February, so it's had 4.5 months of riding. This thing's broke to death. Diego's done
horses, they look pretty broke
Diego
anyway.
did a hell of a job, and this thing's broke to death. It's almost ready to start fucking changing leads. And Andrea's horses are being started for maybe 30 days, 6 weeks, something like that. And they're riding around in a hackamore. So after the first day, I said to Diego, I said, did Andrea ask you about the horse? And he said, no. he didn't ask me anything about it. I said, right over there, and somehow mentioned to him that you started it January 1st. Just say, yeah, we just started him January 1st, and then quickly write
I thought it was a 3-year-old. I didn't even realize it was a 2-year-old.
Oh, is that the truth?
First day, yeah.
You thought it was a 3-year-old.
It was a 3-year-old really behind.
Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. It's February. You thought it was a 3-year-old behind when actually it was a 2-year-old. So I said right over past him and somehow bring up in conversation that you started this thing January 1st and then quickly right away from him. And he did it. And I said, did he say anything else to you? And he said, no. And I said, okay. So the next day we go back to ride at your place. I'm riding around you, and I said, hey, you know
Eddie,
that...
you asked Eddie.
I said, you know that 2-year-old Diego was riding, and you got real quiet, and you said, yeah. And I said, we started that horse October 1st. I'll never forget the look on your fucking face when I said that. Your eyes got big, and you looked at me and said, you motherfucker. And I burst into laughter. And I said, what? And he said, you could not believe what happened. So you tell the story then, because basically the horse has had 4.5 months of riding, and we make you believe it's barely had 5 weeks of riding. Tell us what happened when we left that ranch. This is so hysterical.
Well, this is February, so like you
it's
say...
the middle of February.
Yeah, like you said, most of my horses come in January 1st. We start them, but, most of the people I have started them, they're not like Diego, so they don't have the experience. So I rather not get into trouble than trying to do too much too soon, having a lot of trouble. So I let them ride in a Hackamore, and by this time it's middle of February. I'm already a little aggravated because my horses are not moving very forward. Before you even came, I kept looking at those guys. I said, okay, I see them just bouncing around here in this arena. I said, let's do more. Let's get them broke. So when he said, we started January 1st and you guys left, I waited because I didn't want to embarrass him in front of you. But there was a couple of those guys that started, and I said, you guys come here in the middle of the arena.
You lined them all up. There was like 4 of them.
I said, did you see those 2-year-olds that Diego was riding? And they're like, yeah. He started January 1st, the same freaking time you started that one. I said, you can't even get it to pick up the lope. And he's like, okay, what do you want me to do? I said, I don't care what you're going to do. I want it to look like that. I said, we cannot keep going and doing this crap here in this arena. You guys don't even know what you're doing. So they all got a handful. I mean, it didn't stop
You're
there.
being a little mild here, motherfucker. You're being a little mild here.
I told him. I said,
you lined them up and you said, you motherfuckers are not going to embarrass me on my fucking... I'm going to tell the story the way it's supposed to be told.
Who told you that I told them
You
that?
told me this.
No.
You said, Clinton, I lined those 4 up like a firing squad. And I said, you motherfuckers are not going to embarrass me on my own goddamn ranch. Somebody comes to my ranch and they got a 2-year-old riding better than me. What the hell are you doing? And one of these boys...
Those are your words.
Yeah, one of these boys said to you, but do you want our 2-year-olds to ride like Clinton Anderson's? Fuck yes, I want them to ride better than Clinton's horses. What the hell are you doing here? And you ripped them all you assholes. But boss, you told us to ride them in a Hackamore. I don't give a shit what I told you. Your fucking 2-year-olds better be riding better. And these boys just about burst into flames with anxiety. The next day when you told me, because the look on your face when you say, you can't believe how badly I ripped these boys' ass after you left. Because the next day I thought it was odd. They're all in snaffles the next day.
Yeah.
So when you left the arena, I got those boys together. I said, boys, I owe you an apology. And they said, what? And I said, you know that 2-year-old that Diego was riding yesterday? And you should have seen their faces, like the anxiety on these poor pricks' faces. Like, yeah. They're looking at me, yeah. We started that 2-year-old October 1st. And one of the boys, I don't remember his name, he sighed like his mother told him for the first time he's loved. Like you could just see the anxiety leave that boy's face. He's like, oh my God, thank God. I said, listen, we just wanted to fuck with your boss. I had no idea he was going to rip
got me good that day. You got me good.
I said, I had no idea he was going to rip your assholes as bad as he did. And then we all chuckled, we all laughed, and I said, you boys are doing a good job. I said, I just wanted to fuck with Andrea because he's so goddamn competitive that he won't even let a 2-year-old be broken. Oh, the look on your face, Andrea, when I
saw Diego the next show, because you guys left after that, and I didn't get a chance. I say, you son of a bitch, you're still working for him, aren't you? You tell me you're on your own. Whatever Clinton tells you to do, you do it, don't you?
He's loyal to the boss.
He's like, I couldn't keep my straight face. He told me to ride away, and good thing, because the minute I rode away, I started bursting. I was like, you little prick.
It's hard. Listen, it's hard to get one over on you.
It is,
I've known
it
you
is.
for a
No,
lot of
good
years.
job. You did a good
it's
one
hard
there.
to get one
Yeah.
over on you, and when I can
Yeah.
do it, I sure take advantage of it. Let me tell you.
It was good.
But anyway, those boys were good. They did a good job, and I patted them on the back and said they did do a good job, and they were doing a good job. But it was just a funny story. So let's wrap up here pretty soon. Anything you want to ask me before we leave?
Yeah, a couple. Well, one thing that I've always noticed through the years is that I think very much like me, like you were saying, you're changing a lot, like the podcast now. Do you come up with all this stuff on your own? Like, do you reinvent yourself, your program, all that, all on your own? Or do you have people suggesting things all the time and then you filter it? Or is it all on you through the years, pretty much? I mean, I know you have a lot of people helping you, but who comes up with...
Mainly me, to be honest. You know how you have a bit of a gift to read where the industry, where you need to change before you get there. You can see things aren't working. I've got that gift for my business. I can see what's working, what's not working, where we need to change. So I kind of have that. And then what I do is I take an idea or a concept that I want to do, and I take it to my marketing company, Stewart & Associates, and say, make this look cool. Here's the idea. This is what I want to do. And then I get like all of this, you know, the backdrop, the studio, the set. I told him, I said, I want to do a podcast. This is what I want it to be called. I want it to be real. I want it to be genuine. I don't want it to be fucking politically correct. Build everything around that. Build the website, build the brand, build the ads, build the music, build the breaks, build the commercials, build it all, and they get it all. So I usually come up with the idea or concept and kind of the big picture, but then I hire them to execute it and make it look good.
So it's all on you, and it's very similar to what I've had. I mean, I bring in people to help me, but I'm the one recognizing something's got to change or I need to improve it. And that's where I think a lot of people ask me, that's why I wanted to ask you, because they all think that there's a secret to it, like there's a perfect recipe for success.
This podcast, this honestly caught me by surprise. This was never supposed to be a big money maker. It was never supposed to be...
I remember you telling me it was just for you.
It was just supposed to be fun. This was just supposed to be something I did as a hobby. I just wanted to have a cocktail, interview people that I had a lot of respect for, that I admire, and find out what makes them tick. Because I genuinely like what makes people successful. Yeah. Why are they successful at what they do? So I just wanted to do it for me. You know, it was costing me $100,000 a year. The way I looked at it, it was branding, it was advertising, and kept my name out there. I'm like, I want half the people hating my fucking guts every time they hear me talk, and half the people love me. I like that. Yeah. I want them hating on me or loving me, no in between. Because I get money from either one. The people that hate me keep my name circulating. They keep me, and the people that love me keep my name circulating. So I want it that way. But I never expected this podcast to take off. I thought it'd be fun to do, and it would get a little bit of traction, but it got way more traction than I ever thought it would actually get. And I think it's getting traction because we're having real conversations about life successes and also about when life kicks you in the balls. Mm-hmm. You know, when life slaps you around, and the guests are being very real and genuine and sincere. It's not about me just talking about all the things you did well. I want to hear about the things you fucking sucked at as well. And people seem to be identifying with it. Again, I'm not for everybody, I get that, but you know,
sure.
and you have a podcast yourself.
Yeah, and I mean, I haven't given it that much time, but that's what I like about yours is that you may agree, you may not. To me, you shouldn't be agreeing, because if not, it's boring. If you're agreeing with everything that somebody's saying, what are they bringing new to the table? Yes. There's nothing new. They got to make you think. That's why I like Joe Rogan. I listen to a lot of podcasts, but most of them put you to sleep. Yours keeps you engaged, keeps you going, and I think that the fact is that, like you said, when Matt Gaines cry or somebody tells you, well, I don't want to mention Bud Lion and what you were thinking about his wife, but there's a lot of things that keep you engaged and laughing a little bit too because of your personality, but you learn from people. You're putting everybody on a human basis to where you can relate to it. And that's the thing, like when you were asking me about my struggles, I've gone through, I mean, I almost quit like 4 or 5 times. If it wasn't for my wife, I'd been, like, just a few years ago, I wanted to quit and go be an assistant trainer to do cutting horses. I didn't want anything to do with the reining industry anymore. Too much pressure, too much expectations. Then I looked at myself, I'm like, man, it would be stupid to throw all this away. You've worked so hard for it. But, I mean, everybody goes through those times, and I was ready to open an Italian restaurant, don't even look at a horse anymore, because I was so fed up with it 10 years ago. Somehow I keep getting drawn back. And even you, I think that you say that you chased the money, but that was your way to get you to a spot where you eventually could do what you love doing, which is still riding horses.
Riding my horses. You know,
because a lot of people say, "Oh, he's a sellout. He's doing it for the money." Sure, he's doing it for. We all do it for the money. I want to do it for the money to where I can ride 5 horses a day eventually, but I'm still going to ride.
Name for me people that if you said, "Hey, by the way, you can go to your job, but you're no longer going to get a paycheck. You just got to go to your job." How many people would genuinely show up to their job every day if they weren't making money from it? Yeah. The answer is 0. Yeah, I was good at this. I made money doing it, and I'm not ashamed of that. You know what I mean? I didn't do it for the fucking love of horses. I did it because I provided a service. You think the guy that has 50 concrete trucks going down the road loves concrete?
Yeah.
He loves 50 trucks going down the road. Just because I did it for the money doesn't mean I wasn't good at it or tried hard or gave people a good service, etc. You know what I mean? So, you know, to say that everybody does things for money,
you got to do stuff to get you in a position to where hopefully you can do what you like doing.
It's like right now. Am I competitive with my horses? No, not really. But I sure enjoy doing it.
Yeah.
I could easily head off with my money and just go do whatever the fuck I want. But I put myself out there.
Yeah.
I go show. I get my ass whipped. Sometimes I do good. Sometimes I don't. But I get that criticism. I don't care because I show for me.
Yeah.
I train my horses because I want to be a better horseman. I show up at your ranch 2 or 3 times a year because I want to be criticized and get better. You know what I mean?
That's where most people are missing it. You know, you have no problem showing up in front of my assistant trainers and me, because I don't sugarcoat it. Tell Clinton, that looks like crap.
Yes.
You got to do this. It's been so many years I've been telling you still look like crap doing that. But you always expose yourself because you're doing it because you want to feel better and you want to know that the next time you walk in the showman, you're more prepared. And that's where I think most people they're doing it for the wrong reason. You know, if you're doing it for the pictures and you're doing it, you bring 30 people to the Run for the Million to take pictures around you and you've got all the fans and all that, you need to do it for yourself.
You got to be vulnerable. And to me, learning is fun. It's not being vulnerable. I love to fucking learn. I don't give a shit if you give me an ass chewing in front of your assistant. It doesn't bother me in the slightest.
Yeah.
You know, I'm there to learn about horsemanship and to better myself. If you're not uncomfortable, you're not growing.
There you go.
It's that damn simple. You know what I mean? Last question I've got for you is, if you had to go back to say at your age, 17-year-old Andrea, you're leaving Italy to come here and make a living. What advice would you want to give yourself? I'm not saying we would have listened to ourselves now at 17, but if you had to give, you know, what would you tell yourself now after all these years of experience and sacrifice? Is there any particular advice you'd like to give yourself that you would hope you would be smart enough to listen to?
Not only at 17, I think the first part of my career, probably the first between 17 and 27, 30, to put the horse first and not yourself.
Okay.
Because I look back and I made a lot of decisions on what I felt was right for me and sacrificed the horse for that.
Okay.
And that's not being mean to the horse.
Yeah. Can you give an example of that?
I thought showing a horse too early because the customer paid a lot of money and he's asking me if I'm going to that horse show because there's a lot of money. I knew the horse wasn't ready, but I took him because of the customer. I thought that that's what needed to be done. Showing a horse at the futurity, even if he's a little bit sore, because you know what? This is the time to show it. That's why we bought it, to go show it. So let's patch it together and try to show it. Well, now he's off for a year instead of just 3 weeks because I made him go to the futurity.
Yep.
Those horses can't make decisions for yourself. You're the one responsible for their life and their career. So if you can't put yourself and put the horse first, it never paid off for me, because that's the thing. Even at the time, when I look back, and I showed horses that I didn't think they probably, deep inside I knew they should have been shown, but I showed them. I never won with those horses. They never stepped up because they either were sore, not ready, mentally not ready, too stressed out, ulcers, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
I showed them because I thought I did the right thing, but then as soon as I walked out of the show pen, I'm like, oh my God, I should have never walked in this pen, you know? And even buying horses, it doesn't matter what you're doing. It's not just about showing. Just because everybody thinks that that's the horse to buy and you've got the customer with the money, don't make that commission just because that's the most expensive horse. Buy the horse that you think it's best suited for what that guy wants or for what you need. So really, at the end of the day, people say put the horse first, and it's always like about natural horsemanship, not ride them too hard and all that. It's none of that. But I think that and that's what I've done the last few years, and it paid off for me. If I wait a little bit longer, or if I decide to not even show a horse sometimes, the customer, now they understand. Before I was scared they wouldn't, that they probably would have understood a long time ago too, to say, listen, I know this is what we want to do, but this horse is not ready for it. And I think it pays
I know
off
a great
in the
example
end.
of that. I don't remember what was the horse you won the futurity on, the sorrel horse that he was a little warm, a little hot. You won the futurity, he did well, but you took a year off. You trained him for another year and didn't show him for a whole nother year. Do you remember?
Well, there's a few of them that I've done now.
And I asked you why. I said, how come you haven't been showing that horse you won the futurity on? And your exact words were, he needs time to build his confidence again. I want him to last a long time. I just want to
that all bets are off, probably.
That's probably what it was.
I showed him, I won the Congress on him, and I won the futurity, but he was borderline to be fried there mentally.
Yes.
He wasn't really, he gave me everything. Then by the final, I was like, holy cow, yeah, we won it. But I think if I keep going, we're not going to have anything left. Fortunately, I had won enough to where he sold during the futurity to Pat Warren, but I looked at Pat and I said, you want to squeeze another horse show out of it, or do you want the longevity here? And she said, of course, the longevity. I said, I'm taking the 4-year-old off.
That's awesome.
So.
And having the confidence to go do that.
Yeah, you'll have to.
You know what I mean?
And that comes with years of experience and all that. But still, I think if you ask yourself, is this the right thing for this horse today, then you can get ahead of it a lot more.
Yeah. Well, Andrea, I'm super proud of you, super proud of what you've accomplished in your career, coming from nothing. America is the land of opportunity.
It is.
If you want to do well, this is the country to do it in. It's something for everybody. You don't have to be rich to succeed here. You can be poor, but work your ass off, sacrifice, and you can do it. That's why I love this country, and I love what it stands for, is freedom and opportunity. I'm proud of what you've done and what Tish and you have done together as a team, the way you've raised your kids. And it just takes a lot of credit. You'll go down in history. In my opinion, you're the greatest reining trainer in history. I think it'll take a unique person to do more than what you've done. It's going to take somebody that's half batshit crazy, because you've got to be fucking half crazy to do what you've done, just to be perfectly honest, the sacrifice, what you've done to do it. You've got to have a little bit of a screw loose. I remember one time Marco paid you a great compliment. He looked at me, we were talking about you riding in summertime in Arizona, and you're still out in the arena at fucking 2 o'clock at the day, and it's hot as fuck, and everybody's quitting. He looked at me one day and he said, and this is a compliment, he looked at me and he said, Andrea's an animal. He's not right here. And that was a compliment.
No, I get it.
Because you were a work animal. The way he said it made me chuckle. He said, he's an animal. He's not right here. Because when everybody else is fucking quitting, you're just digging deeper.
Yeah, I love that feeling. I don't know. It just charges me. When I know that everybody else is sleeping, or when I come in at the horse show and the arena's half empty, I'm like, oh yeah, I got this, because I know somebody else is not doing what I'm doing. But it just gives me reassurance that I'm doing everything I can to get successful.
Well, I wish you the great career. I think you've got many more years ahead of you. And whatever you decide to do, you will accomplish, because you set your mind to it, and you will do whatever it takes to get it done.
Well,
but cheers to you, mate.
Thank
you for being here.
It's been a
great
pleasure.
Friend and a great mentor, and great for the horse industry in general.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate. I just wanted to take the time to genuinely thank all of our loyal listeners to the Uncut and Real Raw podcast. The success it's had has been absolutely phenomenal. We are in the top 1% of all genres of podcast in the country. And that in itself is pretty cool, because, the equine industry as a whole is really small compared to like dogs, cats, NASCAR, sports. The amount of people that own dogs and cats and other pets compared to horses is amazingly different. So the fact that we're such a small niche industry and we're already in the top 1% of podcasts in the country is phenomenal. It's because of you guys' loyalty and the super guests that we have on. I can't thank the guests that are coming on for their realness, their dedication to tell a story, their successes and their failures. The podcast was just designed to be a hobby for me to bullshit and have a couple of cocktails and talk to some really cool people. Never in a million years that I dreamed that it would take off in the level that it has. But I just wanted to thank the loyal listeners, thank the guests. I'm going to keep bringing you real, genuine conversations that are not fucking politically correct, and we're going to just tell it how it is. And we just thank you for your support, and I just wanted to reach out to you. Thanks, guys. Today's episode was filmed and produced by Uncut Productions, marketing by Stewart & Associates, and organized and administrated by Down Under Horsemanship. If you enjoyed this episode, be sure to hit the subscribe button and leave a rating. Follow us and stay up to date on social media, including Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. See you next time, mate. Cheers.